The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines, and Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board. Isa na namang linggong puno ng world-class na bakbakan ang ating natunghayan sa MPL Philippines Season 12 regular season. Before we start the second round of the competition, balikan natin ang mga naganap last week. Day 1 pa lang ay napuno na agad ng streamers and influencers ang MPL Arena. Nakipagkulitan sa atin ng mga OG MLBB streamers na sila Chooks at Doggy. Binisita rin tayo ng ating resident MLBB professor na si Fuego. Hindi rin nagpahuli sa aksyon ng TikToker and MLBB streamer na si Shai Ortile. Nabigyan naman ng additional buff si Yoshino nang magpakita ng suporta live ang kanyang parents at ang kanyang number 1 fan na si Lolo Alfredo. Para sa Day 2 naman ay natunghayan natin ang Let's Settle This kung saan nakarinig tayo ng mainit na palitan ng bars between our MPL team correspondents ng RSG Philippines na si Butters at Mycophobia para sa Smart Omega. Pero meron din naman tayong friendly encounter matapos makasama ang iba pa nating correspondents na sila Danica for Blacklist at J-Rich for TNC Pro Team. Nabusog din ang MPL Arena mula sa meriendang hatid ng tusok food cart ni Kuya Leo. MPL Battle Trips is back. Nakasama din natin noong Day 3 ang mga community heroes and student leader representatives para ipaliwanag sa atin ang Battle Trips community. At ito na ang ating top 3 plays for Week 3. Umpisahan natin ang top plays of the week sa number 3 spot kasama si Sensui and his instincts with an impossible Lord Steal noong Day 1 laban sa buong Phoenix Army. With under 10,000 HP para sa Lord, papasok si Sensui sa pit na mag-isa at haharapan ang 5 miyembro ng TNC. Gamit ang headbutt at heavy spin, makaka-retry si Sensui para maagaw ang Lord na magsisimula ng comeback para sa Agents. Week 4 is Split Push Week at dahil sa init ng laban last week, 4 split push plays tied on the second spot. Ang unang split push play ay magmumula sa Sonics sa laban nila kontra sa Barangay. Sa tulong ng Lord Steal ni Ryzen, mapipilitan ang mga miyembro ng Smart Omega na rumisponde sa teamfight. Habang si Kram na nag-aabang sa mid lane ay tatapusin na ang laro bago pa man makabawi ang Omega. Ang second split push play naman ay magmumula kay Irad from RSG Philippines. With an 8.8k gold lead, susubukan na tapusin ng Raiders ang Game 1 laban sa TNC. Magkakamali ang members ng RSG at babagsak si Nats at Eman na tumatakas mula sa 4 na miyembro ng Phoenix Army. Mapaparusahan na sana ang pag-overextend ng Raiders, but Irad will save the day with a sneaky split push to take game number 1. Isa pang split push play coming from ONIC Philippines kung saan Winions ang tatapos ng laban. 17 minutes into the game at over 9k na ang gold lead ng Sonics. Makakahanap ng butas ang Manana Evos at makakalamang sila sa isang teamfight. Pero ang natitirang members ng ONIC ay magpapahabol para mahinto ang mga Tigre at matatapos ang laro sa kamay ng Minion Waves na hindi na-clear ng Manana. Ang huling split push play ay makukuha ng Orcas laban sa APBR noong Day 2. In the lead ang Echo sa Golden Objectives at sila pa ang makakasecure ng Enhanced Lord. Hindi naman magpapatinag ang Hive at makakakuha sila ng opening para lumaban. Makakakuha sila ng 3 kills at dediretso na sila sa mid lane para tapusin ang laban. Ipubuhos ni JP at Sanji ang lahat ng skills nila para mapigilan ng APBR sa kanilang push attempt. Mabubuhay na ang ibang members ng Echo at mapaparusahan nila ang 3 miyembro ng APBR. 3 down para sa Hive habang ang base nila ay unti-unti nang tinatapos ng Enhanced Lord. Magmamadali si Sanford papunta sa side ng APBR at magbe-base lock na siya para makumpleto ang sweep laban sa APBR. The the #1 spot goes to the Filipino Savage with a play na ginulat ang buong MPL arena. Inumpisahan ni Kelra with a base dive kung saan nakakuha siya ng 3 kills at mapapatumba pa nila ang last inhibitor turret ng Hive. Susubukan ni Feud dumepensa pero papaikot-ikutin lang siya ni Kelra habang naka-tower lock. Tutulong na si Itumax with a hard guard on Kelra at makakakuha pa ulit siya ng 2 kills. Monster kill for Kelra at reverse sweep completed para sa barangay. Ito ang ating standings pagkatapos ng week number 3. Hindi naman humupa ang intensity sa MPL Arena para sa Week 3 matapos ang mga harapan na sagutan sa pagitan ng rivals na si Boss A from ONIC at Banoobs from Minana Evos. Nakaisa pa si Boss A kay Banoobs matapos manalo ang kanyang team laban sa Minana with a clean 2-0 sweep. Mas uminit palalo ang rivalry ng dalawang teams nang mag-flex si Nets sa harap ng Minana Evos matapos manalo ang kanyang koponan. Nakita rin natin si Eradicator sa kanyang serious mode matapos niyang sagutin ang message sa kanya ni Carl TZ.
See you. Nagpapalakas talaga ako.
Natunghayan din natin ang tapatan ni Ryzen at Kelra sa laban ng ONIC at Smart Omega. Bago pa nagsimula ang laban ay maraming may init na salita na ang nabitawan sa pagitan ni Ryzen at ni Kelra. The barangay drew first blood after winning a perfect Game 1 sa debut ni Kelra as a jungler. Pinatunayan naman ni Ryzen na isa siyang Class S na halimaw matapos nilang talunin ang Smart Omega for 2 straight games to complete the reverse sweep. And with that, welcome to the second half of MPL Philippines Season 12. Mas hihigpit ang labanan para sa playoff spots kaya siguradong mas magiging mainit ang mga laban for Week 4. Don't forget to support your favorite MPL-PH teams by visiting the MPL Arena here at Shooting Gallery Studios, Makati. Sama-sama nating abangan ngayong araw ang mga susunod na kaganapan sa Round 2 ng ating regular season as we open Week 4 of MPL Philippines Season 12. Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Good day, MPL Arena! And hello to everyone who's tuned in to witness the greatest MLBB players in action. I'm Mara Aquino and welcome to MPL Philippines Season 12. Matapos ang mga kapanapanabik na tagpo noong first leg, dadako na tayo sa ating ikalawang bahagi ng ating regular season. Pare-parehong koponan, pare-parehong tapatan, pero maging pare-pareho rin kaya ang resulta? As we witness the rematch of the country's best teams, may hamon ba sa kasalukuyang lagay ng ating mas lakas Pinas? Sabay-sabay nating alamin yan, pero bago ang lahat, let's catch up muna with some of the latest MLBB Community Chika sa ating Smart All Access. Kasama sina Hans, Chantal, and Naisu. Insiders, pasok!
Welcome everyone! Nandito na naman kami ulit ngayon. Kasama si Hans, Chantel. Kasama ko si Hans. Ako si Hans at kasama ko si Chantel at si Naisu para ihatid sa inyo ang Smart All Access. We are now here para sa ating week number 4.
Teka
Chantel?
lang, medyo matagal ko itong kinikigam sa
sige.
sarili ko.
Ano yan?
Pwede nyo din kaming tawagin yung trio namin na Han, Su,
Dito ako.
Tel. Han, Su, Tel.
Okay.
Ay, wait lang, baka pagalitan tayo ni Direk.
Anong score mo doon, Naisu? How do you score that joke?
8.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with the 10.
Fair
10.
enough. Fair enough. Pwede na. Alright, and going back, guys, speaking of which, nandito ko ulit, Chantel. So, alam mo yun, nothing normal. But,
Wow.
Naisu, welcome back. Alright?
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. Yan. I mean, Naisu hasn't been here for week 3, pero I'm sure nakapanood ka naman ng mga matches, right? Because the past week was intense.
I love maganda yung recap. Pero actually, I downloaded the matches and I watched them on the plane. So, it was great. Masaya.
Sarap, no? Sana all nakaka-watch sa plane.
Sa plane.
Sa plane.
Ang tawag doon, plane fight.
Plane pa. Tama!
It's
Tama.
not a flight anymore.
Oh, how would you rate that again?
I give it a 10.
Alright,
10.
giving it a 10. And Also give a 10 rating dito dahil ang gagamitin nating hashtag ay hashtag MPL-PH S12 Round 2. Okay, Chantel, bakit nga ba Round 2? Ba't Round 2?
Well, kung mapapansin nyo, di ba meron tayo, before, sa 4th week siya. Actually, ang mangyayari dito, wait lang, ulit-ulit.
Sige.
Yung round 1 kasi natin, yun yung first round for the teams na magkalaban-laban.
Alright.
So, after nun, meron tayong round 2 kung saan yun na talaga yung pinaka-last chance for them to meet each other and to gang up on those points.
Okay,
Wow.
so they're gonna be meeting each other once again this time around. So, magsisimula na naman yata tayo sa schedule natin mula ng week 1 and this is gonna be pretty exciting. And speaking of exciting, meron yatang hinanda para sa ating lahat na, should you say brain fart or brain teaser or something like that? Kasi kailangan nating mag-decode ng emojis. Okay, I think that's the moment right now na kailangan nating pagtuunan ng pansin kasi yun talaga yun mismo. I don't know if it's already presented to us right now, pero ikaw ba, Nai? So do you use emojis? What's the favorite emoji you use?
I use the yung smiley face lang kasi I'm a little older. I'm not really adverse in the emojis, right? Pero I'll try my best.
All right.
Ito.
Okay. Wait. Let's check. Oh, over there.
Here we go.
Over there, sa likod.
Okay.
So, ang
Parang
matchup-
hirap.
Oo, hindi naman pala natin kailangan mag-decode. So, ganito lang. Si Kelra, parang galit siya, pero G daw. Yung Black naman, ang binanggit sa kanya, yan yung round 1 in emojis na parang, ay, sweep naman namin kayo. Tapos sabi ni Oheb, quiet ka na lang.
Okay. Okay, nasa left side yung pinaka-series na yun, yung emoji niya.
Series, oo.
Paano dito sa... Okay, so nung Blacklist versus ONIC naman, sabi ni Sensui, sa dating niyang team, what time is it? Tama ba?
Sige. Tama. Tama naman. Tama naman.
Closer lang, closer.
Tapos, anong banggit ng ONIC?
Naglinis ulit sila.
Naglinis
Walis
ulit
yan
sila.
eh.
And in
Walis.
the end,
It doesn't even matter.
Tama. Pwede. Sige, nice. So, bibigay ko na sa iyo yung Echo versus RSG. Ano sa tingin mong nangyayari dyan?
Sige, si Carl TZ, he signed happy face heart. Ano yung ibig sabihin
I
niya?
think that means, friendship trial card is now activated.
Sabi niya, sorry na, bati na tayo.
Sorry na, bati na tayo.
Love.
Kahit ayaw mo sa akin, best friend kita. Yun yung
Tapos,
sabi ni Carl.
Ano sabi ni Irad?
Sabi ni Irad,
Thumbs up
like
daw.
zone.
Ay, na-like
Okay.
zone.
Okay.
Okay lang.
Okay lang.
Carl
Pag na-like
TZ,
zone ka, ano usually ang nararamdaman mo?
tapos, galit na. Carl TZ.
Galit na. Sabi ni Carl
Flexing.
TZ noon, na ito ay sagot niya Ayaw mo pala sa akin, di wag na lang tayo tropa. Yung sinabi niya nun.
Tama.
Yung sinabi niya nun.
Tsaka parang may flex. Anong ulit yung sinabi ni Carl TZ nun?
Ano ba yun?
Flexing on him.
Flex.
Ano sabihin niya?
Ano?
Yung palakas ka muna.
Tama. Ba't kasi kami... Pwede mo na sabi. Pero tama. Sabi ni Carl doon, palakas ka muna. Palakas ka na
Expert si
muna.
Chantel.
Sabi niya. Balik naman tayo dito sa ONIC versus OMG.
Ito gigil na tatlo na paulit-ulit eh.
Si Ryzen, kada interview kasi sa kanya, sabi niya, gusto niya daw durugin yung Omega.
Oh.
As in, yun lang lagi. Tapos, sabi ni Kelra, hindi ko alam bakit pusa.
Oo nga. Hindi kasi pag pusa...
1-1?
1-1.
1-1.
Ang sagot niya doon, 1-1. Or pusa.
Ata si Cram, pinagsusuntok yung base.
Si Harith. Pusa si Harith. Hindi ko sure kung...
Oo, yata
Pero para may ears siya, right?
Oo. Ay, eto mahaba. Ano to? ONIC versus Minana.
May minions.
Ang daming nangyayari. Pati yung minions, nakichat na.
Oo, sabi niya. Teka lang, tagal ng laban.
Tagal na laban.
It's our time to shine.
Yan. Sabi ng ONIC, walis. Sabi ni Nets, nakita mo ba yun? Yung nandyan siya sa harap, nag-flex siya dyan na iso. Yun yung story ng laban na yan. Si Boy at AR, hindi ko nga maalala kung ba't siya naka-sad face kasi nakasmile siya kay Nets nung mga oras na yun Pero siguro, nakasmile siya outside, pero deep inside, baka na-hurt siya. And then, si Boss A, hindi ko rin alam kung bakit, question mark, tapos si Banobs, dilit na lang
Tahimik
daw
lang.
mag-talk.
Tahimik
Wag na
lang
lang daw
siya.
mag-talk. Yun na yun. Yun na yun.
This is all I'm gonna say. I don't use enough emojis in my text because
Oo, ngayon sa akin kasi
I get right to the point. Diretso ako.
Smiley lang. Yun na yun. Di ba? Pero at least that was like a creative recap on what happened in terms of round 1. This time, since papunta na ang MPL Philippines sa round 2, meron namang ibang regions all across maybe Southeast Asia or even the world na nasa playoff or determined na yung kanilang playoff bracket. So let's take a look at some of the brackets from MPL Indonesia and MPL Malaysia dahil they're gonna be starting their brackets in just a bit. So, this is Malaysia right now and something that's very familiar to me is RSG Malaysia and Team SMG. Dahil mind you guys, parehas yan, merong dalawang Filipino import.
Oo nga pala, kanina pinag-uusapan natin sila Demon Kite, sila Miko, and actually ang dami din talaga for MPL Malaysia. And for the upper bracket, I kind of feel like baka ito din yung most likely aabangan until Grand Finals.
Saka parang ano no, lahat sila like 8 teams. Dito kasi sa atin, 6, di ba? Yung makakapasok talaga ng playoff. So magharap muna yung 5, 6, 7, 8, tapos harap sila sa 3, 4, and then tsaka magsisimula yung dalawang lives in when they reach RSG and Team SMG.
You know, I'm rooting ever since pasok ako sa MPL Season 8. Fan ako kay Demon Kite. So I'm gonna be keeping my eye on that. Now for Indonesia. I think this is also a exciting playoffs, and we've already seen a lot of talk about this, right? And daming clips already about what they think is going to happen here. Pero syempre, a lot of eyes will be on ONIC, Esports, and RRQ again. And how can that happen? You know, how does that resolve?
It's gonna be exciting kasi Geek Fam, of course, versus Dewa. You have BTR versus Rebellion. And umabot nga sa point na yung mga huling matches parang doon madedetermine kung saan yung seeding eh.
Yung parang nakakakaba na lahat ng laban. Tsaka ang kinagandahan dito, there are teams na hindi natin usually nakikita. Like for example, yung sa Geek Fam, talagang very consistent na sila recently and up until now, ang ganda nung naging run nila.
Yeah. Shout out to Baloy and shout out to the Geeks and of course all our Filipino imports. We hope that you'll be successful and hopefully makita natin sila dito mismo sa Pilipinas para sa darating na M5. And speaking of which, meron din tayong mga bagong dating dito mismo sa MPL Philippines because if you guys, or in case you missed it, meron tayong dalawang players na inangat from MDL going up to MPL Philippines. At yan ay ang dalawang players na si TNC AJ and si Blacklist Dom. Or should we call him Dominic at this point, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of people know him as Dominic, Dom, whatever you want to call him. I think this is good though, especially for TNC. Because let's be honest, after the first phase, right, the first for 3 weeks, TNC, they need it, right? They need some adjustments here, and this is what they're going for.
And actually nga, abangan din natin, na lalo na sa dalawang mga players natin, is that since galing nga sila ng MDL, yung rivalry or somehow kung paano sila naglaban sa MDL, madadala ba nila yon if TNC versus Blacklist na?
And this is pretty interesting kasi Rindo is also going up para sa Blacklist International and this is very nice kasi kung tutuusin, from 8 players, di ba, nalagay na sila in like 10 players. So they now have Team 1 and Team 2 which makes it a little bit more flexible para sa kanilang composition kung may gusto silang isa lang na panibagong lineup or they want to go for other ideas. So this actually makes it super interesting. Kaya hindi na ako makapaghintay sa mga susunod na matches. Any final thoughts, guys, sa mga magaganap na laban today?
Yung sa mga laban today, parang excited na ako pero at the same time, parang prepared na ako na nakakagulat yung mga magiging outcome. How about you?
I'm ready for you on the English desk later.
Oo nga pala,
by
happy
the
at the
way.
English desk.
All right,
See you
But
there.
yeah, other than that, again, I think this is very exciting because now we're in the second half of our regular season, and it's kind of crazy to think na ito yung second half ng regular season. We only have, 3 weeks left. So for some of these teams, it's do or die.
Every win matters at this point. Echo, Blacklist, ONIC Philippines, and RSG Philippines. And it's APBR versus TNC Pro Team. It's like a deja vu moment of week number 1, pero not really kasi meron ng results from before. And I'm gonna be super excited on what's about to happen. Yung makikita natin si Chantal sa English desk. New players are coming up. Naisu probably going to Filipino, but that's not likely to happen.
It's
Maybe
time, it's
soon.
time, it's time.
Maybe soon.
May
diba?
suman na eh.
Oh, may suman na. Shoutout sa outfit ni
Imagine.
Mara kanina. Looking pretty sleek. And ngayon, it's time para ipasa na natin to sa ating mga casters.
The saga continues as two of the most decorated teams will once again collide, albeit with a surprise this time. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to be your casters. My name is Umi Ignacio Leo.
And I guess I'm Renmar Santa Cruz.
That's his real name. And this is the first series of week number 4. It's Blacklist versus Echo once again. But before we head on to our match discussion, let's first give a shout out to our official telco partner, Smart.
Smart is the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwide coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Coverage Q1, Q2 2023.
You can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more.
With Smart's Power 99, you have the power to do what you want. With 8 gigabytes for all sites and apps, you can power your play or watch, share, stream, everything.
You also get a free Giga Arena ticket that you can unleash the gamer in you. This also comes with Unli TikTok and Unli Text to all networks. And imagine all the power for 7 days for just 99 pesos. Load now.
And this is something that we've all been waiting for. Round 2 of Blacklist versus Echo. But this time around, it's, as we've seen earlier, I think in the loading screens, it's a very different Blacklist. But will Blacklist surprises be enough to stop Echo's win streak, with a surprise being a 5-man roster of a different team?
Just a switch up, straight up. A lot of us were wondering when, how, where. Why would Blacklist International do this? Especially they came into Season 12 with a 9-man roster after having the necessary switch-ups from MDL. Blacklist Academy coming in to the rescue. I don't know, do they need rescuing? That's the question.
It didn't seem like it. This feels like a trial by fire, man.
It does feel like a trial by fire,
Trial by
Remo.
Orca.
And it's one of the hardest matches as well. Again, I think the first time that Echo and Blacklist met, Blacklist did lose.
Yep.
So if ever the second team of Blacklist, or the Blacklist that we're seeing tonight, will be taking one match out of Echo, that's going to be a big thing for the organization. And I just got to say, Blacklist International, the first iteration that we did see in the first half, they did well. They're third in the regular season standings right now.
It's chef's kiss. In my own personal power rankings, I put them second, given their consistency, given what they're capable of.
Yeah.
And again, I've never seen them shine as bright in a while. So again, I would even dare say, pound for pound, roll per roll, some of the best.
Yeah, and I think Oheb here has something to say about it. Renmar, when you heard this quote last week, what did you feel?
I was thinking, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 pieces getting swapped out, 1 or 2 players deciding to sit out, and someone saying, yeah, I want to go up against Echo today. No, it looks like it's going to be a whole shakeup if the loading screen graphic that we saw earlier is accurate. Maybe a few hero adjustments. Maybe they'll try something spicy. Maybe they'll bring back Aldous, something like that. YSS, those kinds of heroes. That's what I thought they were thinking of. Not a full-on shakeup. Oheb, man, he got us in the first half, not gonna lie.
He did. And a lot of promises, too. Remember Oheb saying that he wants to bring back Season 8 Oheb, but in our response, maybe not everything that he did in Season 8.
Not all of the
Not all the
SH
parts.
Oheb.
Not all the parts in it.
Yeah.
If you know, you know. If you remember, you remember.
Yeah. If not, then don't look it up. They did well. They won.
They did well.
They won Season 8. Let's just
They
put it at
won
that.
Season 8.
They won
you know?
Season 8.
And I feel like it's unanimous. There's a lot of talk within the community saying that they really strongly feel that Oheb is back.
Yes. That's
right.
Confidently so. And I agree with the community. Oheb is back.
And statistics-wise, he does beat the very best goal laners in the league right now.
That's what I'm saying. And he's not just back, bro. He's here. All right? Kel1 is in the building, and that still doesn't answer anything, right? I think I want to hold my horses, hold your horses too, with the whole switch up, because we don't know.
Yeah.
we
We
don't
saw
know.
the switch ups, we saw the transfers, but we don't know.
And now we're going to know what happened last time the Blacklist and Echo met. Let's look at our match history here. Looking at the picks and the stats here. Renmar, what can you say about it?
Oh, well, Carl Cleese was on fire. He started off the season and this series with a back-to-back double kill as a Martis. It wasn't a Maniac, it was a double kill. A minute or so passed, and then another double kill. And then after that, they brought out a Joy Jungle for Carl TZ, and the first time we saw a Bruno this season, the second time we saw Bruno this season, and a harsh reminder to everyone in the league that, man, Bruno is popping off right now, and Echo made this 2-0 look relatively easy. It wasn't the blacklist yet that we got to see of them popping off, Ren J in the zone, and the blacklist that teams right now fear.
Yeah, and this is something. Wait a minute. Is Tic Tac asleep?
No. Take that's away. He just looks like that. He just lets you think he's sleeping.
Because he's living the dream.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Living the dream.
I told you that joke off the air, dude. Come on.
Yeah, but at least now we know that was a Leo joke.
That was a Leo joke. I was messing with my guy.
Let it be known.
Let it be known that I stole that joke.
Let the record show.
Let the
That's the note. Looking at Blacklist Draft then, it's not the meta right now. We haven't seen Kadira in a while.
Yeah.
Right?
You know, there's a lot of healers right now with the Flash of the Oasis, and it's a patch that really shook up the standings the moment that it came in. Angela mid, who would have thought Rebo was a patch earlier when he entered with the Angela
Ahead of
mid.
the game. The GOAT is ahead of the game.
The God is ahead of the game, you know? Too avant-garde for his own good.
Yeah, they were thinking ahead.
Oh, man. And right now, though, the important question is, what will Blacks be surprised? And I think it's still going to be, which one of these?
Okay.
Pizza Party is an option. I think it's good. New heroes or new set of players.
I would only answer D if we're invited.
True.
Yeah.
You know what? A pizza party with the players always sounds great.
Yeah, I'm allergic to pineapples though, so
No Hawaiian.
yeah, Monina, whoever is organizing this back-end wise for Blacklist,
Fun fact
What's the fun fact?
that he's allergic to pineapples.
Well,
not so fun, but it's a fact.
Yeah.
it is a fact. But, you know, it's not so fun when you're allergic to a very good fruit.
It's a tropical fruit.
It's a
There's
tropical
a lot of
fruit.
pineapples in the Philippines.
What happens if I spray pineapple juice on you right now?
Anabolic shock.
All right? Are you ready?
All right, question. Why do you have pineapple juice spray?
I'm not sure. But, you know, what's sure is we're going to see a surprise from Blacklist International in this series because hopefully these kids are going to be ready to fight off the world champions. It's not an easy task.
Yep. Lads, it's Echo. And they're undefeated.
Yeah.
What else can we say?
I guess the coaches really just said, players, maybe it's time for you to try and beat the world champs. But let's go to our insider to see what's up with the teams.
The player lounge dito sa side ng M4 World Champions, none other than Echo. At kasama ko ngayon, walang iba kundi ang one half ng Tagaturo Brothers. Shoutout kay Manzin, si Coach Tigta. Coach, kamusta? Dami mo yatang ganap ngayon, parang nakakarami ka na sa amin today. Hindi naman. Okay. Pero ngayon, I do have a couple of questions for you kasi sobrang dami talagang nag-expect you're in a 7-0 record ngayon. So, how do you keep your dominance and how do you keep the streak alive? Kasi you're in a 7-game win streak now at yung kaharap nyo, Blacklist International, ang may hawak ng pinakamaraming sunod-sunod na panalo in terms of series at 11. Is that part of a milestone na gusto nyong i-hit sa inyong checklist or do you guys have other things in mind?
Actually, yung record na win streak na 11 ng Blacklist, hindi naman kasi namin iniisip yun eh. Ang basta sa amin lang is 1 game at patay na kami. So ngayon nagulat na kami na 7-0 na kami.
There we have it. Diba? 1 game at a time, and it's always that one moment na nagkakaroon sila ng series win. And speaking of which, I think si Sanford nga yata yung nagsabi nun eh, na parang during the interview with Mara Aquino, na nabanggit niya na parang minsan daw naiisahan daw talaga kayo. Diba? Na nagkakaroon ng moment na ay nakakaisang game sila sa amin, but at least we win the whole series. This time, makakalaban nyo ulit lahat ng mga teams natin for the second time. So, how is things gonna be different ngayon na you're quite familiar with the strategies na meron yung ibang mga teams?
Siguro ngayon, tingin ko, gadgets kami na sa meta ngayon na mas maaga. So, hintayin na lang natin yung mga lalabas pa rin namin.
Alright, so there's gonna be so many other surprises na kailangan nating abangan mula sa side ng Echo. And of course, one more final question. Kasi I'm sure na nakita mo kanina yung statement na dala ni Oheb from a while ago na marami daw silang pasabog na ibibigay. So, Coach, in terms of your lineup ba para sa side ng Echo, will we expect more surprises? May pasabog ba kami na makikita sa side ng Orcas?
Abangan na lang natin, guys.
Well, Safe answer. But I guess it's gonna be super surprising. Any message para sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa inyo before this match starts?
Thank you lahat sa mga sumusuporta sa Echo. Abangan nyo lagi ng mga laban natin. Thank you.
Alright, it's gonna be Echo versus Blacklist International. It's gonna be round 2, gaya ng ating hashtag. So don't go away dahil ito na. Magsisimula na ang laban as I throw it back sa ating casters.
Thank you so much, Hans, for that insider access. And wow, Coach Tic Tac really sped up that thank you. And I think he's quite excited to start this match. And he did mention that they too have surprises. I don't know, man. I think every team has a surprise, but I wonder what Echo could show, because I feel like they've shown everything for the last year or so.
Right.
Yeah.
The playmaker is in the building. You saw him throwing up the bird. I don't know what that means.
True.
But he might play. I miss Yaoi. Can I just say, I miss Yaoi.
I miss Yaoi too.
I mean, they can substitute in between Game 1 and Game 2, or between Game 2 and Game 3 if ever we reach that far. So maybe that's why it means like finally he's going to fly high and play.
Hopefully, man.
I'm manifesting Yaoi right now.
I'm manifesting it too. And honestly, now that I think of it, Yaoi is quite ready to play. He's been very vocal about it. He's been always telling that he misses playing. And now we could see Echo about to load up. Oh no, the camera guy is
they
trying
didn't
to...
show who the role
And like, let's just see, man, because this is going to be a different Blacklist too.
That's all 10.
all 10.
They still cut it.
We still don't know. We still don't know.
Man.
I mean, oh wait, no. We see Sensui. He doesn't look like he's walking out.
No.
Yeah,
Is it
yeah.
good?
Oh,
Okay, no,
all right,
okay.
all right.
Okay, we're all too excited. We're all looking forward to seeing like what the lineups will be here, the shakeups, the surprises.
It's the first series of the second half. You know, this is
Build up.
make or break for a lot of teams right now, especially for people who are struggling, like TNC, who brought up a player from their MDL roster, and Minana Evos, who I do think is still struggling. So there are a lot of teams right now banking on this second half, but definitely Echo and Blacklist, not really one of them, considering that this is the first and third teams in the regular standing.
All right, truth be told, as we wait for the entrance, right, I gotta say, when TNC and Minana Evos say they're mixing it up, then they need that. But
They
these two
have
teams
to.
right now, Blacklist International and Echo,
They're
this is
trying.
this is a bonus. This is
Yeah, it's like it's an expansion of options. It's exactly that. It's garnish.
It's garnish,
It's
you know?
garnish.
They're trying out new things, maybe preparing themselves for the playoffs too, having some extra here and there, and maybe it will be something that they could use towards the playoffs. But let's welcome our players as they enter Series number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second round of our regular season. With a 7-0 record, they remain the only undefeated team in the league. They are the champions of the Philippines and the reigning champions of the world, Echo! And their opponents, a team that has surprised us all with a deadly revamped code. This mainly debuting roster look to avenge the sweep loss against their rivals earlier this season. Truly top tier. It's Blacklist International! And their coaches, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Bonchan. MPL Arena, make some noise for our first series of the day!
once again face off each other in the first series of week number 4. And first up, we have Echo, who's still running the JP variant.
Ain't no yaoi today, but why fix what's now broken? Why change it when it works perfectly well? I love JP's dynamics with this squad, and it feels like he belongs in the main 5 anyways. I feel like he's got one more in him. I feel like he might win another championship.
Who knows?
Who knows?
And this is something that we have been waiting for. Echo already showing up with, I think, their dominant performances, considering that we've already expected this, but we didn't expect it with JP. He did win the MDL MVP, and now he's proving to be one of the more valuable players of MPL as well. Next up is Blacklist International, their debut game, this 5-man roster who have made waves in the MDL.
Yeah, now I'm wondering what's going through Blacklist International's mind. And this looks like a Bonchan ran squad.
Yeah.
All of them debuting, although a lot of us are very familiar with Owl's game, with US game. If you follow the MDL of Blacklist International and of course the SEA Games run of Blacklist, you know how Dominic plays. Rindo and Kimpoy, for us, still 2 names that we're looking forward to seeing play. Know more about Blacklist. What is going through your mind that you said you're debuting today and you're debuting against Echo?
Let's look at the team head-to-head. Looking at the stats, the Blacklist stats, this is a very different roster that we're analyzing. If their playstyle is quite similar, let's just say that they scrim against each other. Looking at the tendencies and looking at the stats here with the team head-to-head, what can you see here, Renmar?
Well, I mean, all I see is a bunch of black for Blacklist because we don't know their most picked heroes, but I wouldn't be surprised if the slight variation here is maybe Blacklist International and how Rindo plays maybe leans more towards the assassin side.
Ooh.
More aggressive options. We've heard Kimpoy likes playing those roamers that want to go for the setup. So if ever they're gonna lean towards the, play a little bit more like the Blacklist we've seen and want a little bit of heal if he's not that comfortable with Matildas and stuff like that, Minotaur's always there at the table, available for them. So if I'm Echo here, I'm looking at this and still approaching this as, hey, we gotta play our game, what we've been good at, what we've mentioned to be very coordinated cross-map movements. That's how deadly Echo has been all throughout the season. Just bring that to the table and don't overthink it. Because if they try to overthink this, they might get surprised here by Blacklist.
Yeah, and looking at what happened in last time that they met, a 2-0, a dominant win coming in from Echo. Blacklist definitely wants to at least score 1 against Echo in the regular season just to even out the score quite a bit. And do you think that this shakeup from Blacklist International could actually do it, Leo?
Maybe, but they have to play very differently. I was almost used to just doing sign language, but yes!
Who knows? But now let's see the keys to victory with our analyst, Renmar.
These are the keys to victory, and it's brought to us by Infinix. Infinix Note Series ultra-fast gameplay. Expect the unexpected. You see the unexpected, but how are people expecting you to respond to it? Because when you went up against RSG Echo, you were taken aback. You were surprised. You played your draft that we call the mess around and find out draft that's a little bit too aggressive for our taste, not enough protection in the jungle, and you were surprised, and you suffered the fastest loss of the season, but then you bounced back when you started drafting a little bit more towards up to speed with how you've drafted all throughout the season. So that's why I mentioned earlier what I mentioned for Echo. You can't mess around here. They brought in this lineup today for a reason, and it really looks like this reason is to throw off your game, to surprise you, to show you the unexpected. You just have to respond to it in a way that is expected of you. Just play your game, play it smart. Take the Orcas by surprise, be aggressive. If this is a more aggressive, fast-paced Blacklist International, although the more you think about it, they've already shown shades of that with how Renegade has played a wide pool of heroes. Just continue that, but then give it your own little flavor. Let the young blood shine. Don't go back against Echo. Now you have to watch out for the mid laners rotation if you're both teams here. We've talked about it multiple times. For Blacklist International, there's a lot of comfort in the mid. And then for Echo, well, the rotations of Sanji this season has been fantastic. Those are your keys to victory, gentlemen.
Oh man, it's really going to be a hard match or a tough battle for Blacklist International this time around. They are fighting against the world champions. You could see whatever you like, but when you look at it, it's still a David versus Goliath matchup.
Yeah.
It's a tough challenge for, I think, Kimpoy and Rindo especially, first time against these world champions.
Not just against the world champions. I believe it's their first time on an MPL Philippines stage.
Ooh.
So you can imagine the tension, you can imagine the pressure on these young gentlemen's shoulders, on these athletes' minds, thinking about what it might be like to face off against world champions. I mean, what's the worst that could happen, right?
I mean, lose?
What's the worst that could happen?
At least you get something, you get a learning experience if
Yeah.
ever you do. And if you win, I mean, what's to lose?
Yeah.
If you think about it, what's to lose for Blacklist International?
And that's the closest that Blacklist can get given the sweep that Echo gave to them in the opener of this season. But also consider this, right? Also consider this.
What?
If Blacklist wants to win against Echo, the reason why they're bringing in this new roster is because they want to switch it up. Echo is very good at preparing against opponents. Echo is very good at reading their opponents. Here is an X factor, a wild element in the formula that none of us even know how it works.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Coach Tic Tac, it's like Batman with prep time.
Yeah, and we've talked about the roster here. We have to talk about Coach Bonchan. Very familiar with how Trevor and Tic Tac like to draft, but Trevor and Tic Tac are not familiar with how this version of Blacklist like to draft. So that's a great point that you brought up there. And I can't believe, and it's very surprising to hear, again, it just shows the development of these two young players in Yue and Al, that because of their experience, they have to be the louder voices in this squad right now. They have to be the leaders of the squad.
Yeah. And that role isn't easy to fill. Honestly, I do think that Haji did spend 2-3 seasons making sure that he could fill in the voice of the Queen as the captain. And, that's a hard and tough job. And yeah, that is not Dominic. That will be Dominic, not Haji. You know, we're just waiting for the proper picture to pop up.
It's all the times Haji has played Valentina. He's really great with the IMUs. By the way, I think Echo also are respecting the possibility of Rindo's Assassins. They take out the Lancelot in the first phase against Blacklist, and they steal away a Matilda.
That's one of the best supports right now in the current meta. With the Flash of the Oasis, turns a lot of aggressive plays into doable ones, and you know, it makes the impossible quite possible.
Matilda does everything in the current metagame. She can be aggressive, she can be defensive, and is sitting currently ever since week 3 at 100% attendance in any given draft.
Yeah, she's always there.
And the thing is, with her new ultimate, Circling Eagle V2 is insanely good. You could use it as an escape tool and an engage tool at the same time. And now you're going to see a Valentina, and then it's a Blacklist International paired up with a Martis, one of the more popular junglers as of late.
By the way, the trivia. Blacklist holds the longest match-winning streak record in MPL-PH with 11 consecutive wins in MPL-PH.
Oh, I remember this.
Yeah, Echo are gunning for that right now. But they said they're just taking it one game at a time.
Yeah.
Martis here, other than the fact that this looks like them trying to get something great and aggressive for Rindo. We know how aggressive Martis can be. It's also like, we remembered what this Martis did to us in the first series, in the first round. Let's not give it to Carl.
Yeah, and it's not something that they'd like to see in the hands of the two-time world champion Carl TZ. But because they're going to get a Kadita that might be a mid-lane Kadita, considering that they already have this Mathilda pickup.
This is the first we've seen Kadita in a while.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a week of minimal to no Kaditas.
Yeah, we've seen Lilia more often recently.
Yeah.
We've seen Angela Mid more recently, so interesting. What is Coach Tic and Treb thinking here?
Well, I like the Kadita, especially if you're up against a young debuting squad. We've always talked about Kadita in such a way where she's one of the most punishing heroes if you're not properly tracking skills in team fights.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a test for Blacklist International to properly watch out for their skills, for the knockups, and of course the burst of this Kadita, not just in team fighting, but how well are they going to rotate around the map that they're not going to accidentally walk into the waterfall of Sanji.
And the thing about this Mathilda Kadita combo, it's not even a real combo where they try to land their skills consecutively. The Mathilda just offers so much utility, as you can see in the draft index as well, that it gives this Kadita a way out, even if you expend all of your skills. Which is honestly an insane way to snowball further if you do get those early kills.
Yeah, hopefully Echo don't lean too much into the snowball idea. They're gonna need to balance it out a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up with a marksman. If they go something like a Harith Gold route, a little bit too greedy for my taste, they're gonna need to pair it up with more sustained damage.
Yeah, and sustained damage is something that we love to see in the late game. If you see a lot of burst, a lot of let's say mages that could burst down marksmen. We have seen that all around as of late, but looking at the bans, Barrett's taken away. First time that the Barrett's got banned too.
Yep, that's 3 bans for Carl Tizzi. And pending. They might even take 1 more away in this last ban for the second phase. Echo here takes out the Claude. I'm assuming they might even take out the Iritel just to give Owl a little less breathing room.
Oh yeah. The Irithel is surprisingly good with the Angela. You know what? I'm sugarcoating it a bit. The Irithel is a god with an Angela, and we've seen it happen last week. We're not gonna see it happen because the Angela is banned right now. They do take away the Iksha though, getting quite popular as of the recent patch.
By the way, the Brody is still available here for Blacklist International, and that was one of the most top-picked heroes for Owl in the Goldie. Actually, not just for Owl, for the entirety of Blacklist, and they take away the Diggy.
They want to go Echo Express. I can smell it. They want to end quick. They just want to lean hard, pedal to the metal.
Yeah.
Let's see.
They're leaning on this this Kadit and this Matilda, just completely like running away with the early game quickly.
That young lady and I need to talk. I want a Renegade little face.
A Kimpoy special. Looks like Bruno will be the pickup here for Blacklist. That's the reason why they took out the Iksha, which is a popular counter pick against a Bruno.
Yeah, it's really difficult for Bruno to even position properly in a team fight, and even just in laning, because there are a lot of Ikshas who even consider using the barrage within lane just to clear fast and just to make it hard for the Bruno to even catch up.
Oh man. Ooh, what is this? The drawings for Aura, I think. Echo, passionate Echo fans all over. Final 2 picks for Echo. They're still looking for a marksman and a possible jungler or XP, considering that this Paquito is still a flex pick.
What's Carl Tizzi gonna play?
Leaning towards the I think I'm gonna even consider the Grok here maybe. But then the wild charge will go to the Valentina.
How about the Akai?
Or the Akai, yeah. Perfect,
You just double down on the ISO. There it is. If I know my boy, I know we're gonna pick Akai.
And then, they get their sustained damage with the carry. So they balance it out. So with the very end this quick snowball first 3 picks, they decided to go for something a little bit more for the balance route, and they ironed it out with the Akai and the carry.
It's all team fight though. They suck at taking care of lanes. It's so hard, especially if you're in the base.
They do have one way to take care of lanes, and it's killing the enemy laner. They're particularly good at that with the Kadita and the Matilda, but it's technically not taking care of your laner. You're just making sure to ruin the day of the other laner, which is still like offense is the best defense. And, you know, with the return of Coach Bonchen, the return of Estes is here.
Of course. It's gotta be, right? Who else to debut Estes in Season 12 than Blacklist International?
It may not be the Queen, but it's still Blacklist, and it's still their Estes. Looking at the draft index right now, look at the ISO, the late game, the burst, team fighting, early to mid. We talked about it. It's not a laning lineup, it's a fighting lineup for Echo.
Right.
Blacklist, they're a fighting lineup, but they're more, will fight together.
Yeah, and looking at the audience predictions, looks like Echo does hold a slight lead over Blacklist International. That's 10%, but you too could predict inside your home. So watch out for the Smart Power prediction. At some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your predictions with hashtag SmartPowersMPL-S12.
One lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll.
Oh man, first game of the first series of week number 4. It's time to see if this Blacklist International iteration could take one Echo down in this game number 1.
Echo, you need to play fast. But then every time you get a kill, you're gonna need to convert it. It can't just be kills for the sake of kills. You need to get a kill, get something from the opposing jungle, break down a tower.
And I guess that's the code to break for Blacklist International right now. JP, quite aware of the damage they might suffer under Dominic here, so they do escape. Still a huge rotation coming in from Blacklist International early on in this game.
Here we go! Sanji knocks up 2. Yue just barely misses by an inch, and Sanford obliges looking for one more. Punches away, misses a little wonder.
Wow, you see there. Oh, by the way, great pickup there from Kim Poi onto the Purify. He's gonna need that. he knows that he cannot get picked off here by this lineup of Echo. Who will gain more gold in this game, Ben Cutie or Al?
Yeah, and I do think that if you already commented your guesses, you could win our redeemable prizes. But right now, Echo, they do. This is still a very slow game. Nothing, no deaths, no conversions so far, but a lot of skills getting expended.
Takes a lot of discipline to play this way, especially with a lineup like this. Look at Echo, man. How much quantum charge you want? Yes.
Yes. 4 quantum charges and 1 lethal ignition. If you could build the Kadita with a quantum charge, they would probably do it too. But that doesn't really fit well with the playstyle.
Yeah, and you see Echo here actually, or Blacklist rather, going with, speaking of playstyle, what playstyle they're known for. It's a 3-man rotation around the mid, around the river area, while you see JP and Carl TZ going around a little bit more together. Sanji, of course, as a Kadita, will be stuck in the mid a little bit more, going around a little bit later than compared to the Blacklist mid laner. First turtle's up.
Yeah, first turtle already started here by Blacklist International. Dominic right in front of 3 people, and Carl TZ in prime location for a steal.
Quick knock-up here, and Dominic still survives. Stolen away heavy spin by Yue, and Carl TZ answers back. Rindo in the middle of all of it. Dominic drawn on first blood, and Rindo falls. 2K for Sanji, and Echo now going to convert into the turtle.
And
2
this is
minutes and a half in!
Man, this is so good for Echo. Sanji already with 2 kills.
Yep.
This is the worst guy to give kills to in the early game.
And that's exactly what we were talking about. When you draft a Kadita against a team that's making their debut, you're testing them. How good are their tracking of their abilities? How well are they going to be able to avoid what the Kadita can bring to the table? And in that scenario, Blacklist couldn't. Sanji showing why he is feared as this Kadita.
And Sanji practically is, there are rumors and whispers all around the community that they're saying Sanji is the best mid laner right now. Is he the best? Well,
those are the whispers. I can hear the
what are the
whispers.
whispers? Sanji's in the prime era. And honestly, I do feel like that he's reaching that point in his career where he's practically one of the best mid laners in the country.
Yeah, no, he's leveraging his mechanics so well. Did you see his emblem build? Homie, put yourself together.
Yep.
So he wants to press Petrify more often than not.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how much Echo are really thinking about their early game here, playing fast. They have a good amount of ruptures as well, but I like that they've also put some firmness on a few heroes because they know that there will be scenarios where an Estes heal will just make the fight a little bit longer, and that little bit of defense is going to come a long way.
Yeah, and looking at the trivias here, coming in from Rindo, he is quite good in securing objectives. MTL, but a 2v1.
Penalty zone used by Dominic defensively, pushing away Sanji and Sanford. Now Sanji still might want to finish the job, and Dominic survives, but just for now.
Yeah, and at down bottom lane, short fight here, already negated by the heal coming in from Kimpoy. Blacklist International trailing by 1.5k here. I do think Echo does have a better turtle fight on the upcoming turtle.
And it's wild to me because Carl TZ still has that turtle shield, man. It's not gone from him, it's just on him constantly.
Max duration.
Yeah.
It means he hasn't taken any damage to have it expire now. Sanford and JP bothering Rindo, making Blacklist International's new jungler actually take too much time.
No!
Who stole it? Rindo still got it, but he spent his retribution!
Yeah, and that means this might just be a free turtle for Echo down bottom lane. And he still dies! Echo!
Off camera! Body Hunter, Sanford, and just like that, Echo are winning top and bottom, coast to coast.
Oh, Carl TZ didn't even need to expand his retribution there, so now they can invade the purple buff. And let's see if Blacklist International will be able to defend this. That was just pure cross-map aggression by Echo. No other way to put it than, lads, it's Echo.
Oh, it's still going. Dominic spends the penalty zone. Sanford able to weave right through, and to no avail. It's a difficult time to be Blacklist.
A warm welcome coming in from Echo, just making sure that their presence is felt. Kadita using his ultimate as well. Rough Waves is now not available, but does send Yui back home.
And Cartesi finds the headbutt. Kimpoy still does have his ult, still has the Purify. Here comes JP, coming in, and Kimpoy still alive, but just barely. And Cartesi finish, and Guiding wins out.
Wow.
great understanding there of the guiding wind of a Matilda. Good news for Blacklist International is that oh wait a minute!
All right, Purify spent over by Owl, and he's fine. If he did not have that little blue-green button, then it's over.
And looking
It's not blue.
towards the late game, I do feel like early to mid is surely going to the hands of Echo if they don't commit a lot of errors here. Do we actually have some sort of late game insurance for Blacklist?
Well, yeah, it's the Bruno, but then how well they can and how long they can hold the formation for just out the free hit is going to be the biggest question, because then the pressure will really just be on Rindo, Dominic, even Yue to disrupt the team fighting there of Echo for just a little bit. Already a Radiant Armor was actually the first built item here for Carl TZ, considering the damage that can be dished out multiple times from an Estes mainly. That's one thing that I've been surprised about, that people have admitted in the past that sometimes the damage of the Estes can actually be quite annoying. That enhanced basic attack after he gets those max stacks.
Yeah, plus the damage coming in from his slow as well. It's
amazing.
actually quite annoying if you
Whoa,
stack it with no way.
Carl TZ! Dear Lord, right in Rindo's face, but this does put Echo in an odd position because they don't have a retribution once Turtle spawns. Right
Sanford!
now, back line, Sanford coming in, Kimpoy pops his ult. Gets on out of here, Sanford survives for now. You're gonna seal away this little camp and start up the Turtle.
Yeah, no Blessing of the Moon Goddess available for Blacklist, and Retribution will be up in 10 seconds, so I do feel like Echo will be safely securing this third turtle of the game.
Now, what we're going to watch out for here is that with any lineup that has an Estes and a good enough marksman as well, a Valentina, even in this scenario with the Martes, it's going to get to a point where suddenly Echo is going to be fighting. We're going to see the same thing we've been seeing for quite some time, but then Blacklist may survive it. They'll heal through it. Suddenly, there's members of Echo running away from Blacklist. They've all tethered up with the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. So that's one thing that Echo's watching out for. But as long as they keep this pace, as long as they keep taking resources and getting kills, it's not going to get to the point Echo's going to be delaying that timer for Blacklist.
And the counterpunch coming in from this type of composition is something that we're waiting for. And now it's Ube time here, down bottom lane. JP with the ultimate, but they're getting poked down. And I do think that's a win for Echo still, because top lane is destroyed.
No doubt. That's what I was about to say, man. We haven't really even seen Benny Cutie be part of this whole equation 8 minutes into the match. He hasn't really joined any team fights in a major way, and this is how he's becoming an impactful member of Echo. Sanji, come on. Sanji, you don't do that. Oh, that's how far ahead Echo is, by the way.
Sanji's just saying hello.
Just sits in a bush and says, "Hi, Dominic, how are you?"
Say hello to my it's the little friend. No, man, that's a bad.
That was great. No. You know what? Gotta build yourself up, man. That was great.
No.
It was a great movie.
I didn't even watch it. That's why I couldn't pull it off, dude.
Do you know the title of the movie?
No, I'm sorry. But
Versace's
not sorry!
Dear Lord, Kim Boy spent all and everything. Didn't even get to use his ult. Now here comes Carl Easy with a heavy spin, isolating Dominic, and he gets in the flicker. Body Smith able to keep him alive, but for so long. Penalty zone right into his death. Sanji serves him up, and all members of Echo still alive. Carl Easy barely holding on, but the tier 1 in mid stands.
That at least that's a good defense coming in from Blacklist, but it did suffer major losses from their hero pool, and now JP's just faking it. You know, that's the power of the new Matilda.
Oh, Sanji. There goes the TPs, and yeah, as you mentioned, that's how far ahead Echo are. And I just want to say, Sanford's been a monster on this Paquito this entire game. He's making the most out of every combo. It's damaging, it's clearing waves, and most importantly, it's throwing Blacklist off their game with all the controls.
Easy Lord here for Echo, because again, Blacklist can't really rotate. Blacklist can't even leave half of their jungle. They can even cross over. And it's been since last week that Sanford's been playing Paquito, man. This is his new favorite hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Sanford or the Sanford Paquito or the Yuzhong. There are a lot of XP laners right now right into the wheelhouse of the hero pool of Sanford, historically speaking.
Gentlemen, you see that? Right in Rindo's face. Grand Theft Purple, and Rindo spent his retribution.
All I can say right now is what Zuko told Sako, and Sako was telling him the story of Yue. That's rough, buddy. Echo, at this point, they just have to keep this up. They cannot slip, they cannot overdive, they cannot overcommit.
Is that from Adventure Time?
Not sure, maybe.
It's Avatar time.
Oh, Avatar time. Yeah. I remember that. It comes after Ben
thinks.
Ben thinks. Yeah, Ben thinks. Ben thinks.
Oh, wow. Echo just coming in with impunity. Not a single ball. In comes Carl Deasy, heavy spin on heavy spin. Yue obliges pushing them out. I think he won that Beyblade match.
Yeah.
And right now, JP looking for one, spent his Circling Eagle already. All ult spent by Echo, and Blacklist stand tall, at least for now, defending their base. Inhibitor still standing, and now top lane Inhibitor up on the docket. Can they get it down? One more! They don't get it!
They don't get it. That was a successful defense coming in from Blacklist, and they were able to poke down Echo for quite a bit. But then again, this is turning to quite the gold lead on the side of the Orcas. A 9K gold lead 11 minutes in is not a joke, and Blacklist International has a very, very deep hole to dig out of to.
Yep, it's massive. It's huge. Looking at the items of the marksman, already up to the Windtalker is the Bruno, but you see Benny Cutie, he's already trying to build up to his final item there. So that just tells the entire story of the game. The good news here for Blacklist, though, is that they have a great lineup for holding. You see that Yue is actually using the heavy spin defensively to stop any attempts, but with that tower just a tickle away, JP just said, yeah, I'm taking this down.
He decided to breathe on it.
Yeah.
Just breathes on it, and Mathilda, ladies and gentlemen, one of the best supports.
The best.
The best.
Literally the best.
I'm sorry.
Roamer right now.
She is the best, man.
No way. Like, we already live in this meta where the Mathilda just overpowers and just is the queen of utility and aggression right now.
Fair to say we haven't seen her for, what, 6 to 9 months?
Yeah.
In any significant way. So this is a long time coming. So Moonton really did some work. Echoes, Sanford here going to be stealing away the orange. Serve it up to Carl Deasy, will ya? And what's next here? I think they're just biding their time for the next Lord here.
Definitely. And this is going to be a Luminous Lord. And if Echo will be able to secure this one, they could potentially end the game. But Blacklist International, I don't even think they have the firepower to contest this. Like, they have a sustained lineup. They could try to just live around the corner, but that's too risky.
I concur. If anything, the damage has to safely come from Owl. And then Yue, forget about it. He has to be in mid-range. And at mid-range, against Echo at this point, when they're up 12K, dear Lord, 13K.
Oh
Quick Lord take, by the way. Forget about it. He's going to die.
On average, that's 1,000 gold a minute.
How do you even do that?
Because it's 13 minutes. It's like 13K. Oh, you meant...
Yeah,
oh,
the
okay.
13K Goldie. We can't even do that in our ranked games, and Echo's doing it in pro.
Yeah, when I see it in ranked, I'm the victim of it.
Dear Lord, look
I
at
feel
this.
for you.
See, look at how ahead Echo is. They're able to weave in and out, even underneath inhibitors. And we could have seen a better orchestrated push. The waves could have come in, but this is to the benefit of Blacklist, as they'll make quick work of the Lord. Still inside their base.
Yeah.
Nothing to crash onto. Blacklist doing fine.
And they still have 2 waves of Mega Minions in the mid and bot. Top lane about to come in, but JP goes in with a Circling Eagle.
Jukes into the back, tries to find Owl. Kicked right out of the base. And just like that, Blacklist says, you shall not pass.
And they're still trying to defend. Bot lane this time, they only take down 1 inhibitor turret. I gotta say, that's quite impressive against a 13K gold lead.
Right?
It is incredibly impressive. And we're also seeing here the genius of Bonchan, admittedly. Because now, we said it earlier, and we're still seeing it, this lineup of Blacklist International can hold so well. Because you have a Kadita, this is one of the most difficult things about having a Kadita going up against a lineup like this. It's so risky to even try to end the game with your combo. Considering that your main targets here both have Purifies, at this point, Sanji's gonna have to wait for someone else to set up for him before he goes in. Or he goes in, Petrify, force the Purify out, and then he'll go for a late ultimate.
And that's the dilemma that Yue has, at least for the past 5-6 minutes. It's because that's why he always tries to steal heavy spin.
Yes.
At this point, now Sanji, after he's done recalling, as you can see with Sanford, he has to deal with that. He has to make the decision. All right, can JP find Owl? Can they even burst Yue before they get the steal? They're not going to stop.
Yeah, someone
they?
make fanfiction of that.
Yeah.
They're having
They're
having conversation.
Yeah.
They're having a conversation, you know. They're trying to count who recalls faster. And Blacklist International, they really can't do anything about it. All of the waves are frozen just in time for the 42nd Lord to come in and Echo in perfect control of the game. This is their game to lose. If they lose a big team fight or make a crucial error, Blacklist could turn this around.
Marcus, Theo, you mentioned 2 very important words. perfect control. It's a perfect game for Echo, not a single turret, not a single major objective taken away, and also control. Echo can in any time collapse, but they're saying no, we'll take our time here.
Yeah, and they have to, because you can see they're on a very good sequence. Owl is doing a lot of damage to JP every time he'd go in and try to find this Bruno. 3 to 4 hits and he'll already be at the brink of going down. And Echo knows this. And it's like you can, besides, one thing, when you're here in the studio, there's a lot of things you can hear grinding. 1, Midnight's gears. 2, I think I can hear Echo's gears grinding right now thinking, okay, how do we do this? How do we end this? Because if we try to dive all in onto their base turret, they have an Estes, they have an Akai heavy spin, it's difficult.
Yeah.
Something tells me they're maybe 2 team fights away from frustration.
Yeah.
If 2 team fights don't work out their way, then yeah, you're going to start to see them get grinding.
Yeah, they'll have to Hail Mary at that point.
Yeah. And it's quite interesting to see if Blacklist International, as you said, a 15K gold lead. This is perhaps one of the biggest gold leads that I've ever seen in MPL history.
Huge.
It's quite huge. If Blacklist International turns this around and secures the game, this is the biggest comeback in the regular season.
That's right.
By a debuting team. That's like 2 records in 1, bro.
It's tough on this day too.
On this day.
Let's see.
You know? It's 3.
Let's see if they'll pull it off. I've seen this happen in my ranked games. I was the Kadita. It wasn't fun. It hurt.
Oh man, hopefully Blacklist International does find a way to extend this, but if you're Echo, you would want to end it now.
Damage!
Oh, JP now here, and there's the Circling Eagle, tries to find Owl. He purifies on now. Yue with a heavy spin of his own. Oh! Dominic hitting 4. Now Benecuti. Oh! Nature. Down goes Owl. All 5 members of Echo still here, plus the Lord. 4 defenders from Blacklist. Kim Poi spent his ult already. There's another Circling Eagle knocking them up. 4 up. And Dominic with the body of Smith and the heals from Kim Poi still keeping him up.
Blessing of the Moon Goddess.
Oh, here it is. Up cooldown
Can
one
they
more
end
time. It's over. They got overloaded. Echo takes game 1.
And that winning moment is brought to you by your official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. That almost was a great defense, but a crucial play from Carl TC. Pins him down.
The heavy spin, he held onto that for so long, and he found it. I really thought Al wouldn't get taken down there, but the moment I saw that panda spinning, and then Al was like, wait a minute, oh no, I'm against a wall. That was it.
That's a wall, that's a wall.
It's a wall, it's a wall.
Only in MLBB where you would fear a panda in a wall, you know? And especially if you're a marksman.
Hey, pandas are creatures to be feared and respected.
I'm not a marksman, and in real life that sounds kind of scary.
Yeah, a wall and a panda. I wouldn't want to be in the same room.
That's exactly what happened to Owl earlier.
Yeah, it's like being trapped with the beast of Carl TZ. And by the way, speaking of beasts, we have Neo Beasts, Fredrin and Lilia. We still have the gacha event up in the game, and you do have a draw event from September 9 to 5 to October 4. You can enjoy 30% off for your first 10x draw and get a guaranteed elite or better skin from it. Your first 1x draw will be 50% off on a per day basis. So every day you log in, try to get at least a 1 draw out of that event.
Yeah, Leo automatically did the Fredrin, so I had to copy Lilia.
What?
So thanks.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Fredrin's a detective in this one.
Yeah, and Lilia's the brainiac, or I think she calls herself a brainiac.
Yeah, she's the guy in a chair for him.
Yeah, it's funny though because it's like in every lore that Lilia has, she's always just a very good student. It's consistent, no matter what universe and what skin series.
But she's a little mischievous in the base.
Yeah, true.
This is getting derailed. Let's talk about Blacklist and Echo.
Yeah, Blacklist and Echo is definitely that was quite a game from Echo, a perfect game to be a sack. And
did anyone die?
No.
Nope.
Was
I lost track. I was calling the fight. I didn't notice if anyone died.
And perhaps even one of the biggest gold leads that we've ever seen in MPL Philippines history, 15 or even a 16K gold lead. And we're going to see it in just a bit the moment that we see our post-game stats. In fact, we're going to go to our analyst to dissect game number 1. So Renmar, it's your time to shine.
Wasn't 12, wasn't 15, wasn't 16. When we ended the game, it was an 18,000 gold lead. That just goes to show how crazy Echo played this game, and we set it up. We talked about it. Now, the lineup that they drafted, again, the biggest thing is, number 1, they have to play fast. play aggressive, play controlled. But they didn't play a game that was just all kills, all kills. You have to credit Echo here for how they still put a lot of priorities and objectives. We mentioned it. Don't get kills for the sake of kills. Make sure it translates into objectives. And if it wasn't turtles, it was towers. If it wasn't towers, it was little camps, even within the jungle or the buff itself of Rindo, to make it a difficult time for him. And we highlighted this Kadita pick earlier. Again, when you're up against a debuting lineup, when you have that aura of, in the Philippines we call it aurahan. It's just you're using your aura, your presence to intimidate your opponent. When you have that, the Kadita is a perfect pick because it forces your opponents to always consider abilities and watch out for them because, again, Kadita is one of the most punishing mid laners with her crowd control abilities, with her kits, that if you aren't tracking abilities, that's gonna happen to you. You're gonna get picked off. Sanji here, his positioning was near God tier. You mentioned a lot, again, the community talk around Sanji is that he's peaking in this season, or he's about to hit his peak. He's that good. It's all the whispers. I hear the whispers in my head right now too. And Sanji, with this MVP performance, showed it and proved it. And again, going back to the final sequence here, this is the difficulty Echo will face against the lineup of Blacklist. But Carl TZ, a perfectly timed and well-conserved heavy spin, meant that they were finally able to take down Owl, because Owl was the main condition of Blacklist International. Echo here, they knew what they were up against, and we mentioned it earlier again, going back to the keys to victory. We told them, you don't know what you're expecting from this version of Blacklist. Don't overthink it. You've faced Blacklist before. You're familiar with the organization. You know Bonchan, you know Master the Basics, you know Coach Dex, you know their tendencies, what they like. The players themselves, you don't know so well, but you're Echo. Play like Echo, and that's what they did. And as we look at our heat map, by the way, our new and improved heat map, they're everywhere right now. The map looks like a pizza. It's tomato sauce and cheese all over, and Echo just ate up Blacklist. The presence that they had on the map, going all around, knowing that they're up against a Blacklist International with an Estes that will be a 3-man hit squad in the mid lane, supplementing their side lanes. They weren't always just looking for those pickoffs onto those three. Saji and then even JP was very crafty with their rotations. And you saw here, Sanford prioritizing movement speed. Of course, JP would do so, as a Matilda as well, with those double movement speed talents as well. And we mentioned that getting firmness on the side of Benny Cutie and Carl TZ was a good call as well, considering that, well, they're very important to this lineup. Carl TZ needs to survive as long as he could as that Akai, and him surviving as long as he could with that Akai was a big help. And then Benny Cutie as well as the carry. And then now we mentioned that we also didn't get to feel Benny Cutie's presence so much in this game because we didn't need to. He was just the insurance policy here for if ever Blacklist's healing and Blacklist's play was too much for Echo, at least they'll have their carry already farmed up, ready to fight. They have no excuse. And he was the main condition here for Echo if they needed him to be, because for the majority of it, it was the other four. That lineup, this kill squad of Echo, was just so good against Blacklist International. Now, on the side of Blacklist though, we saw there that after that double kill, something changed in the air. They were still rotating, yeah, but it looked like they suddenly switched it up. Oh, we said we already gave up a double kill. Yeah, let's just try to help out Owl. We'll control the river so that way, that's going to be our indirect way of stopping people from getting to Owl. We're not necessarily just parking ourselves into the gold lane. We're still trying to control the river. Maybe if they can disrupt Carl TZ, if it was possible. So they switched things up immediately, just trying to help out Owl. They just couldn't get to that point. They had sustained a lot of control, and again, if ever, it was a very good defensive lineup, but the offense of Echo was just too good. Sanford on that Paquito as well. We mentioned it earlier. I have to end this here again by saying it was a very great Paquito game by Sanford. Gentlemen, join me, please.
Yes. That Paquito game was one of the best performances that we've seen from Sanford. Gotta say that the San duo is looking great. If Sanji scored MVP in this game, Sanford definitely helped him set up all of those kills with all of the flanks and all of those, I would call, a lot of distracting plays so to focus, to make them focus on him and less focus on the Kadida. And by the way, MPL Season 12 is also live on Smart's live stream app. Watch your favorite MPL teams battle it out and don't miss on any of the epic power plays. Download the Smart live stream app now, available on your device's official app store. Going back to this matchup, what can Blacklist International do in terms of the draft as we approach game number 2?
All right. Draft specifically, again, watching that match, calling the fights, calling the action, especially in the late game. All right. It looked like Echo was a well-trained mixed martial artist, like Punisher level. Like Frank Cast, like, I'm here, and I'm here to do a job. All right. No. All right. No. And then, all right. Nothing against Blacklist, right? But the way that they drafted and what the performance of that draft, what it looked like, it was a dude with really good cardio.
Yeah.
In boxing. That's it. It's like, I can
do this all day.
Right?
Yeah, with the toughest chin.
Yeah, because look, there was a team fight in the right before Owl died, right?
Yeah.
That team fight lasted about a minute and change.
Yeah.
But where was the damage output? Where was the finishing power? So that's what we were looking for. So maybe with this new draft, I'm okay. Nothing against the Estes, nothing against the specific heroes in that lineup, but maybe have a better ramp up, like fix the early, mid to late, and then have a solid plan there. I don't know exactly how to do that. That's why they're the pros. That's why they compete. So we set that up. I think it's safe to say, do you guys agree? There's not enough burst in that lineup.
Yeah. Wasn't enough burst. It could have had enough burst, but then they got double killed early on. And then they changed up their play style. Theoretically, right, when we think of a Valentine and a Martis and an Estes going around together, on paper, it's like they could have the early game damage. It could be there.
They can't die.
They can't die. It just never was, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, I'm okay with the first 4 picks. Estes, not so much. I do know that this is Blacklist International, that we're talking about one of the best Estes teams out there. Hell, they even have their own skin for Estes. I just didn't think it was a correct fit. Like, yes, this is the healer meta, but they were lacking that oomph. They were lacking that early game damage that could have set up Rindo for success.
Yeah. Again, I think by saying the oomph, that's the damage, right? And that's the we're all saying the same thing. It's damage, the gusto, the play style.
Yeah.
I agree. I want to double down. I concur on the whole play styles because that mid trio, that almost it's impossible to kill. But they kind
can
of
kill other people too. Yeah, they struggle to do so. Yeah. Was the Kaja open in that game, or was it banned as well? Because Kaja's quite popular, and
it was open.
Oh wow,
could have been a Kaj.
That was that's really it's a big surprise because Kaja is at a very high contention rate.
That's right.
In the current season of MPL.
Still in our top 5 bans.
Yes.
So far after week 3. So this is odd. It could have been again if they want to iterate. Then maybe try to go for that same draft and then give Kimpoy the Kaj
Yeah. Is it actually Kimpoy on?
He's played in the amateur scene and that's his IGN.
That's his IGN. Wow.
Yeah. It was in capital letters too before, right? It was Kimpoy.
Like, can we do it again? Like 3, 2, 1.
Kimpoy.
Oh no, sorry. Again,
we'll leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that. Some things are better off not said, you know.
But you did anyway.
But I did That's why we love it here in English Desk. 20 seconds until the draft starts for game number 2. We talked about damage before Echo. Do you think they're going to bring out something new? Do you think they'd stick with the same stuff that we saw in game number 1?
Yeah, no, I think after the Matilda, they read the situation and said, you know what, Sanji, do it. Kadira time. Do it again.
Another one.
They can mess around and find out just a little bit. They already win that one, that game 1. Bane.
Bane?
Bring out a Bane in the jungle.
I'll never say no to Bane jungle.
Right?
I'll never say no to Bane.
They brought it out once this season. They won. They can bring it out again.
Yeah.
If ever the draft calls for it. But actually, even for the last draft, like looking back, Bane could have still slotted into that last draft too.
Yeah, no, Bane can go forever.
Yeah.
You could throw out 3 deadly catches with the kind of with the kind of setup they have.
Yeah. And honestly, Bane is quite the versatile hero too. You could build him in 8 physical damage. You could build him magic damage. Either way, he's gonna deal a lot of damage regardless of source. It's either gonna be the deadly catch or the crab claw cannon.
C3.
C3.
That's right.
Is it the crab claw? Yeah, you're right. That's the C3.
That's right.
And then you add another C there, it turns explosive.
That's right. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
no.
Right.
You need a detonator, though.
True.
We do not have a hero like that just yet.
Yeah, I wish there would be a hero that leaves a bomb that you
Or
have to.
explosives that need triggering.
Yeah,
The
like-
closest is Lilia.
True.
Lilia's pretty good.
Yeah, but
these days.
imagine like a explosive that you could plant in an invisible place, and then the enemy team would just hear it beeping throughout the entire game. They have to defuse it before timer runs out.
That sounds like a different game entirely.
I'm sorry, dude.
Sounds like a different game entirely, sir. All right. So one of my deepest fears that I was even afraid to mention prior to the draft hasn't come true. All right, I'm glad
What?
to see.
What is
they
it?
didn't switch out? It's so easy to say. You know what, fellas? The other five are here anyways. You switch out. That could have been.
Oh, that could have been. But you know, that would be a sad moment for
It
these
would be.
kids, you know?
Yeah.
Because it feels like the trust was handed over to them.
Yeah.
And win or lose, they have to be here.
yeah.
And let's call back to what happened when Blacklist International dropped the point against mainly almost the entire 5 debuting squad when they went up against the archives portion of Minana Evos. That was a young squad coming in with a lot of pressure. The game 1 didn't go well for them, but then they took game 2 back.
Yeah.
And then in game 3, Blacklist was able to win the series. So I think Blacklist also got a little bit of inspiration from Minana Evos. It's like, hey, they gave their young guns a shot. We'll give our young guns a shot.
Yeah, and honestly, they have points to spare.
Yeah.
As of now, they have points to spare. And they could potentially get game number 2 if we could call game 1 as shaking off the jitters.
Yeah, possibly.
You know, you're still up against the toughest team in the league. Again, 7-0 in match score, only dropped 3 games.
I'd argue the best team in the world.
True. You know what? Echo is a different beast. Same animal, different beast. You know, Kobe Bryant, rest in peace. Mamba mentality.
We miss you. Mama forever.
Mamba out. Your turn, Renmar.
I wanted to say something, but I'm good.
24.
You know,
8.
let's see if Blacklist International will be good in game number 2. Because game 1 was such a blowout coming in from Echo. You know, at this point, like, I can't sugarcoat it.
We don't have to mince our words, man.
Yeah.
They know. They know.
They know, and they're coming back quite strong, taking away the Kadita, which was a big problem on the hands of Sanji. But still, Mathilda locked in for the side of Echo.
Yep. And I'm very surprised that Blacklist International actually gave away that Matilda. That means it's going to be shakeups here. The Joy is open. They might want to pick that up if they want to.
What's up?
All right. Is this going to be a Martise? If this goes to Martise, then that means Blacklist is also iterating. No, they're not. Here we go. We were looking for burst. This is a good direction to go in.
I just want to say this is the comfort pick for Dominic for sure.
right.
In MPL Philippines Season 1, a lot of people touted him as moving just like Edward with a Paquito. So this could be an XP lane option here for Dominic. If not, maybe it might even go into the jungle, but kind of risky.
And now you did mention the Joy. This is going to most likely go to the hands of Carl Teasy, who have played a lot of Joy as of late. And the Terizla already locked in the XP lane. So it's I think it's just an exchange of heroes for the XP laners.
You know what? Might even be 50-50. We can't say for sure because this might be, again, in true Echo fashion, especially from round 1. They might mess around and find out. They might throw this Joy in mid, put it in Sanji's hands, and then have Carl Teasy play something else entirely. But again, if you want to finish quick and you want to get that sweep, Echo can go this way as well. But what if Blacklist picks up the Kaja here? That should answer the Joy, right?
Yeah, and looks like they're going to go for the Akai steel pick, but it's no longer a steel pick considering that the jungle Joy is already locked in.
It's likely. It's like a 9 out of 10 times JJ.
Yeah.
Are they going to even consider rocking the SS again?
Ooh,
But no, actually no, it might not. Maybe one of the reasons why they drafted the Joy was so that the SS would be a little bit safer.
Yeah, and the Terizla's quite there too. You kind of don't want to do that if you're up against the Terizla.
Yep,
Yeah,
it's
it's
hard.
hard. Interesting. What are they thinking of?
Both teams now. I'm wondering
Yeah.
both teams.
Oh man,
It's a Choban. Start a Choban.
It's quite it's an understatement on how hard it is to predict drafts like right now in the current, because there's a big shakeup again with Flash of the Oasis patch, and It's not even the name of the patch. It's Project Next. But
Yes.
Flask is just so good.
Yeah,
that,
it's 1.8.2. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. The patch, and I think teams will agree, and I think everyone watching at home will agree.
What's up?
The metagame is very tight right now. It's safe to say the metagame is as restrictive as it's ever been this year. And I think even the teams are trying to break it. The teams are trying to figure out, like, what can we inject new? All right, what is that, Mommy Dars?
Yep.
It is! Oh, I wonder if we're going to hear new chants today, especially if they sweep.
They were workshopping some earlier.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I heard some unfamiliar chanting.
I love chants. I honestly love chants.
There's a Kaj.
Like teams that have community managers, they pop off.
They hit diff.
They hit diff.
I'm thinking Edith here might actually show up for
Ooh, you're
Blacklist.
right.
We didn't see Edith all game last game.
Yeah. Could be an Edith Rome.
Edith Rome, Edith XP, whatever. But this might just be Rome because they already have the Paquito. And that Edith is definitely one of the best right now. But they go for the carry first, which is, I do feel like, a good answer to the Joy. I think it was Midnight who said this out loud before, that the Joy could tank anything, especially once the damage reduction comes in, but not a carry. Not a carry with dual wielding,
Yeah. She's fast.
She's fast.
Joy's fast. Carrie's hands are faster.
It's like a battle of two ultra-fast people, just
Yeah.
feet versus hands, and
2 Infinix notes.
true. Two Infinix notes.
And we've even seen it before. As long as she gets to make the most out of the spinning light wheel. But because if it gets to the point, once, especially when Carrie already has a good amount of lifesteal, all that true damage is going to...
And I wish the camera could see you right now.
Oh, yeah. No, it's too fast. Even the camera wouldn't catch it. Hey, it's a Minotaur.
It wouldn't register. He'd just be sitting there.
And this Minotaur is also, I do feel like it's starting to be one of the best choices right now. But they do go for the 1-1 instead.
Here it is.
And this is an unsupported 1-1, I gotta say. Like you don't have Angela, but you do have a Mathilda.
Yeah.
You do have a Mathilda.
Better than nothing.
Yeah, true.
And man, Echo's looking to give a 1-1 her first win in Season 12 because last week when Keller debuted the 1-1,
Was close though.
well, I guess it was very difficult. What else is left for Black? What do they need here? A roamer.
Might be, if it's not the Edith, it might be the Kufra. I was going to suggest the Lolita, but she's still not allowed for picking.
One more week.
Yeah, one more week. Oh, Lolita. I would have liked Lolita.
I'm jumping on the Kofi, man. I
Yeah,
like
but
the
Kufra,
Kofi.
yeah?
I like
The
the
Kufra might be the best pick here, but I just recently fought against a Lolita as a carry. I killed myself with the true damage, dude. Like,
happens.
It happens, but it looks like they're gonna go for the Raphael.
I didn't
instead.
even suggest it because I didn't think they'd pull the trigger on it.
Okay, so they have to go hard here. They have to pedal to the metal. This is the opposite of what the SS did, but it's the same kind of concept.
They're gonna let it rip like ultra fast Akai with movement speed, dude. Let it rip, babe. Beyblade. Jason Derulo.
Great pipes. Let's look at the draft index. Team fighting there, leaning towards Echo. This Rafaela pick's gonna have to do a lot of work.
Yeah,
They're gonna have to make the most out of the holy baptism, man.
Oh, yeah, I hope for the sake of possibly going to Game 3, I hope Kimpoy is rocking a flicker because you need those FHBs. You have to be proactive. If you're rocking a Purify, then you're doing the same mistake as Game 1.
I just remembered also something to add to that.
What?
That people have been talking about the Rafaela. The theory that 1-1's range for ultimate got shorter. Rafaela seems to really help with getting away from the range of the 1-1
So
a
you
little bit better.
holy
Just
healing
walk away
out.
from it.
Yeah. Holy healing and then run. Then once the mark's okay, you go back into fight.
Oh man, do it.
Oh, you reset, you weave.
You weave, yeah. You weave reset.
You rope a dope.
That's I do feel
got
like
it.
that does take a lot of communication, but that's actually a fun fact to know and something that Blacklist could do entering this game. Looking at the emblem choices here, the 1-1 is definitely rocking that Inspire, something that she needs quite desperately in the early game. And Blacklist International running 4 flickers and a Retribution, which should be the play if we're going aggressive.
Yep, and they are also rocking 2 Wilderness Blessings. So now maybe we will see that trio mid that we were hoping, that kill squad from Game 1. Maybe this will be the way to go for it.
Yeah, and this is also a variation of what Omega drafted against ONIC. They went double support, double carry. 2 options for carrying and damage, and then double support with the Matilda mid that you mentioned. We're gonna have to double check that. Is that right? That is an assassin emblem Matilda.
Yes, that is actually
that
right.
is right.
It's because it's mid lane
Yeah,
Matilda.
it's mid lane Matilda. He's running the Rupture too. And I gotta say, Assassin Emblem offers a lot to burst mages in the early game. Even better than the Mage Emblem, but in terms of sustained damage going to the mid to the late game, the Mage Emblem is still better. But if you're going for all-in early game, this is the setup that you want.
Yeah, no, you have like a little baby Divine Glaive, right? You have the penetration in you.
Yeah.
So I can expect for the Wisps to sting a little more. All right,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
This lineup also puts a lot of pressure onto Dominic and the Paquito to have a really good game. Because Echo have a good amount of sustainability, have a good amount of damage. Blacklist, again, might end up having the same problem as the first game. A lack of damage, if they're not careful.
And now Blacklist International will have a slight lead in terms of clearing. Surprising that Carl Peasy didn't receive any help securing this first buff, but he does go for the Joy Tech. Actually, is hard to pull off. I tried to do that in my rank games. I resetted my orange buff level when I cried.
It looks so easy to do, it looks so smooth, but not gonna happen. Check this out. With 5 and 4 games MVP respectively, Sanji and Carl Tizzi are in the lead for the season, this season 12 in MVPs. Wow.
And I feel like that's a stat that justifies our statement earlier that Sanji is really doing well in the regular season this season.
Yeah.
Prime Sanji.
Prime Sanji. P.S. Prime Sanji.
Prime Sanji. I mean, it shows. Stats don't lie. And it's not just him also. It's something about... It feels like a reinvigorated partnership between him and Sanford.
Yeah.
Like the Sansan duo got even better after like a little bit of a dip, and then they're popping off again.
Sansan Duo Part 2.
Oh, I wonder, it's like in every trilogy, the second one is the worst, you know?
Whoa!
Like,
You take that back. Empire Strikes Back, it doesn't mean it.
I didn't even watch Star Wars.
Harry Potter.
Is it Harry Potter?
No, that's Chamber of
No,
Secrets.
that's
Chamber of the Secrets.
I'm right for the first
One of the
time.
best.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
Anyways, all right, talking about the rotations, right? Check it out. Kim Poi something tells me maybe Kim Poi is kind of overloaded. It's because Rindo hit level 4 later than Carl Tizzi. There's a EXP gap between these two. Check it out.
Yeah, and Echo will be starting this turtle, and Sanford right now is in prime position to zone out 2 people, but looks like JP's in trouble!
Flickering on out, penalty zone coming in with a stolen heavy spin, and now Carl Tizzi forced to respond. There's some damage. Oh, but nobody died quite yet. Kim Poi very low. In comes Dominic. Oh, with a knockout punch, serving up to UF first blood. Here comes Sanji. Not enough damage quite yet. Nakako not leaving much to the imagination as Blacklist goes ahead, capitalizes, taking over the turtle.
Hell of a combo there by Dominic, and you saw one of the problems here with the lineups of Echo is that, yes, it's an Assassin Emblem Matilda, but it's not going to deal damage in the way that you expect it to. It puts the pressure onto Carl Tizzi to deal the damage. Even though Sanford got a beautiful penalty zone in, Blacklist International has a good amount of utility and trumps them on the mid laner damage side that they just got to completely leave Sanford out of Echo's range.
And now Echo is behind by 600 gold. First turtle of the game also going to Blacklist. A lot of vision coming in from Kim Poi, and they're protecting their late game insurance here. Ow, but looks like Yua wouldn't really get a lot of damage coming out from Sanji.
Close call. Sanji didn't have the follow through. JP was there. There just wasn't any cores. Benny Cutie wasn't there. Carl Tizzi wasn't there. So yeah, for the first time in this whole series, 3 minutes and a half in, Blacklist are in control.
And this is really good for Blacklist because it's taken a lot of effort. But
Oh
JP!
no, heavy spin, catches one. JP very low. Quick to dead a bull like a matador as Rindo gets him.
That was such a great engage coming in from Rindo, and looks like Echo trying to strike back here. Going in for Owl!
Sanji calls it off. He sees Yue in the back, and Yue with his own trying to finish Carl Tizzi, cancels it off, and Benny Cutie looking to take it down. That's the holy baptism, canceling Benny Cutie's flight out of here, and now Sanji getting down. Blacklist 3-0, almost 2K ahead, 4 minutes in.
Talked about the Rafaela. You saw it in action there. Hell of a holy healing and a hell of a holy baptism by Kim Poi.
And now the agents go wild. You can hear the crowd just screaming out with the kills coming in for Blacklist International, but now Stanford
40.
might be in trouble. 2v1.
40. Oh, all right, close call. If Blacklist forced that, no one would respond. Sanford would have just died.
Yeah, true. And now Echo will be trying to go for the next objective, but a perfect game so far for Blacklist International.
Yep.
And mind you, this is still a debuting squad, and they're doing this against Echo.
Yeah, they take their condition. Who get this turtle?
Check it out. Kaltizi dashing on through. You can count the stacks. Turtle at a fifth of its health. And there's a Minoan Fury. Rindo still scores! And JP very low. In comes a stolen Circling Eagle, drawing a line between Blacklist and Echo. Another win for Black.
A 4-0 and 2 turtles for Blacklist International. It's like game 1 didn't even happen, man.
Daze is woke.
Yeah, that's what you want to see from a young squad trying to bounce back from a very difficult loss. And Echo, they're getting too eager. They already know. Oh, wait. Wow.
Double heavy spin caught by Rindo. And that's all she wrote. Yue kills Benny Cutie. And just like that, Echo are left reeling, even behind their own tier 1. JP's in trouble. Can JP survive? There's a knockup, motivational roar, not enough. Yue gets another, a delayed double kill for the Magic Man.
6-0, a 3K gold lead. Blacklist International is just pushing up the tempo. Talk about racing against the Echo Express.
Kimpoy again. Rafaela. He waited for the last possible moment that the heavy spin was about to run out, and then he let out a holy baptism, increasing the control time on the members of Echo who were caught there. They couldn't move. They watched their deaths slowly unfold before their eyes. Now both marksmen have a corrosion scythe, so it's still quite close. A small lead here there for Al. But what we were talking about, that Blacklist might not have enough damage, we're well past that. They were able to do their winning condition for the early game perfectly. It's not Echo with a massive lead. It's not them trailing. It's Blacklist leading.
Wow, such a great game from this young squad early on in this game, and they're still trying to get more. They're going in for the outer tier turrets, and looks like they're going to be able to take down the gold lane one, and they're going to be transitioning to the next turtle, which should be the last turtle of the game. Carl TZ, however, still around that pit, already blows out the electrifying beats, which means they might be giving off this turtle for free.
It's the last turtle of the game. 7 minutes in. Blacklist first to the scene. All 5 members there. Benny Cutie off camera. Let's see what happens here. Turtle already started on. Approaching half health. Yue has the Circling Eagle stolen. And Blacklist is going to take it. Echo concedes that one.
3 turtles already secured for the side of Blacklist, and this will speed up the items for Owl as well. Golden Staff already locked in for this carry. One of the best items that you could buy for this hero.
And at this point, Echo need to adjust how they play here. Need to be a little bit more careful. Yes, they have 2 carries, but both of them still trying to chase for damage. And it has their condition for comfort for their lineup has completely slipped out of their hands. They're just going to need to try to fight for control, buy a little bit more time for Benny Cutie to get aside them. So with the DHS, he should be relatively okay. And Carl TZ, good news for Egg on the other hand, is that they're still able to get farm. Somehow Carl TZ is still finding farm.
Yeah, and now, bot lane.
Here we go. That's the Kaka and the heavy spin.
No!
And that's the Holy Baptism stunning Sanford. He goes down. Oh, the shutdown. Benny Cutie takes down Rindo 1 for 1 so far. Here comes Carl TZ coming in. A little too late to the party. He was dealing with Dominic.
You know, that could have been a deadly, deadly flight coming in from Benny Cutie if he was able to fly it up, but the last attack killed the target, you know?
Yeah, he wasn't able to press the ultimate just in time. And I think even if he was able to get it off, they'd still have a holy healing in their kit, and then they'd be able to run away. Carl TZ, there are probably people wondering, why didn't he go for the flank while the members of Blacklist International were running away? Carl TZ didn't have his ultimate. He didn't have electrifying beats when Blacklist was trying to retreat from that.
He still doesn't have it.
And he still doesn't have it.
And I do feel like he has been using electrifying beats to clear faster, considering that they are behind. Let's see if they're going to be able to secure at least a fighting chance the moment that Blacklist decides to take the Lord.
Yep, about 10 seconds away from the first Lord spawning. 9 minutes in. Good news is some members of Echo are actually on par with their counterparts from Blacklist. But yeah, you can't discount this 3K gold lead. Approaching 4K now as Blacklist obliges. Checks in on the Lord Pit. Yue engages on the Sanford. Oh, Dominic punching the guy with a big mallet. Looking for an engagement here. All 5 members of both sides.
Oh,
The penalty
Sanford!
zone by Sanford coming in. Kimpoy very low. Oh, the answer back. JP.
Oh!
Call easy. Finds Owl. Woot, woot. And there's a circling eagle into the back line. Cancelled by Yue. Imagine the range that they can find. And JP here still survives. No one home for those Basts.
Oh, wow. Look at the target acquisition of Echo. The moment that they saw Kimpoy, they went for him.
Oh, hell of a read by Sanford. Committed the flicker just to reach him too. But at this point, Blacklist International can still Lord Dance. It wasn't a big win for Echo, not just yet.
Sanji looking to go for the big knock-up. Misses. Ain't no one home. And that pixel brush. Little Wanderer scored by Yue. Dominic sparring with
JP.
2. There's JP
No ultimates.
with a big stomp right there. No Minoan Fury quite yet.
And now both marksmen are just farming up for quite a bit. Looking
Yeah.
for the big fight as the two junglers, or rather JP and Rindo, will be holding on to this Lord. Yue stealing away the circling eagle might be crucial for Blacklist as the Sanji gets bursted down.
Oh!
Zone onto 1, and the answer back. Heavy spin.
Too low.
Displacing.
Oh!
Minoan Fury, a huge one at that. JP falls. The follow through in there for Echo.
Blacklist, wow, the discipline that they're showing. Echo can't crack the formation. They can't crack this code. Not just yet. They've lost JP. This Lord looks like it's going to go to Blacklist.
Sanji goes in, cancels it one more time. Lord here. The dance has been
Oh,
going on
no!
for quite a while.
Yue!
Puts Sanford very low, forces to use his flicker. And
No!
Benicuri looking to take to the skies, catches a face full of Holy
Carl!
Baptism. Look at Carl Deasy, finds Owl in the back.
Oh!
Owl goes in for the flicker. Carl Deasy still alive. They're still threading the needle,
Can't.
looking for an engage. Rindo secures.
And Blacklist International securing the Lord. And this is a level 1 Lord, so it doesn't really matter that much. But Blacklist will be able to secure the first major objective of the game. They could potentially snowball out of this one if they ever do get a winning team fight.
One of the problems right now for Benicuri and Echo is that Rindo actually has a blade armor on him. So I don't know how it's happening, but almost all the time it's Rindo who has the mark for the crossbow of Tang on him. And if you're Benicuri, you're not going to unleash your crossbow of Tang on him, even though he's already low. The risk of you receiving that damage instead and getting bursted down for Dominic and Yue, who are tracking Benicuri and even Carl Teasy so well. It's just Blacklist again, they've sharpened up their fighting. They're tracking their targets really well in team fights. They're avoiding. And Kimpoy is holding on to the Holy Healing and Holy Baptism on for dear life.
I'll tell you how. Rindo's very honest with his heavy spin. He's very honest with his positioning. That's why he has all the stacks. Is because he tries to stand right in front of Benicuri at every given point in the team fight.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of improvement coming in from this squad. Looking at game number 1, it feels like they just went into a hyperbolic time chamber, improved significantly, and went off to fight Echo in game number 2. Who knows? One of them might have been a time traveler. Look at this one.
Maybe.
But maybe, looking back in this game, though, Blacklist International, they've been performing quite well in terms of positioning and weaving in and out of the fight, especially with this Rafaela.
All right, with that said, it looks like both teams looking for river bush control. Blacklist first to the scene, and they're just trying to set up the waves. A minute away and change from this next Lord.
Oh!
And JP spots a couple, heavy spin, pins him down, still alive, and he's going to get popped here. Owl gets the kill. Sanji with a circling eagle pushing away from each other. Yue does the same. And just like that, Echo are a man down.
The tank can't even check bushes at this point. What did Echo do in terms of visions, Red Marble? Wait a minute.
Trying.
Do they find the fight? Neither skittish.
Yeah. It's a wonder for me as to why it's not Sanji and JP being a little bit more in sync of checking shrubs together. It's more like, okay, JP will check, Sanji will just be there just in case he'll need to get away. And like, more reactive. If they're more proactive together with how they're checking shrubs, it should work out a little bit better for Echo in terms of getting the information. But again, we're seeing it's a big problem right now, this Rafaela for Echo, especially even in team fighting. The adjustment that a Holy Healing provides with the movement speed, it really throws off your opponents. And you see even Carl Teasy, there were previous team fights where he thought he'd be able to get a dash in, but he just wouldn't be able to because there was a target that he missed. Because they have increased movement speed. Just like a pixel or two past Carl Teasy's range as a joy.
And now the second Lord of the game, Luminous 1, Blacklist starting it. Lindo will be the one holding it with a great position and formation coming in from Blacklist International. They do find Sanford, goes in!
Penalty zone, plus the Minoan Fury still pending. There's a big knock-up, looking for some damage. JP once more falls, and there's not enough damage. Carl Teasy gets popped, 2 for none. The exchange as Blacklist International asserts dominance, taking their second Lord.
Benny's trying to steal the purple. Oh, he stole it just in time. But wow, Yue making the most out of that flicker. One more pop from the electrifying beats and he was out of there, but he got the flicker out just in time, surviving himself.
And wow, I'm quite confused here because Benny Cutie was way down bottom lane and Echo decided to go all in without their marksman. I wasn't quite sure what they were expecting out of that exchange, but they were able to secure the purple buff and the turret. Was it worth it though?
I think Echo were thinking that they'd be able to burst down 1, maybe even 2 targets because the set was there. It was a great entry by Sanford and even better Minoan Fury from JP. And Carl Teasy just built up the Divine Glaive. It might have been just a slight overestimation of Echo's ability to get a double kill.
No, yeah. I mean, it was a perfect entrance coming in from the Minoan's Fury. And now Blacklist trying to get Sanford here.
Rindo finds Sanford, and Sanford does spend the flicker, and now the defense. Lord gonna wail away, take out Echo's top lane inhibitor, and no deaths, no casualties, but Blacklist happy with what they got.
Yeah, Carl Teasy looking to defend Echo space, and he is the richest guy right now. The last time that we did check the gold earned, so that means Carl Teasy could potentially burst down Owl if he does find him, and I do feel like Owl doesn't have that much of magic resist, depending if he does have a rose gold meteor.
Blacklist answered this Joy jungle pick really well, and they're answering the 1-1 really well in team fighting. Not with their draft mainly, but just with how they're moving. They're really watching out for the marks of the 1-1, making sure that the wrong target isn't the one who gets the receiving end of the crossbow of Tang. Because right now, this Blacklist squad is just playing really well to their strengths, to their lineup, and they're watching out and respecting what they weren't able to do in game number 1.
Oh no, this is dangerous. Oh! In the 4, taken out just as quickly. And he learned 40 seconds until the young goat joins the fight.
That's like a 0.5-second burst down. The moment that he entered the bush, he just didn't see the day of light anymore, the light of day.
He disappeared.
He disappeared.
Yeah, this is Yue on his signature Valentina, and this is Echo out of sync. They're not in sync as they were in game number 1. The Echo that we saw in game number 1 it doesn't feel like the same Echo we're seeing here in this game number 2. They look completely out of it, kind of frustrated in some ways, forgetting their fundamentals in terms of like checking things together, knowing that what they're up against.
So I do think that Echo right now is testing quite a bit.
That's right.
This is not the Echo that we're used to seeing.
If anything, this is a game 1 Echo from round 1. We've seen Echo do this before when they would try certain drafts, certain positions, certain roles, and results vary.
Yeah, and right now it's not working well for Echo, but you know, they still give respect to their enemies. They're trying really hard right now to recover from the mistakes that they made.
Dare I say, this is the best version of Echo's mess around and find out draft. But Blacklist just answered it so well. And now I don't think Echo were also seeing that it would end up like this. Look at the formation of Blacklist and compared to the formation of Echo.
It's so tight.
Yep.
And JP walks in. He's going to get his immortality popped here unless Carl Teasy puts a few beads on him. Still alive. Yue looks to finish him off. Down he goes. And Echo are just dispersed. They are split across the river. And Yue can't even ask Sanji to finish that.
Oh, they fight Benny!
And now Benny Cutie in trouble.
Oh,
Boy comes in, gets the cleanse. JP tries to save his ally, and JP still alive. Immortality in tow. The 2 for none, though. It's dangerous for the Orcas.
And this is an Evolved Lord already in the hands of Blacklist International. There's no way that Echo could secure this or steal it away. And now Blacklist could potentially send this into game number 3 with 1 game-ending push.
It's all black, dude.
All black. What's going on, Echo? They're falling for the same tricks over and over again. Walking into a shrubs, getting bursted down. Blacklist have just read Echo now. They've recovered from the devastating game 1 loss, and Echo's reeling. Echo's at the brink BLCK and Carl Tizzy cannot find any room whatsoever to maneuver. Because JB's going down fast. Blacklist see him, Blacklist melt him.
And you know, when we look at this game, we have to give credit to Blacklist International. They've played really differently compared to game number 1. Granted that they adjusted some things in the draft.
They've adjusted. I think you can say the same about Echo. But there's no use crying over spilled milk. We're already mid-game, and now Owl put down very low, looking for the circling eagle. Finally finds him, Sanji with the shutdown. And now deep inside their jungle, Sanji's just gonna go here. There's no way Sanji survives this one. He gets popped by Dominic. 1-for-1 the exchange, and there's a Lord inside Echo's base.
But that's a crucial kill. That's the marksman of Blacklist already gone. It's now a 4v4. Owl already out for Blacklist means BLCK is the highest damage dealer in this entire fight.
And with that, Echo just cleaning up house. Gentlemen, I'd hate to say it, but might this be a tempo breaker for Blacklist?
Yep.
Because they just back off. They just back off.
They're going to push forward now. Carry's gone, still 17 seconds. Athena's shield already built up for the 1-1. JP has it earlier, but it doesn't feel like he does. That's how much damage Blacklist International is doing. But yeah, massive tempo breaker there. Hell of a catch, hell of a call by Carl Tizzy to say, and I think he was saying, ito, in English, this one here.
And it takes so much skill for Sanji and Carl Tizzy to pull it off in a 2v5 where the main objective for Blacklist International is to protect Owl at all costs. Well, I guess that's why he's one of the best joys in the entirety of Manila or the Philippines or global. I don't know, dude.
One or the other.
It's a high ranking. I know he's a top Philippines joy.
Top Philippines joy. That's how you know.
What's about to happen? Exactly. It's what I'm saying. Now look at this. Another big fight waiting to happen. JP engages first. Flick. And no, and Fury on 4. And they're looking to finish the job. Owl
reach it
in the back line. Oh,
couldn't reach it.
All right, they back off. Respect from both teams.
Yeah, and I do think that Blacklist, they know for a fact that the Echo squad does have the damage to burst down their carry. They just have to make sure that the carry cannot be reached at any point of the game. You know?
And it's easy when you have an Akai with you plus a Rafaela. It's so easy to protect Owl here. And I mean, credit also to Owl. He's positioning really well. I mean, Echo's Hail Mary play, that was a huge gamble to try and take down Owl, which they did, actually. But now with 2 minutes, or 80 seconds to be more specific, before JP's flicker comes back, Echo's going to be tempering their expectations for team fighting just a little bit. Because right now, that flicker ult coming in from the Minotaur, JP's use of it is what's countering a little bit of what Kim Poi's readjustment in positioning is being provided by the Holy Healing.
Yeah, it closes the gap essentially. It
closes the gap there. Thank you.
It neutralizes the weave, and now they go into the bush. Encircling eagle by Sanji cancels it out, and they both get dispersed. Wow, what a show of respect! Like two kung fu martial artists from the late '80s, just.
And they do nothing. They stare at each other.
Exactly.
They know for a fact that the big objective is right in front of their faces. Now Yue burst down 3 people in one go. What a great engage coming in from Blacklist, and now they pull the Lord towards their side.
Yeah, so difficult right now for BLCK Swan to get an even great angle here. Again, relatively unsupported in this lineup where he's going to be the main damage dealer alongside Carl Tizzy's Joy. Everyone's so tanky right now, the positioning of Blacklist. We haven't gotten a very high impact crossbow of tank just yet. Watch out for the minion waves in mid because that might force a reaction by Echo to send someone back. And once Blacklist sees one member of Echo who went back to clear, they might just go full on the Lord already. You see BLCK there? They see it? Are they going to mid? Oh, they just reset it at the same time.
And 2 people from the side of Blacklist as well actually leave with the Paquito. Going to show up top lane. Now Echo, they're going to try to push their advantage, their numbers advantage here in the Lord area.
Yep, back-to-back, a majority of team fights that have happened in the past 5 minutes. Both teams just spend maybe half their ults and then back off. We're waiting for another big team fight to hit critical mass. Better positioning from both of them. JP's flicker already off, and Kim Poi's waiting. About 30 seconds. Oh no, Echo here has a slight advantage.
Sanford picked up a Hunter Strike just so that they could eke out a little bit more damage because they need it. Compared to the Paquito, yeah, the Triz is going to set, but the damage department, Paquito's better with that.
And there's the penalty zone spent up already. Oh, Blacklist on the defense right now. A lot of key skills, though, in positioning revealed by Echo.
Yeah, and no penalty zone means Blacklist International, they do hold the team fight advantage here. US still poking down Sanji, half HP on this Lord. Another combo coming in from Dominic, and no response coming in from Echo. Carl Teasy safely and surely waiting for his moment to go in.
Oh, potion by Benny Cutie, by the way.
That's right. He just wants to take the skies, man.
Yeah, that's just all damage.
Oh, this is the lowest the Lord has been so far in this dance. 24 minutes in, and Carl Teasy finds the engage. And they're going to blast the Lord. They're going to blitz it. And there's a holy healing and a holy baptism. Cancelled out by a penalty zone. And Lord very plus a Minoan Fury. Sanji comes in, but JP falls. That's another one. Sanji as well. But the members of Blacklist are still up. All 5 members, Yue with the forward flicker. And Echo are sent back.
And the Lord is already secured for the side of the Orcas, but can Benny save it all? Boy teasing him a bit with that 1 stack left, and it's a 3v5 in the base of the Orcas.
Echo need to clear the waves because Blacklist, they smell blood in the water. Blacklist can finish.
Wave clear.
This could hit critical mass because there's way too many minions. Oh, penalties on the 2.
Here comes
Where's
the
the
Lord.
damage? Where's the damage? Sanford falls. Body Smith unable to keep him alive. Benny Cutie takes the skies. Down goes Yue. 4 members here. Carl Teasy still alive. Sentry sent up. He needs vision. Oh, Echo holding on. 2v4. 2v4. Carl Teasy in
20
the back.
seconds on Sanji and JP.
Still a big wave up top. The waves in mid. Benny Cutie not gonna go through. He doesn't have an ult, folks. Carl Teasy gonna get popped here.
Wave!
Immortality down. Watch the wave. Carl Teasy's down. It's a 1v4.
Oh, he cleared it!
4v1. Where's JP? 2 seconds in.
Sanji 2 seconds as well. And Echo, they've done a quite impossible defense against Blacklist. What exactly happened there, Renmar?
Now, Carl Teasy, his call to get into the face of 4 members of Blacklist and say, I will delay this middle minion wave as long as I can. And Benny Cutie's footwork to survive for as long as he could. That was one of the most impressive defenses I've ever seen in my entire career.
A 2v4, a 1v4, and they saved the Lord this whole time?
Dude, that felt like it was an orchestrated moment.
An orchestrated.
An orchestrated moment for Echo, and wow. It's one of those things that shows you why Echo is a world champion to begin with.
They're both putting on a show right now, these 2 teams. We have to go back to how Blacklist International handled that Lord fight. Carl Teasy won the Lord, but Blacklist responds again. They're handling Benny Cutie's 1-1 so well. He can't get a substantial crossbow of Tang in. Owl has great positioning. Yue, Dominic showing off why these are their comfort picks. Kimboy hasn't died yet. This Rafaela is a problem. But then, just when you thought Blacklist would end it, it took Carl and it took Benny and a whole lot of skill and heart to try and defend, and they did. What a sequence by both of these 2 squads.
You know, it's very rare to find a defensive play a highlight, but that is worthy of a top 1 play.
Yeah, I mean, if some teams are good at team fighting or turning at Lord dances, yo, Echo just showed him, yo, we got some defense as well.
And that is something that might even win them the game if they ever secure the next Lord, because that's going to be a big one. And Blacklist International, they still hold the lead, but it doesn't matter anymore considering that everyone has locked in all of their items.
That's right. I mean, I'll tell you now, even if Echo don't win, the fact that they've held on this long, given the almost 10k gold lead Black got on them in the first 15, 16 minutes of the game, this is uncharted territory for most teams who have been on the receiving end of such an amazing early game. Rindo, though, alongside Kimpoy, all right.
And
again,
it's already 28 minutes in.
Oh, no. We're approaching an all-time limit, maybe.
Oh, Sanford, you gotta run. You're gonna lose that tower if he doesn't get there in time. I think he will.
Yeah, that's a long lane.
Yeah, that's gone.
Take
That's
care.
gone.
Take care of the long lane. Nope, not going to happen. All right, here we go. Blacklist with the turn. Dominic finding JP and Benny Cutie. They don't know where Carl or Sanji is. Lord here, 3/4 of its health, still up.
That's really good positioning by Carl Teasy and Sanji.
Yep.
And a tight formation as well coming in from Blacklist. Carl Teasy still unseen by the agents. This might just be a big Lord steal if they ever finds that path. But Rindo is well guarding this Lord well. Blacklist International, they're delaying this fight as much as possible.
Kimboy's gonna check.
And
Oh,
he spots
spotted him.
That's it. I don't know if Sanji wants to hold this position, huh? Check it out. Sanford can't join. Sanford's maybe 5-6 seconds away. And now Blacklist with the turn. Oh, Lord here, 1/3 of its health left. Where are you going? This dance has gone on for a little too long. Benny Cutie is visible, so is Sanford, and it's gonna get reset.
Yeah, another reset. One of the longer Lord dances that we've ever seen as of late, and now Blacklist bringing back the Lord dance. That has been around 2 minutes in, and we're still here.
Owl with the potion as well. Essentially, it's always a 5v4 because of the minion waves of Blacklist International bottom lane. Sanji all ready for it to use the Circling Eagle.
Yeah,
this
a lot of
doesn't good
damage
look
too.
for Echo.
Lord here, a fourth of its health. Carl Teasy spots a few in that bush. Yue spits out some damage.
He's waiting for dashes to come back, Carl Teasy.
And Sanford very far off. Lord here, a fifth of its health. Rindo holding it
Another
hostage. And it is going to be a hard reset this time around.
Oh wow, it's like this Lord dance already going in past 2 minutes. Blacklist International really forcing the issue against Echo. And that's a Circling Eagle V2 for you. You can pull back anytime.
And that's really good by Sanji because they were able to find where Owl is. But again, the pressure that Dominic is putting on the map, at some point, someone needs to pull the trigger here. Echo need to be in sync with checking that right shrub because that's the most deadly spot right now for Blacklist.
And now Echo in a big disadvantage in this fight. And Owl looking for a good flank with Dominic. Essentially a 4v5 here in this Lord. Who will pull the trigger first?
And another Circling Eagle. Again, cooldowns are coming off. JP forces Dominic to commit.
Oh!
There's a big Minoan Fury looking for damage. Rindo with a heavy spin. No one home for the Holy Baptism except the tail end hitting JP. And just like that, Echo says, we're going to go for the call. We're going to go for the turn. And they disengage. Everyone from Blacklist still safe. And same for Echo, but Sanford still in the base. Still defending. Sanji with another Circling Eagle. Cancels it out. And Ben Cutie looking to take to the skies. Not enough stacks. Watch what Dominic's doing.
Really good positioning by Dominic.
4v5 scenario here. Blacklist holds the numbers advantage. Stunts up JP, but only for a while. Benny Cutie looking for a very aggressive position. Lord is on critical point.
A tenth of its health. Looking for a quick retribution. Rindo and Caldisi both very clear, both very nearby. Penalty zone to flicker away from out. Rindo scores! And Rindo walking away with the win. Check it out. Because they're very low. The turn from Echo. Owl's still alive. He has a crossbow! And there it is. Dominic gets his immortality popped and they get away. Sanji looking for one, cancels it out. No casualties. Lord scored by Black.
And 3 massive waves for the side of Blacklist as well. Echo has to clean up shop, and there's a lot of dirt in the map.
Rindo, what a retry. Carl Teasy, a fraction of a second late. And a Blacklist. Can they end it here? Oh, the damage of the Sanji!
Oh,
wait a minute!
One more time! Yue goes. And Carl Teasy, threading the needle, gets out of there. Oh, that's a big, big, big Lord. Not even half of its health yet, 2/3 in. And Echo have to do a lot of work. Echo need to clear this out. No waves down bottom. Big Holy Baptism. And now, Rindo looking for one. Minoan Fury finds Carl Teasy, gets him up against the wall. Penalty zone spent in by Sanford.
Look at Benny.
Pop one.
Crossbow!
Benny Cutie goes up, takes it to sky.
Fights Kimboy!
Pagyo, first death on Kimboy, served up by Benny.
And still, no clear victor. Blacklist International not being able to finish this. Echo defending with low HPs. Blacklist, this is one of the longest games already.
Folks, call your friends, tell your family, put it on MPL-PH, whether it's the English stream or the Filipino stream. Just tell them to watch this game and watch this series. The call for Benny Cutie to just go around and get that crossbow of Tang to take down Kimboy was crucial for the defense of Echo.
It's masterful resource counting. I don't think anyone would, in their right minds, would say, Benny, force it. Benny, get in there. I know you're going to take to the skies. You're going to fly. You're going to crossbow Tang. They spent all their skills. Do it.
Benny was loco.
Benny's very loco, man.
He's loco.
He's loco. These kinds of defense, they don't happen in my ranked games, bro. These are well-orchestrated defenses.
And to think this is Blacklist's new roster's trial by fire. And they're fighting against Echo in a 34-minute game in their second game in the entire league.
Hashtag it's harder in the Philippines.
It is.
It's likely that now Blacklist International's endurance, their stamina,
Yeah.
and their mental constitution are getting tested right now. That's this part of the trial by fire.
Yeah.
And looking at this trial, looks like Echo is starting to establish themselves around the map, which is a big step. If you look at 10 to 15 minutes ago where they were essentially trapped inside their base.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna say. If you were Blacklist earlier and you're like 12 minutes in, 30 minutes in, it's over, easy game 3. But no! About 20 minutes later, how are we still here?
Oh, Echo have adjusted their fighting as well. For a good amount of this game, we have been praising Blacklist International and their skill counting and watching out for very specific things. Echo have done the same thing, Dominic!
They spend the flicker, and now Dominic can go down after all the ult spent in by the members of Echo, and that's Dominic Pop. What's the Lord looking like? Oh, that was relatively free! That was relatively free from Echo!
That was relatively free, 80 seconds on Dominic, and this is the first crack in Blacklist's 30-minute game, dude.
Yeah, and for the longest time, they can finally 5v4 Blacklist, because essentially it's been 5v4 versus Echo, because Sandwich has been clearing.
Now the foot's on the other shoe.
Yeah.
For the first time in this series, it's Blacklist who's a man down. And now Echo gonna go look for the blitz. They're gonna take away this Lord real quick, might even turn on Blacklist. And how does Blacklist recover? Another big test for this new roster.
Echo needs to turn. Echo needs to turn.
Oh, they find Rito. The crossbow's there.
Oh, and he goes to the skies. And with that, Blacklist really have to play very carefully. Kimpoy
Rindo.
takes a few hits. Lord here at a fifth of his health.
Oh!
And here comes Daddy JP. Another one. Big Minoan Fury keeps him up. And JP, very low. Benny Cutie goes for another one. Penalty zone coming in, popping the immortality on Kimpoy. Owl also very low. Kimpoy gets taken out here. One more hit. Bang! From Sanford. And that's another man down for Blacklist.
2 people out for Blacklist, and this might be a free Lord for Echo. How did we go in this scenario, Renmar? 36 minutes in, it's a topsy-turvy game.
We broke the record.
We broke the record. It's now the longest game, and holy crap, man, what are we watching here? This is truly top-tier action. Not just by Blacklist, but by Echo. The sidestepping. In the middle of that sequence when we thought Benny Cutie would be able to gank, he even bought an immortality for himself.
How can you
that he could
sidestep?
stop. He sidestepped that.
Sidestep
While
shopping.
buying, bro.
Sidestep shopping, man.
Sidestepping while buying.
I can't even walk while buying.
Sometimes he can't even read.
Oh, that's a clear Lord take. The easiest Lord by Echo this game so far. I remember that first Lord they got. That came at the price of 2 dudes. But this one is free.
It's free. Free real estate for Echo. And now we're about to close in 37 minutes of pure Echo versus Blacklist action. The early game doesn't matter anymore.
Nothing.
Mid-game doesn't matter.
Oh, wait, there is something that matters.
Gold lead, nothing matters. The only thing that matters right now is the last team fight.
All right, you know what? There is something that matters. Inhibitors.
Yeah.
The fact that Blacklist still have inhibitors, it means their margin of error is slightly bigger.
Yeah, they're going for a triple wave crash here. Item adjustments by JP. I believe he sold his immortality, trying to readjust. Can't really tell what he's going to be buying next. For the side of Echo, Crown thinks he's still having a hard time maximizing his dashes because of the movement speed adjustments of Kimpoy. Meanwhile, Echo, we have to credit JP here. He's maximizing those knockups of the Minotaur. He's not always getting the picture-perfect Minoan Fury, but of course that enhanced knockup as well that he would get, you know, the resetting factor of the knockups of one Minotaur. He's making the most out of it. That's what he's using to even set up for Echo.
Yeah, and all battle spells available
Oh no,
for this
Shrike.
match.
She is in the building. She is casting too! As the Lord crashes in through mid lane inhibitor. Another penalty zone coming in. Yancer
But
back
Sanford!
and Sanji cancels the circling eagle. And
Crossbow!
Lady Cutie takes to the skies. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lord's still here. The Lord's still wailing away. Down goes Rito. Down
It's
goes
done!
the rest of Blacklist. The streak continues. Echo going 8-0.
And in the longest game of the regular season, Echo finds the sweep. This winning moment is brought to you by your official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance Renmar. That was such a game to dissect. I could already feel your pain.
That is not pain you're feeling. As an analyst, there are some games that make you happy to be an analyst.
One
With
of
a lot
them-
of pride that you can say, I analyzed for MPL-PH this was one of those games. Wherever you are, give it up for Blacklist and Echo for the show they put on and a show of respect. Never underestimate the heart of an Orca.
Whenever you look at the score in this series, you would always think, 2-0. Must have been an easy game for Echo or an easy series. No, it wasn't. Maybe the first game was easy, but game 2 was a completely different story. Put your hands up for Blacklist International. The debut game of this roster definitely is a big surprise, an explosive one even, as Oheb would say. And wow, we didn't expect that type of game coming in from this squad. But imagine going up against the world champions in that type of game.
All right, 2 things. Number 1, Echo really does have the tendency to mess around and figure out certain rosters and force these lineups. And Blacklist, this roster, despite them being relatively new, playing around, they're able to take us to a new height. They changed the game, right? And for those of you who don't know, the Brigade effect, it's something that Brigade does. When she casts her MDL, she just makes things last a little longer. That's special thanks to Echo and Blacklist. But anyways, we also learned that even if you're down 10K at 15 minutes, all your inhibitors down, and you're losing most fights 4v5, 4v5, you can still win.
Yeah. And I just can't believe that we also were like an actual witness to one of the best defenses in the entire, almost, I would say that it was the best defense I've ever watched in my entire career as a caster in MLBB. And it's just so much to take in, to see that type of defense come in a clutch moment. And of course, that game is brought to you by our official sponsor of MPL Season 12, Infinix Mobile, bringing you an ultra-fast gameplay with the Infinix Note series. I'm quite excited to see what the future would bring for the Blacklist after that game.
Talking about the future, man, I'm here for the present. It's MLBB's 7th anniversary on September 30th, tomorrow. All right? Are you ready to redeem the exclusive Johnson skin for free? Are you ready for the new minigame? If not, then get ready, because a lot of anniversary bonus events are waiting for you, and they're coming your way once again tomorrow. We're celebrating MLBB's 7th anniversary.
And it's just the first series of the day, nay, of the entire week 4. I don't think, I think the bar is quite high. It's set quite high for our next series as well, but hopefully everybody in the building right now feels like they watched one of the best games of the regular season so far.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's easy to pinpoint like the best series so far this season, but this was undoubtedly one of the best series of the game. Again, with Echo coming in with a lineup that was a little bit mess around and find out. They found out, but then eventually they stopped messing around, and it was just a hell of a display by the reigning world champs.
This shows that Echo learned from round 1 and are better.
Yeah.
Because they messed around and still won.
Yeah.
And maybe messing around for quite a while does make you better. I'm not quite sure about that, but maybe that's how Tic-Tac is handling the players right now.
Yeah, and I just want to say again, the adjustment of Echo, not just mid-series, but the mid-game, to start changing things up with how they were approaching team fighting, because the Rafaela was a problem, so good.
Yeah, and definitely Echo has a lot to say. Now let's go to the main stage with our host, Mara Aquino, to know what the victors would think of.
My gosh! Now let's give it up for Echo! Sobrang daming nangyari sa ating game number 2. Kailangan ko malaman first of all na that was about 38 minutes, by the way, guys. Sobrang haba. So intense. Did not expect that to happen. Nung mga 24-25 minute mark, kayong dalawa ni Benny was defending the base. Okay? It was Benny and Carl against the world. 5 Blacklist paparating sa base. Wala na kayong inhibitor. Hinintay niyo yung Lord lumabas. Tapos, ikaw, ang ginawa mo, umikot ka, you sacrificed yourself para Benny Cutie can kill the minions, nakapatay ka pa ng isa. Sobrang curious ako. Naalala niyo ba yun, guys? Sobrang curious ako. Kamusta yung comms ng that time? Pwede bang ikwento mo ano yung sigawan na ganap doon? At yung decision mo na i-sacrifice yung sarili mo para kay Benny?
Siguro po common sense na lang din po yung nangyari doon.
Common sense. Tama ba? Ikwento mo ano nangyari sa comms. Gano'ng kaingay kayo doon?
Ano po kasi, marami pong minion wave pa parating sa blacklist. Tapos, nakita na po ni Carl yung yung wave sa mid. Kaya, sinacrifice niya na kasi mabubuhay na rin yung ibang teammates. So,
nung time na yon, na nabuhay na yung teammate, napatay na siya, you guys were able to defend the base properly. Ano yung first expression mo? Nakahinga ka talaga.
Opo, ganun po yung expression namin.
Anong comment mo sa comms? Curious talaga ako eh.
Ano po, nung buhay po kami dalawa ni Carl, kami dalawa lang pinag-uusap. Like, saan siya ano yung lane na ide-defend ko. Tapos, nagsalita na lang po yung iba nung mabubuhay na sila. Sinabi po nila na mabubuhay na sila.
Okay, now, this is a new lineup ng Blacklist International. Nung game number 1, nag-6-0 kayo. Okay, that ended mga almost 18 minutes. Game number 2 naman, na 6-0 naman kayo ng bagong lineup ng Blacklist International that just debuted. Tapos, it was so different from game number 1 na may 18K gold kayo. What happened sa game number 2? Nagulat ba talaga kayo doon?
Opo, nagulat kami and may factor din po yung heroes namin na 1-1 join na medyo mahina po talaga pag na-earlyhan. Lalo na po pa na-earlyhan kami, sure na makukuha din nila yung mid-game. So, naging plano na lang talaga parang ipa-late game na lang.
Talagang kinabahan kami para sa inyo. What can you say? Ako, nagulat din kami sa napakita ng Blacklist International ng bagong lineup sa game number 2. What can you say about that lineup? Was it, how difficult was that game for you that lasted 38 minutes na wala na kayong inhibitor turret, ha?
Ano po, sobrang hirap po. Di rin sila pwede basta-basta maliitin ng ibang teams dyan.
Okay, I know Echo won, but let's give a round of applause to the new lineup of Blacklist International because that was actually really amazing. Now we're gonna announce the MVP para sa ating match. Let's take a look at the screen for our match MVP. Palagi kayong yawi eh. Carl TZ. Okay, now, nasa second round na tayo. Uy, win streak! Okay, sa sobrang intense ng laban, oo nga, hindi pa kayo natatalo. Ngayong second round, which game, series, teams are you looking forward to facing?
Ano po, RSG po. Para ganun din yung laban, dikdikan.
Para dikdikan ulit. Now, what do you have to say to all the fans out there that's really supporting you right now? Especially talagang kinokomment kayo sa strength na ipinapakita nyo nung ating round 1.
Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin dyan, thank you very much. Patuloy nyo lang kami supportahan. Win streak to.
And one more. Ngayon magno-nominate, may mga nomination na para sa Hall of Legends. You being a Hall of Legends inductee, sinong iboboto mo?
Si JP po.
Si JP! Okay, JP, ikaw yung iboboto. Eto, ikaw naman JP, kung may iboboto ka na hindi part ng Echo, sino yon? Sa Hall of Legends.
Si Haji na lang siguro, kasi marami po siyang achievements.
Si Haji, ang dami nga bumoboto kay Haji. Ikaw, babalik ko ulit sa'yo. Kung hindi part ng Echo, sinong iboboto mo? Siya si Haji, ikaw? Kung hindi part ng Echo?
Si Haji din po, kasi since season 2 kasabayan ko na po siya.
And definitely, I know a lot of people are voting for Haji as well. But now the victory is yours. Congratulations once again to Echo. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. All right, everybody, let me hear it from you. Echo loud. One more time. Echo loud. Sobrang daming ganap doon sa ating game number 2. Back and forth. We were really confused kung sino nga ba yung mananalo doon. So we're gonna leave it to our experts para himayin ang ating laban. Babalikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok!
8-0. That's the record of Echo right now, and they're trying to beat the 11-0 record of Blacklist in MPL Philippines Season 8. This is they're 3 more matches away from actually tying that record, but they're taking it one game at a time. And I feel like that interview was quite tame for Carl Tizzi.
Yeah, very tame.
I appreciate what he's trying to say, but he's grown.
Yeah, he's quite matured. But let's go to our analyst to dissect game number 2. Have fun.
So, what do you want to talk about? We just witnessed one of the best games so far in MPL Philippines Season 12. We witnessed a hell of a comeback by the world champions, a lineup that, by all rights, we're supposed to lose, but still somehow found a way to crawl back and win it. Benny Cutie was the MVP of the game on his 1-1. Of course, you have to commend him because eventually that 1-1 did pop off in that last stage, and we got to see there something that they mentioned in the interview. Benny Cutie himself mentioned, our lineup with a Joy and a 1-1 it's difficult to make a comeback with them when you're up against a lineup that was able to get a good early game. In Filipino, he called it as pag na-earlyhan. If your opponent has a better early game than you, it's difficult to make it work, which is why we ended up seeing the longest game of the season in MPL Philippines Season 12 because of the early game of Blacklist International. Just like the story of the game, we'll begin this analysis with the story of Blacklist International. That Rafaelo last pick, though, raised eyebrows on my end. Eventually, I realized, hey, that's really great for a Joy and 1-1. It was a near-perfect counter and a near-perfect call by Blacklist to draft that hero. They have an Akai, and so that means Dominic's happy. Little burst of movement speed helps him land those combos a little bit easier. And most importantly, you and Owl have really great tools in terms of being able to escape, so that if ever the Joy or the 1-1 get a little bit too close for comfort, they can just sidestep. And that's what they did. We have to commend Kim Poi's game here as the Rafaela. Maximizing the use of the Holy Healing for this hero is very important. That movement speed cannot be underestimated because it's a great readjustment tool for team fights. Yue also holding on to his flicker there in that scenario. Those were the type of things that Carl TZ always had to deal with as a Joy. So difficult for him. And Yue with a monster play there, by the way, using that Matilda ult to lock it into Carl TZ and chase him down. Now, again, going back to Kimpoy and the readjustment of Blacklist, we had a theory early on that, hey, if ever, Blacklist can just use it to bob and weave, you know, engage, disengage, re-engage, and that's what Blacklist International would do, and that's what trumped Echo for the longest time. How the heck do we break this formation with how well they're protecting Owl? In some certain scenarios, Carl TZ and the other members of Echo were able to find it, but they had to commit so much until eventually Echo were starting to readjust their approaches really well. But we have to go back to this legendary defense. Again, Carl even mentioned it himself, and Benny Cutie did as well. The sacrifice play he did to just damage that middle minion wave to buy time for the other members to come back was big. Benny Cutie deciding to fully commit. Damn the formation. I will commit my crossbow of tank to Kimpoy to finally give him that first death of the game was crucial. And then for the last major team fight, eventually Echo readjusted their approaches, readjusted their timings, most importantly so, and were more in sync for the team fights, so they finally broke the code and formation of Blacklist that gave them a massive headache for majority of the game. What a comeback here by Echo, again with a lineup that, with everything considered, was poised and was supposed to lose. And of course, Carl TZ, with a juggling pattern like 4 to 8 minutes, you could just see he was just farming up. And then we even posed a question at one point, we're like, how is Carl TZ even still getting farm? It was this. His home was the river and the jungle. Very much in tune with Joy's lore, but that's what he needed to do because Blacklist International were controlling the other parts of the map. And it's not like if you're Blacklist, you're gonna fully commit to just stop the jungler from farming. You could get so much bigger wins, and that's what they did, but Carl TZ was able to farm out. Again, this ended up becoming a story of two teams who adjusted their ideas for team fighting. Again, going back to Blacklist International, what they did was they were a little bit more disciplined and were counting skills. They knew that they have a lineup here that can take it aggressively to the lineup of Echo, even though with the Matilda and Minotaur supporting the jungle of the Joy is more well protected. Again, we even mentioned before that this is the best version of Echo's mess around and find out draft, but Blacklist said, we'll show you. It's still difficult to mess around, and you're still gonna find out once we have the right picks. Dominic was a monster on this Paquito, and hopefully people took note of that. In MPL Philippines Season 1, again, he was touted as one of the best, if not the best Paquito player in the league in MDL, and he showed it off here. He was a massive headache for Echo to deal with, not just in the map control, but in the team fighting as well, maximizing the combos alongside the entry of Yue and Kimpoy. Their timings, the three of them together to poke down the members of Echo, especially Yue, still a monster on this Valentina, gave Echo a lot of problems. Looking at the stats, look at the hero damage. It's still Blacklist International, a little bit more above it, around 50k. Damage taken, Echo crossed the million mark. Blacklist International had more damage on the turrets. Monster gold stolen, Blacklist International. Take a screenshot of this, and it really paints the picture of this 38-minute, 15-second monster of a game, of a comeback that Echo showed off. Hopefully, everyone who watched this learned a lot about team fighting and counting skills. Not just this series, not just this game, but this entire series. Why Matilda is one of the top picks. Why maximizing Minotaur's crowd controls, not just his ultimate, but his enhanced initial knockup as well, first kill, is very important. And on the side of Blacklist, maximizing your Rafaela, your combos, so many things to learn. Hopefully you would go back to this and eventually rewatch it. Gentlemen, how did you feel?
Man, it takes a lot of brain bandwidth to actually take in everything, especially for the players as well. Imagine counting all of the battle spells, counting all of the immortalities, counting all of the ultimates as well. It's definitely something that takes a lot of energy, mental energy and physical as well, considering that it lasts 38 minutes. It lasted 38 minutes, and now for our next match, might be a long one too, because the last time these two guys met, we broke the records 32 and 34 minutes for game 1 and 2. That's ONIC versus RSG. How do you guys feel?
I am here for the flex, you know what I mean? I'm here for the flex, and I'm here to see if RSG is better in round 2, because in round 1, their consistency, relatively shaky, but we're in for a treat. I'm happy to be a fan for this one.
Yeah, same. And ONIC's on a hot streak. 4-series win streak is what they're on, if I'm not mistaken.
You're not wrong. You're right.
And meanwhile, for RSG, they've been struggling or shaking for quite a bit, so they have to find that groove against ONIC, who's currently on a hot streak, as you guys said. And ONIC right now, second in the standings, definitely looking to catch up to Echo, who secured 3 points once again, still the king of regular season.
Yeah, no, again, you can never count on RSG, and ONIC is on the right. So those 2 reasons alone makes this match a must-watch.
And for the second match, Renmar, who's the players to look out for?
Again, I'm looking out for Gem here. Now that he's going to have a round 2 with Naz, he's really risen as a hidden gem for ONIC, and he's going to need to be in his A game against one of the best XP laners in the Philippines in Naz.
Hidden gem.
And I'm quite interested as well in what players would ONIC use, because they're quite known to switch it up from time to time. Hopefully we do get to see the players that you've mentioned. Maybe Gem, maybe Yoshino. We don't really know, but looking at how ONIC has been playing, it's been quite effective. And it's going to be a big task for Coach Panda to figure that out. Once again, we have been your casters. My name is Umi. With me is Leo and Renmar. We're going to be back with MPL Philippines Season 12 in a bit.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito.
Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed, the widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita.
Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Welcome back to the home of the greatest MLBB players in the world. I'm Mara Aquino and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. Matapos nating tapusin ang first leg ng ikalawang pwesto ng standings, ONIC time is undoubtedly now. Pero sa labang ito, makakatapat nila ang team na naglaglag sa kanila for 2 consecutive seasons. Talaga nga bang oras na ng Sonics? Or will the Raiders get to say, nope, your time is up once more? MPL Arena, this is ONIC Philippines versus RSG Philippines. Casters, pasok.
When someone asks you what time is it, you know what to say. It's time to see Raiders going up against the Red Hot Sonics. Good afternoon, MLBB fans from all around the world. I'm Umi. Joining me here is Naisu and Chantel to bring you the battle between ONIC Philippines and RSG Philippines. The last time these two met, it was the longest game, but recently, and literally 30 minutes ago, that record was beaten.
It's crazy because not only about that, but it's my first time on the English desk with you guys this season.
It's been a while.
It's been a long time.
It's forced
Specifically for me.
Yeah, but before we head on to our match, let me invite you guys to watch and experience MPL Philippines Season 12 action live and on-site. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to slashevent.com/e/MPLS12 for more details. And yeah, it's our first time together here. Us three, the Wee Bear Bros, just like before.
The Wee Bear Bros.
Just like before. Just like before.
Just like before.
You guys treat me anyways as a bro, so why not be part of the Wee Bear Bro?
Please don't be offended.
I'm glad that she's held her thumbs up for the
you.
longest time.
We love you.
But before that, too,
like
the shenanigans that are going on here, don't forget to like and follow and subscribe to our official page for MDL Philippines for Facebook. It's facebook.com/MDLPH.official. And for YouTube, it's at official MDL Philippines.
A lot of great talent in MDL, and I think the last time that we saw an MDL champion or an MDL player rather was last game where they held on for 38 minutes. But in the essence of game time, new record by the way, it's ONIC's time now. We did see ONIC win their last 3 or 4 series. I think it was almost all sweeps, Chantel.
Yes, actually, even for ONIC, it all started when they also let Super Friends be part of their main roster, and at the same time, when we say ONIC's time is now, it's a bit flattering for me, and at the same time really happy for the team because it was a very, very long time when we said that it is ONIC's time. Maybe this time it really is ONIC's time.
Yeah, I mean, ONIC kind of lost their identity after Kyrie and Baloyski's departure. Honestly, the entire Season 8 roster. But right now, they're looking to be the menace in the entire regular season. They're looking to be the villains of the league, flexing right in front of people, and Ryzen even Mark and Kelra as I will crush you. I will crush Omega.
Speaking of flexing, this is totally unrelated, but I saw I know I was in Japan, but I saw the little clip and you talking about flexing on the desk.
When was that?
It was
the
you,
one like
Hands and Midnight.
Oh yeah, it was quite the experience. And you know, looking at the ONIC Season 8 roster, we did talk about it. And by the way, Naisu, you're my Fitspiration. Completely unrelated. We also have a comparison here. Chantel, what could you notice? Feels like it's a slow burn for the new ONIC.
Yeah, actually for ONIC's first leg or for their run here at MPL Philippines Season 12, what's really nice, it's as if they found a perfect groove. Again, they switched in some of the players. It's as if it is the ONIC strategy again way back Season 8 wherein it was Coach Yeb's time during that time that they have players specifically if they're up against specific team that is more on the late game and others for the early game. But yep, for ONIC, it's very effective for them. Anyone that can be replaced for the main roster is proven efficient. Specifically for Cram and even Gem's play style. As to why we see for this one, it's a very, very nice run for Smart. I mean, for ONIC.
Yeah, and I think one of the key players here for ONIC, definitely Nets.
Oh yeah.
One of the rising stars as well in the league. We've always knew that Nets is really good in the gold lane, but recently his mic skills, his personality has began to shine. Let's compare him with his ONIC counterpart in Indonesia, which should be CW. it seems that GPM, everything is quite close. Maybe KDA not so much.
One reason as to why the player head-to-head is very different as well is because of the most heroes used for both players. So as you can see, for Nets, these are high DPS type of marksman, gold laners, and even for CW, he has Harith on his belt. So at the same time, even for the playstyle of ONIC Indonesia as compared to ONIC's playstyle is that for ONIC Indonesia, it is as if CW is having his time of his life wherein everything is being served. As per Nets, there's a tendency for him to step up his game.
Not only that, but I just again the way that it's going over there, you know, in MPL Indonesia, obviously has kind of effect on those stats too. But you're right, Nets has been an integral part of just the success so far that we've seen in the last matches they've had. You pointed it out, Omi. You know, they had a little bit of a rough start, but now they're on this streak, right? They've got momentum in their favor. They're sitting at second place here. But what I love about this season the most is how close things have been. You know, how there's been so many upsets, so many crazy things kind of setting into place and happening here, not just with the teams, but even in the meta. And now we found ourselves in another, you know, shift here going in with this recent patch, and I'm loving the fact once again that I'm still, you know, Gord is still there, right? I was keeping my eye on him. Might not have that win rate that he had before, but hey, he's still there. I appreciate the tier list, by the way.
Yeah, I still would put him at A or higher because honestly, he's one of the best heroes when you're looking at countering front-to-back lineups. You know, it's extremely hard to kite around the Gord or even just go forward. But looking at the last time that these two met, it was a 2-1 victory for RSG. Definitely, it's going to be a great start for ONIC Philippines if they ever secure a victory against the people that they couldn't beat in day one. Because this time around, it's already round 2. There's no better indicator of their improvement if they're able to beat the same team in the same day.
And let's not forget that again, for that game between RSG and ONIC, it was a very long game.
Yes, a very long series.
A very long series, by the way, not just a game.
Same.
You also casted the longest game in the record.
Were you guys on the? Were you guys both casting that?
No.
No, I was casting the ONIC RSG, and we were talking about how slow the game were.
Yeah,
like 34 minutes, 32 minutes. I think game 1 was 32, game 2 or game 3 was 34, and then just recently we did get a 38-minute game. But yes, Chantel, let's talk about the slow-paced game that we did see from ONIC and RSG before. What did you notice between these two teams?
Well, actually, for both teams, specifically for ONIC, which we're seeing at our screens right now, it's as if they are more on the aggressive side, which, by the way, RSG did as well with that 9-minute game, or almost 10-minute game.
You know,
I remember that. That was literally a raid. Like, I was just thinking about that as she mentioned it. You know,
Don't
that fits.
move! Don't move. Nice. Can you do that again?
Okay, I'll tell that later. If there's going to be a very, very fast play.
Don't move. Don't move. It's a raid, and for context, though, in the Philippines, it's quite popular to find raids. Hopefully not in your nearby barangay.
Okay.
Is it quite?
Is it popular? Is it a thing? It happens.
It does happen, but we're not proud of it, but it does happen. So I think we're already going to look at our players already. And I think they're about to enter the building as well. But right now, let's look at ONIC Philippines. We will be seeing Yoshinu and Gem. So this is the variant that they found success in, like more success in general.
Yeah, actually, the last time that ONIC played, it was Rapidot instead of Yoshinu. But again, for Yoshinu, there was a time wherein they won with him as part of the main 5. And all I can say for this guy is he's really more on... is really more focused on zoning out other people, which is a very good trait if you are partnered up with Super Friends.
And for RSG Philippines, again, this is what we're used to seeing, right? They've kind of had to settle in, even themselves, as we were comparing it with the track that ONIC Philippines has. But, you know, Emon, Irad, Aqua, Naz, Light, they're all here to get the job done. We've seen them do it time and time again. And I feel like they've, in a way, struggled, you know, throughout the season, finding what most people would say they should have this synergy, right? They should have things kind of sorted out. But, and I don't know if that's because of the meta or what, but they're obviously in the middle of the standings right now, and they hopefully can get it all together now that we're in the second half of the season here.
Yeah, not even the good middle. They're 5th, so
Yeah.
that's the bad middle. Like there's good middle, which is 4.
But
and
if
then
they get a sweep here, let's just say they get a sweep, that actually bumps them up, I believe it is, because
By
the points
3.
are so close. Yeah.
Yeah, and everybody apart from Echo is actually just a point or 2 behind. And looking at the team head-to-head here, we are seeing that it's quite even in terms of stats.
Yep.
The points do differ, but the way that they play almost quite similar if you look at the graphs.
Yeah, actually, even on a first blood ratio for both, I think, well, for RSG, knowing that this is their statistics, so what they have been struggling in terms of securing objectives, which is very particular for ONIC, that they are really nice in terms of that factor, because kill participation is 64%. So whenever there's a team fight for every objective, like even for Turtle Control and even Lord Control, it's really ONIC that is on the lead. But for RSG, since they are also known for a fast kind of paced type of team, maybe it's something that they can work for this game number 1.
Definitely going to look at the fast-paced RSG over here, or even the ONIC squad, considering that it has been the playstyle that we have been seeing as of late. It's very different from the last time these two guys met. They've ramped up their game. I'm quite excited to see our gold lane matchup. It's Nets versus Emin. Both of them are really great laners if we think about it.
Yeah, I think it's very important where you focus on the gold lane, you know, for this matchup specifically. But even for me, it's also, in a sense, the jungle, right? The pacing, because what we've seen before is really, can the pacing be set off, right? So we'll see.
And we're actually going to see the keys to victory with our analyst, Chantel. Let's dissect what's going to happen.
All of the roles have been mentioned by our co-casters as to why the keys to victory for both ONIC Philippines and RSG Philippines is really important. This keys to victory is brought to you by Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. For the side of ONIC, let your hidden gem shine. Again, for gem, there are instances wherein there are nice plays from this player, and at the same time he could zone out other players from RSG, not knowing that the hero pool of gem as well is very particular for somehow like a Terizla kind of play. So knowing that the side of RSG is more into team fights and sometimes goes for those junglers or utility junglers rather for Irad, it's really nice to have someone who could help Yoshino in terms of zoning out other players of RSG. Now, for RSG Eradicate Ryzen, he was able to actually pull off a very, very nice play against ONIC, or against Omega rather, on the other day, and Ryzen was able to defeat his previous team. So if he or if Irad can eradicate the other junglers, might as well eradicate Ryzen as well. Again, it's really more on the control in terms of objectives. So this is going to be more on the macro type of play in terms of our junglers. So it's just Irad with those zone outs, and for both teams, dance like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Again, you don't really have to be intimidated in terms of the other teams or the other players. All you have to do is to play your own game. So that has been the keys to victory. Who's gonna win game number 1? Who do you think, guys?
Man, it's gonna be really hard to guess which one, but I'm sure the audience out there could have their own analysis, have their own guesses, because we do have some prediction events. I'm not quite sure if we're gonna see that for this game, so you better watch out. Last match, we did have our prediction event, and hopefully the winner's enjoying the rewards right now. But yeah, going back in this matchup, we have a lot of star players to look at, and these are players that are already quite well established, considering that RSG already won a championship with majority of these players. But we're gonna look at the hidden gem versus Nats. I think it was Nats Entertainment with everything that he has done in MSC. What's the player head-to-head looking at Naisu?
Well, I mean, both of these guys, as they get ready for the whole burger thing sign going on, as they figure it out. Now, I mean, for both of them, even for Gem, what we've seen is that he can be quite aggressive, right? There is a reason why he has such a high KDA. He plays that role really well, and I feel like Navs, for one, has really, again, watching him over the seasons, he's developed to be kind of this risk taker, right? Where he was very risky before, the way he just kind of went for things, and sometimes it wasn't for the better of his team, right? But now I feel like he's kind of settled in. You know, he's obviously matured. He's glowed up. He's glowed up. I was going to say glown up.
New haircut.
New haircut. He got taller. He's almost as tall as me now.
Yeah.
And he plays like it.
I don't even think he got taller. He just fixed his posture. Big thing.
Oh, yeah. It's
that
a
is
big
thing.
thing. It's really more about the body language,
But yeah, for both players, what I really like, specifically for Nats, is what Naisu mentioned. Again, it's really more of a controlled aggression this time around for Nats, but for Gem, it's really more of a, we might say, unpredictable what he can bring for the team. He can do setup plays, but at the same time, he could just zone out other players.
Yeah, and now that we're heading on to the first drafting phase of Game 1 of this best of 3, both coaches already quite known as well in the league. Both coaches, I think Coach Bluffsy on the other hand, is quite known to use certain players. Meanwhile, Coach Pan is known for his fundamentals. And now, looking at the bans, they're going to take away the Edith and the Kadita. The Kadita was a major player from our first series of today, and you could say the same thing about the Joy, but I'm not quite sure if these are particular bans or more general ones.
I'm going to ask you a question here, Chantal, as we get through the first phase. Because let's just say that some people haven't been paying attention for a while. We know that there's been a patch, there's been a shift in the meta.
Yes, sir.
Just paraphrase it really quickly. What's the biggest thing that has changed from last week to this week, if you will, or even last week? Like, what was the biggest change?
Probably the supports, the sustain.
Yes, sir.
As to why I highly doubt that Kadita will be open for this game, because it is a type of hero that could really burst down those sustain heroes, or those heroes that could bring sustain to other team.
Honestly, how can you heal someone if they're already dead?
Yep.
The only hero that could 100 to none with or without items right now is a well-timed Kadita Rough Wave. So let's just take that out. Already banned 28 times in the league, but Kaja still stands as the most banned hero in the entire league right now. 41 times already. And the Angela, certainly up in the meta right now, both in mid lane and roam.
And it's interesting that it was RSG that actually banned out this hero, because most of the time it is on the red side team. So probably it's going to be a Mathilda ban. So there's no chance for both to take this sustain hero. So we might see Valentina, even Novaria, or probably the utility type of junglers for both. So probably sustain, maybe Baxter, even Fredrin for both.
Just go the safe route, pick a jungle if they want to, still go with that. I think like now in Akai, Fredrin being open, I know he's kind of fallen off a little bit here and there, but a lot of those first picks that we've seen since that patch has kind of changed. Well, there he is, the old reliable.
The old reliable. You know, it's not much, but it's honest work. Fredrin, you know what he's going to do. You expect it. It's there, but he does it quite effectively.
You know what? Fredrin is one reliable friend, because you can't really spell friend. I mean, you can spell Fredrin
without
friend.
You cannot spell friend.
Yeah, you get what I mean. Yeah. Thank you for the phrasing.
He's not Fredrin, he's Friendrin.
He's
Friendrin.
We get I rated it earlier. I'll give you a 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10.
Thanks.
That's quite generous coming in from Naisu. You know what? I'll reach out. Last time you gave me a high five, I wasn't able to catch it. You know?
Yeah.
I wasn't looking. My bad. So, no. Valentina will be the pickup together with the Bruno. Even with the nerfs on this Bruno, he's still quite the powerful marksman. So you gotta expect a lot of damage coming in, especially on nets. I heard this is one of his comfort picks.
This is definitely a comfort pick, and you know it's funny too because whenever they update like the avatars of the heroes, it always throws me off, right? Because I was literally watching just over the week and everything, and I was like, who's this hero? I was like, who is this guy? Right? Because
why does Layla look like Kimmy?
Yeah. Well, now look at him.
And now we're looking at Irithel and a Novaria on the side of RSG.
Okay.
Irithel actually up there as well in terms of gold lane reliability. Quite safe too, if you think about it.
Okay, and with this Irithel pick, probably for RSG, they want to go for those double lanings as early as possible for Eman. And now for ONIC, interestingly enough, well, this is the safer route for them to pick the Baksha, because probably it's going to be banned on the next phase for RSG. So wave clear, looking at the draft index, high for RSG because of Novaria pick.
Yeah.
So we might see differences for the next succeeding picks from ONIC.
And surely the vision coming in from the Novaria is unmatched. That's where we honestly get a lot of the vision and info score. Solid +4 on the draft index here. And I do think that RSG right now, they are losing up on the hero DPS side, but that's mostly because of the Bruno.
Yeah, and that's it.
Like, if
And
you
that's
look at
it.
the rest of it, it's like all RSG in that first
Yeah.
phase.
And that just goes to show how our meta currently shifts and how the draft index response to it is usually around that. So hopefully the man who made this is quite happy that
Every
we're-
time
we're using it.
Yeah, but it's very useful actually because even the teams get to see how the sequencing of their picks and bans are affecting their playstyle. So now we see a Fanny ban rather for the side of ONIC. So it's more of them forcing RSG to have this Fredrin on Irad's hands because there's a possibility that we might see Nats use this as well. So probably limit down on other sustained heroes. So this is a good ban for ONIC as well. So for XP lane, there's still Arlot actually, which Gem uses by the way. For RSG, next ban could be. Wait, I'm looking for other. I'm really focused on the sustained heroes that I might actually forget other tacky
The
heroes.
Estes did make the debut earlier, but it wasn't a great showing coming in from Blacklist. It was honestly a perfect game coming in from Echo. One of the largest gold leads that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Like
18K.
what, 18? Wow.
18,000.
18K.
18,000.
Yeah.
That's like an entire game's worth of gold lead.
I was literally watching that, and for a moment, I thought it was 1.8. And then I was
No,
like, wait, no, there's
that's
no
Actually
point.
18.
That's not even a graphics error or whatever. It's an actually big.
It's a full item.
It's a full item. Not even a full item. That's like a full
With
build.
Yep.
That's like
That's
6
almost all your items.
Oh man, no, that was the Estes didn't really have a good time earlier, but hopefully we do see a comeback soon. And now for ONIC, it's their chance to secure possibly an XP laner here. Let's see if they're gonna get an XP laner or maybe double down on their roam.
You know what? In terms of XP laner, it's actually good for ONIC to have Khalid as part of XP lane, and it's interestingly enough, even maybe Uranus, but we don't really see Uranus being used here.
Wow.
How can we not? How can we forget Florine? I was thinking of a hero that is more on the sustain, so Florine. Because of the Flask of Oasis, any hero that could bring healing to Arena, his teammates, is a good hero.
I feel like, a lot of people have just kind of slept on Florine lately. Florence popped up, though, times even before we started our season, where she was relatively pretty strong, and then they just opted for something else. So we'll see how this works now, especially, like you mentioned, Chantel, with the new item. Now the Tyroth.
Yo.
Well, that's tough.
I just gotta say, as an XP lane enthusiast,
Okay.
the Deeroth is quite interesting because it could either go really well or really bad. It's mainly because if you're gonna go for that pure damage route on the Deeroth, it actually one-shots anyone. Like the lethal ignition, rupture, and master assassin.
That's what you said, though. Like, how do you heal someone who's already dead?
Yeah, how can you heal someone who's actually already dead? And the damage amplification through the armor penetration of the second skill, the Shadow Step on the Baksha, allows for his teammates to melt it up. Yo! Actual epiphany. Irithel has armor pen, Deeroth has armor pen, nobody's a tank in this game.
That's
Yeah.
good way to put it.
And if we go to the latter part of the game, actually even in the early game, we might not see a late game because even the Florine's favor, like for the roam boots, isn't really gonna be that effective if they are literally stopped at early game. So it's gonna be an X-Borg here. True damage versus armor penetration. It's gonna be hard for ONIC. All they need to do is have that efficient laning. So looking at the draft index, okay. One reason I mentioned that in terms of late game, you can see for the side of ONIC that it's at 4.4. That is because of the isolation, because they literally went in for a Florine that is more on the sustain as compared to a Minotaur of RSG that is on the sustain and at the same time has crowd control. So it's really going to be a battle here of initiation at the same time. Who's going to be the main target for every team fight?
And we talked about predictions earlier. The audience do think that ONIC does have the upper hand against RSG, mainly because of the hot streak that they have, and ONIC has been growing in fan base as of late. I do believe that ONIC do have a lot of believers right now. Everybody loves watching a good villain. We're about to start game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Are we gonna see the same thing that we saw the last time these two met? Are we gonna see a 32-minute game, a 34-minute game? Hopefully not. Let's enter the land of dawn.
Answering yourself.
Wishful thinking that it's gonna be a long game.
Hopefully not.
But yeah, it won't be a long game as long as this Dairon is gonna be effective on the hands of Nats. Again, we've mentioned earlier that as long as he's able to stop even backshot and even the possible sustain from Florine is gonna be difficult here for ONIC. But knowing ONIC, they could really, if you have Omega timers, the ONIC part of ONIC's time is being them literally doing a comeback or maybe a backdoor. Again, this is a Bruno.
And looking at a jungle start, it feels like there will be a lot of action around the XP lane in just a bit. No big invades just yet, but Nats has to be careful. His snowball is very important for RSG.
What I love about both these teams is that, initially they do like to play pretty aggressive. If you remember the first blood percentage for both these teams is relatively high. So, that's kind of how they like to play around. Let's take a quick look at the emblem builds here, Chantel. How's it looking?
Probably it's actually for both RSG and ONIC, the main emblem is pretty the same. But what change could possibly be for both? So if you look at the Lights main emblem, that is the Concussive Blast. So aside from him being sustainable, there is added damage for the Minotaur. So it's as if he's just going to do stomp after stomp and then just sustain other people.
And looking at Eman, he is our leader for gold per game, which should be one of the best stats to have if you're a gold laner. Hopefully it does reflect on RSG's win record so far, but right now they're still fifth in the standings, and he's up against Nets, who's, I would say, has been building confidence and quite a lot of it for the past few matches.
That's a pretty good metric to go by, if you're a gold laner. So we'll see if he can actually utilize, that specific stat in this game, this series, as they build up. Nothing too crazy happening, though, into this first turtle.
I think one of our newer analysts said something about having a lot of gold. I think it was Antianaro who said that it doesn't matter if you have a lot of gold, if you can't actually hit people with it, it's going to be sad.
Well, we'll see if they can actually hit people here. Turtle is going to be claimed by Urad. First one already. Now looking to the fight. Last Insanity to come through from Gem. Gets the kill on Light. So they trade the objective for the kill.
Okay, so it was right on point for Gem on that Last Insanity, but at the same time for RSG, what's really nice for them is the timing of Irad on that Retribution. So in terms of the AoE damage on team fights, it would definitely be on ONIC side because of Xborg as compared to the Rots. Again for Dairon as much as possible, the target is someone that has high HP, so probably Ryzen, but I highly doubt that they would force a kill against Ryzen as early as possible.
And honestly, this is an unsupported Irithel. You do have Light to offer a bit of healing, but it's not as strong as an Angela Irithel, where you turn the Irithel into an actual god in the Land of Dawn. But RSG right now, they are behind by 1 kill, but in terms of Turtle's lane, they are ahead. But now 2v1 up top.
Yep, gonna flicker around. Will we be able to escape here? Gem gets taken down with the Brazer's Wrath right under the turret.
When we just said that the possible X factor here for ONIC is going to be the Xborg, it is a nice adjustment for RSG to just go in and try to get a kill against ONIC, particularly Gem, and they got successful. As well, they're forcing Nats to have that lead in terms of the outer turret energy shield with the help of Irad. So this is very useful for them because they need the damage from Nats. Before, if Nats uses the usual or even Teresa, it's really more on a utility type of XP lane, but this time around it's more of a killer type XP lane.
Yeah, and we rarely see those XP lanes anymore. We rarely see XP lanes that deal damage. It's mostly a lot of tanks, a lot of frontline heavy fighters, such as the Terizla or even the Xborg. Yes, the damage is there for Xborg, but they're mainly getting in for the abilities to zone out. Now, RSG ahead by 400 gold. Massive rotation down bot.
Well, they're going to find Emon here. Not sure if he'll be able to escape. He does
quite
well, though, already. Still, they want to be careful how they approach this. They're going to lose quite a bit of gold here on the bottom lane turret. Nets gets that just fine. They back off. So Emon saves his life there, keeps alive. Irad, meanwhile, will claim that second turtle of the game.
Still an even ball game here for both of our teams. It's just that for RSG, the goal distribution is really for the team because it's a turtle objective for them. But for ONIC, they're trying to speed up the laning here for Nets so that they could, or he could join team fights early. And again, top lane.
Okay, Gem not going to be able to escape this one again. Just like that deja vu of Prazer's Wrath as he falls under the turret going down. The tier 1 falls.
I gotta say, that is such a calculated play coming in from RSG. They know for a fact that having a D-Roth and a Fredrin just go at it. Doesn't matter if you're an export. Honestly, it doesn't matter who you are. D-Roth and a Fredrin would finish you up, especially if you get caught in the crowd control. Of course, the dead center Appraiser's Wrath always deals tons of damage. But now ONIC Philippines are now trailing behind RSG. Not by a big margin, though, just by 1,000. Looking at the items, looks like we're looking at a Rapid Boots D-Roth for the first time in a long while. Rapid Boots in the XP lane, baby.
But actually, this is what we have been mentioning for RSG's plays on this D-Roth. One reason as to why Iran is helping Nats on the top lane is to speed things up. So later on, Emma will go at the top lane and just to farm because literally ONIC is forcing. It's like a what do we call this? The mirror type of rotation, but the difference is that for RSG it's XP lane, for ONIC it is the gold lane because the player or the hero that could target later on the marksman of ONIC is gonna be the T-Roth. So why not force him to be as deadly as possible?
And that's another turret down for the side of ONIC, and they have been pushing through their Bruno, and I feel like ONIC has mastered this art, like protecting their marksman while he tries to push or split push. Nets have been one of those gold laners that benefited well from teams that leave him alone.
Yeah, I always like to call this the basically the gold lane experience, right? They go in vacation mode! Nabbed! Goes in under the turret, cleans up the kill. Able to get one. Still, turtle going to be worked on. It will be a reset, though.
Ghost vacation mode. I feel like that's how you would put Super Princess Life underneath that turret. Forced vacation. Go back to base. And ONIC still struggling to find footing in this fight. All 3 turtles of the game going to the hands of RSG. What can we expect as we enter mid-game?
In terms of the mid-game, for ONIC, as long as there is no death for Nets, it's still a good sign for them. Oh, is that a steal? Oh, it's a steal! It's a steal from Aqua. Oh, nasty play from Aqua. Anyway, going back to the thought, again for ONIC, as long as there is a nice play or opening for Nets, since he has the Berserkers here already, all they need to do is to have someone in front, probably Ryzen and Gem, and have Nets do all free hitting. But again, it is against Nats Zyron.
Light can go in. Nice into a Fury. Gets the knock up, and Razor's Wrath will go down on multiple members. Emon gets the kill. It's only Ryzen that falls there. Thankfully, with the sustain from Yoshinu, able to keep them alive. But that's a deadly combination. We just got a preview of what can happen later on.
Yeah, that was clean. That was really clean coming in from RSG. And Light feels like he's playing without a chip on his shoulder. Love that for him. And then they're going to go for the mid lane turret. And I feel like ONIC is going to give it up.
You know what, if you're up against RSG or if you're ONIC and if you're up against this type of lineup, it's really hard to penetrate because of the crowd control again and even the slow. So what I need to do is have someone to do the split push, which by the way RSG uses against them, but it would be difficult for them. Probably the only option they could do is to wait until Super Prince can deal damage to the other players, because looking at the goal, it's just, or even the level, it's level 9 as compared to level 10, so the passive of Valentina isn't really much used here for this game. So a decent Lord Dance, again, it's part of our keys to victory for both.
Yeah, and now Purple Buff will be the next objective. They're going to go for Ryzen. Minowan's Fury lands on 1.
Okay, Ryzen still going to be up for a little bit longer. Gem going to go in with himself. Still going for it. Ryzen finally falls. M on the backside. Now Nets trying to take him down. Won't be able to get the kill, though. Man, was that kind of messy under the tier 2.
Yeah, that dive coming in from Evan was extremely risky, but a risk he's willing to take. And now they're going to go for the first Lord of the game with no crucial ultimates coming in from ONIC. It's going to be extremely hard for them to contest this one, Chantel.
You know what, for ONIC, the problem there on that last team fight is I think there has been miscommunication in terms of the initiation. We saw the last insanity from Gem, but at the same time there's no follow-up. Probably because, or not probably, it is because of Light's very nice Minowan's Fury. It's as if RSG, whenever one player or one of their teammates goes for the initiation, everyone is willing to go for a follow-up. It's something that ONIC has been lacking for this game, as to why RSG has been really effective and is now at left.
Whoa! Nets getting really close there. Light can stick her in. Will go down. Nets grabs the kill. Emon falls too. Aqua trying to run away, but he's got 4 members on this side of the map. Now they have to deal with this Lord, though, but ONIC finding some hope there.
Quite the greedy play coming in from RSG. Popping the ultimate quite early. Yes, they did have burst damage, but a heal coming in from Yoshinu comes in clutch. Now with the Lord marching up top, could they actually use this, Chantel?
With this Lord, knowing that Light and even Evan is not part, it is easy defense for ONIC. And just when we said that the RSG is ready for the team fight whenever there is initiation, it's a bit too much or a bit fancy earlier because other players are not really around that team fight area. So for ONIC, all they have to do is to maximize those let's say, overextended team fights from RSG.
Yeah, and now RSG with a 4K gold lead, they might just be able to eat up almost all the jungle creeps coming in from ONIC Philippines, and that's going to hinder the growth here of Nets, but he is 2-0-1, so that's a bit of late game insurance for them.
It's kind of like their saving grace, right? I mean, and this is usually, I feel like a case or a reoccurring trend, specifically with ONIC Philippines for the most part, right?
Yeah.
They take care of Nets the best they can, and that's usually what happens. And then he's kind of the one that either pops off in the team fights, or we've seen him do it before where the whole saying of nothing but Nets happened, and he backdoors, right? He goes for the split push, and he's able to win games that way. But again, with the way things are going on here for RSG, specifically having this lead, it's going to take some work to get back into it.
And speaking of ONIC taking care of Nets really well, take note that it is 9.2k as compared to 8-point-something K for Emma. So it is 1,000 lead in terms of gold for both the marksmen. As to why there was a time wherein Emma wanted to target Nets but wasn't able to because of the difference in terms of damage. Again, the critical damage per second from the Bruno compared to the movement speed of an Irithel. So one reason as to why Nets built as well, the Wind of Nature. So it's going to be a marksman versus marksman play, but there is a threat from Nats damage.
And now the Luminous Lord will be up in 10 seconds. Crucial objective to take here for RSG. You would want that to further push into the base of ONIC. Meanwhile, for ONIC, if they're able to secure that, they might just turn this around, considering that Nets has been farming up the entire game.
Okay, so we could see here actually the movement from RSG. We have both Eman and Light from the top lane. That is because they are full aware that whenever ONIC doesn't want to go for the contest, they will go for the split push. So when they saw other players of ONIC, they went straight to this Lord.
Yeah, and this Lord will be the second Lord of the game, going to the hands of RSG, an uncontested objective once again. If you look at the objective score, ONIC only secured 1 turret compared to RSG securing everything else.
And the one problem also for ONIC is the clearing of minion wave. So they have X-Borg, yes, but one of the starters or the initiators for ONIC is Gem. So if they are to use the last Insanity to clear the minion wave, might as well hit those flames against the players of RSG once they want to go for that push. Again, we could see Nats with that blade armor. So he is now built to just find Nets in the middle of ONIC's fortress.
Definitely something you have to watch out for. Second turret, mid lane is going to fall. They've got to work with the Lord as well. Another big item here being picked up for ONIC. Will it be enough to hold on here? Lord going to go ahead and get the charge up. Turret falls. Base now exposed on top side. Gem taking some damage. Good thing he is fine with the immortality. Quite tanky. Has the armor as well. So best case scenario here, ONIC Philippines holds on to anything that they can. But right now it looks like RSG, with the lead they have, they're going to keep pushing the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, a wave as well down bottom lane, but the healing does come in. Gem might take the brunt of the damage here, but Emmett goes in with a heavy crossbow. Wasn't able to deal a lot of damage on the turret, but was able to poke down ONIC. Still, one inhibitor turret down for the side of ONIC Philippines. RSG was successful in their push, but not as successful as they wanted to be.
You know what? If this game stretches around 80 minutes, what's the last game again for them?
38 minutes.
38.
The last time that these guys met, 34.
Okay, so if ever this game reaches around 18 minutes or 90 minutes, okay, it's gonna be difficult for RSG to finish the game because for ONIC, the sustain is already there, even the initiation from Gem, and take note that Nets hasn't been really found or hasn't really been killed for every team fight that RSG wanted to start. So imagine that there's a team fight, ONIC defense, and the Worldly just deals damage against the players of RSG. Okay.
Irad goes in for the engage, uses the retribution too. But looks like they're gonna go in for the pokes instead. Ryzen might be taken down here.
Yeah, Ryzen gonna try to be healed up. Won't be enough as he falls. Light jumps in, finds multiple members before he falls himself. Now Ned's going, has to pop the Wind of Nature, gonna be able to survive. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The roamer for the jungler. They lose a turret as well for ONIC Philippines.
Oh wow, it's just Light bringing light to his teammates. It was a very nice Minoan Spirit at the same time. Everyone's just moving forward, forcing ONIC to back away. And look at the damage from Aqua, now at 104. It's very difficult because if you compare the range of Valentina as compared to this Novaria, one reason as to why Super Prince is having a hard time to deal damage against the players of RSG. Okay, Lord.
Oh, they're going to have to fight for this Irad, able to secure it. ONIC Philippines going to have to go back and prep for this defense, holding on to that one turret.
And it's almost a 10,000 gold lead. RSG definitely playing to their strengths, and they know their range. They know their ability to all in whenever they want to, but they're not going for it all the time. You know that they can, but they have the discipline to just go for the better play.
Yep, and even for RSG, aside from going for the better plays, I like that they really respect the potential as well for a counter engage against ONIC. But speaking of counter engage, that's something that ONIC needs to do for this defense.
See if they can hold it together here. They're going to lose this turret. They still have to deal with the Lord. Base fully exposed now.
Eman.
Super Prince holding on to the Minoan Fury himself. He might be looking to utilize it here in this possible last defense. But right now, RSG, even with the lead they have, they can't end the game just yet.
Okay.
They're going to be forced back here. ONIC Philippines holds on for a little longer.
3 Lords, they've already used up 3 Lords to push this. One more Lord and we might even see an equalized item pool for our gold laners, which honestly RSG doesn't want. The next Lord, they should go for the finish. If not, this might just be another long game.
Yep, again, we've mentioned the 18-minute mark for ONIC, probably 20-minute mark as well. So for Eman, he is fully aware of the sustain that ONIC has, and since Gem is really on front, they need someone to really force this Piraga armor to be shred prior team fight, because as long as the Gem's there, it's going to be difficult here for RSG to penetrate, even if all the inhibitors has been destroyed here against ONIC. So in terms of throwing minion wave, pretty decent for ONIC since the damage of Nets is just here with the Malefic Roar as well.
Yeah.
So you know what? Things are taking long for both of this, or for both of our teams. It's because there's no really decent initiator for Light. As long as there is 2-3, it's good. But for ONIC, it's really hard for them.
And looking at the gold lane, both of them actually already have their 6 items ready to go, which means ONIC does have the damage that they need to take down RSG. It's just a matter of positioning their marksmen well, protecting Nets as much as possible. And for RSG, it's the complete opposite. Try to poke him down, try to go all in. And of course, Eman could handle himself. That's why you run the sprint anyway. You should be good on your own.
Yep, and speaking of good on their own, I think for ONIC, what's lacking for them is we've been mentioning initiation in team fights. But sometimes, all they do is to go for the counter initiation. What if this time around, it's going to be Gem that uses last Insanity first? I know it's last, but first Insanity, maybe.
Oh, this is going to be tough here. They got spotted out. Ryzen will get deleted as he's taken down, and they're going to collapse right on ONIC Philippines. Nets trying to get away with Super Prince and Yoshinu. Gem with the Immortality will be popped, trying to buy time. Buys a little bit for the team, but will get taken down eventually. They chase him down. Aqua gets the kill. Meanwhile, on the top side, Irad buys a little more time. Here comes Emon. Goes in. Nets trying to help out the team on line. Goes in with his own knock-up with the Minoan Fury, and they'll get taken care of. Super Prince left alive. Naf trying to get the kill. Can't get it, but Aqua cleans it up. And now all they have to do is wait for the minions to push into base here. RSG Philippines will take game number 1 against ONIC Philippines in a quick, deciding team fight.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. A very methodical RSG dismantled ONIC in the early to the mid game. Will they be the ones to break the win streak that ONIC has? We're about to find out in game number 2, but for now, it's gonna be RSG taking down ONIC.
You know what? When you said the term methodical for RSG, it really is. Because knowing that ONIC was from win streaks or from a win streak, it's not the usual ONIC that we see. It's as if they don't want to go for an initiation, or they don't want to go for the objective taking. We don't really saw a very, very long lore dance, so it's not the usual ONIC, all I can say.
It's usually ONIC going in hard for the early parts of the game, but this time around it was RSG ready to party. You guys could be ready to party for MLBB anniversary as well on October 7th. The 5th anniversary Encore selection chest and the 7th anniversary achievement from unlocking the annual fund data are up for grabs.
Just chat happy 7th anniversary. That's all you have to do on MLBB to claim even more rewards. And guess what? All heroes will be free. Yes, that's right. I know you guys love free stuff, so they'll be free for a limited time. Round up your friends and have a blast together.
Perfect time to invite your friends to play MLBB because whichever hero they saw in MPL or whichever hero they fancy to play, they could for a limited amount of time. And you know how things are.
I can't believe it's been 7 years.
It's been 7 years.
Wow.
It's been 7 years of MLBB. Now, most popular esport, most popular mobile esport in the entire world. So, thank you for people watching right now of MPL Philippines.
Thank you for the 7 years.
Thank you for 7 years. You know, I don't think MPL has been around for 7 years.
Just MLBB, I think.
Just MLBB, but a different name. Like, I feel like it was a different name before. It wasn't the MPL, but you know, it is what it is. It has been a long time with you guys, so thank you so much for spending these years with us. And wow, I just realized how long it is, and not as long as the last game, though. The last series, rather, it was 38 minutes. But this time around, it's a 19-minute game where RSG won. Let's dissect game number 1 with our analyst, Chantel. Your time to shine.
All I can say for RSG, it was a very, very dominating win for them. Again, in terms of rotation execution, it was really on point, and at the same time, the hero pickings or even draft of RSG was really effective against ONIC Philippines. For ONIC Philippines, we said that it's as if this is not the usual ONIC Philippines that we saw. That is because of our smart MVP of that game, Irad, using that for grid. So with the 307 KDA, gold per minute of 691, and teamfight participation of 83%. Again, for Irad, we've seen the development of this guy in terms of objective taking, and not really more on the risky type of a guy. It's as if the fundamentals is now being implemented and adapted well by Irad, the jungler of RSG. All throughout the game, all I can say that it was really RSG dictating the tempo. Although we saw the first blood for Gem for ONIC on that turtle objective. So after the first blood, RSG saw the threat that this expert could bring to RSG. So what it did was they focused on Gem's lane and then made sure that Eman will really have a very, very nice laning on taking, while them taking the objective. So it's as if they're doing a mirror type of rotation and at the same time focusing on the XP lane, as to why it was difficult for ONIC to decide whether are we gonna defend the lane of our gold lane or are we to help Gem on the XP lane. So it happened from minute 1 until the 9-minute game time, as to where RSG was just dictating the tempo of the game. It was a risky play for RSG during this moment, around the 8-minute game time under the second-tier turret, because if it had been ONIC that went in full force for the team fight, it could have been a different story for them. Again, speaking of full force team fights, I kind of feel like for ONIC, they are playing with limitations when in fact they could really just play and bring those damages against RSG. So they have the expert that could actually set up a play using the immortality, yes, plus the last insanity, but we didn't really see that for game number 1. So if you are to look at the hero composition of ONIC, it's gonna be a struggle whether Ryzen will be up front or Gem's gonna be in front But the key there was to have someone just deal damage against RSG and force the other skills to be used on a team fight. So RSG again just dictated the tempo for that game, and mainly because the rotation is just continuous. Again, they wanted to go for a fast play, and we've mentioned in terms of the emblems, the concussive blast has been a huge factor here for Light, because every time he goes in for despair stomps rather, it was difficult for ONIC to find the perfect target versus RSG on a team fight, because the one in front is either Light or Irad, and there's someone at the back that slows down the players of ONIC. So if you are ONIC and specifically Super Friends, who am I gonna target? Yes, there is the Wilderness for the emblem, but at the same time, since you are somehow gapped in terms of the levels, it's really hard to find the one that is on your lane as well. So that alone tells a lot for ONIC's play during that game. It was a 19-minute game, but it feels like they're just waiting for an error from RSG, which didn't happen. So they needed to force an error from RSG. So anyway, look at the items here. It was actually Nets that has the earlier items, or the more insurance items against Eman, because the Wind of Nature was built by Eman on the latter part of the game. But anyway, again, the damage is just there. The itemization with the blade armor for both Light and Irad was there as well. As to why, in terms of the team fight, or for every engagement that we see for both RSG and ONIC, it is difficult again for ONIC to just secure a kill against RSG. It was 80% teamfight participation for both Nets and Ryzen, but in terms of burst damage, it's the sector we're in ONIC lacked. So looking at RSG, 67% for Eman. Again, they gave space for Eman. So at the latter part of the game, it was just Eman dealing damage to the rest of the players. And wingman of the game is Nats, because the early rotations was from his lane, so it was about 2-3 kills for the guy. Again, a different version of Nats, from being the tanky guy to more on the damage type of XP lane. So very interesting RSG to bring in a new hero, someone old hero, but at the same time new to our eyes during this meta. And I'm pretty sure that our co-casters saw the potential of Dirot to be part of the current meta, Dirot to be part of the current meta. So we might see other XP laners, knowing that this is the round 2. Right, Umi and Naisu.
You know, it is quite interesting to see the D-Roth back in pro play. It's the first time that the D-Roth has been picked up for the regular season of Season 12. It was quite interesting the way the Nats played it. It was mostly sustain rather than damage. It was just a second skill bot. It's mostly, hey, let me hit you with my armor pen and my teammates would finish you off. But you know, it has been quite a supportive method of Nats here to just remove their armor. Meanwhile, you guys could show your support this time for your favorite MPL teams by purchasing their limited edition team notification effects for only 58 diamonds. And man, it's such a nice notification whenever you see your kill, especially if it's a Savage.
And another nice thing is that you guys can also purchase the weekly Diamond Pass and enjoy a diamond rebate of 455%. That's a lot of percentage. You can claim 100 diamonds on the day of your purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days.
And if you're worrying about the missing rewards, just log into the game every day. And Layla's saving box will automatically save them for you. Besides, item rewards are worth over 280 diamonds are already waiting for you.
The offer is just too good to miss. Just unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits now.
You know, there are a lot of things in the shop. I personally did waste or spend all of my diamonds on the Neo Beast's Fredrin.
I got that too.
I wasn't able to get Fredrin yet.
I'm sad.
Did you get either?
It's one of the best.
Maybe I'll get later.
Or are you waiting for the... Wait,
can't
say that yet. I can't say that yet.
Can't
say that yet. It's not yet confirmed, but we have seen it all around.
I thought there was like a video about it.
Oh yeah, it's already confirmed.
I was like, wait, there's a video about it.
Yeah, there is a video about it. The Ducatis.
And we just saw the Irithel.
It was pretty good. We saw the Irithel. The Benedetta's back in meta. Both heroes are quite the speedsters. I love motorcycles, though I don't know how to ride one.
At least I get to experience having a Ducati just in game.
In MLBB.
In MLB, but in MLB.
I don't know if I would even ride one in real life.
Yeah,
They're so fast.
It's really plus Manila traffic.
Yeah, that's true.
It's such
Yeah,
a it's
that's
such a
true.
shame to ride a nice motorcycle and not be able to use it. You know.
Yeah, you'd be going maybe 10 the entire
10
time.
The entire time with stops, by the way. Of course, if you could buy a Ducati, why not? Right? Just for show. And then, unless of course you're in the motorway or like the expressway.
Well, you might as well. If that, I'm sure a lot of people watching out there don't want to go that route. So might as well get it in the game when that does
just get in the
release.
game. You could play it, at least ride it in game. But yeah, going back to this series, we have RSG already 1 win away from securing a sweep against ONIC. Last time that they met, ONIC was the first one to win in the best of 3, but RSG was quick to give them a reverse sweep.
That was a dominant game.
Like,
I think Chantel put it really well too. You know, we're used to seeing a certain type of ONIC Philippines, and you know, with this iteration of this lineup, but it like didn't happen in game 1. And for the most part, I just feel like, you know, that's one, I would say this is almost a characteristic of RSG. Like, when they get the ball rolling, it's so fitting for their name. They literally turn into Raiders. Like, they don't stop. And they just control a lot of the early game pressure. They keep things going. Most of the time, they're just winning objectives. You saw it. They had 9 turrets to 1, obviously, right? And even before the game ended there, ONIC Philippines really didn't have any ground to cover, you know? And I feel like, so now if you're trying to figure out, all the ONIC fans out there, like, what do they have to do? Well, one of it is control the aggression from RSG, and that's why at the beginning of the game I said both these teams like to go for the first blood.
Yeah.
They like to start early because that's kind of their play style. So hopefully this time around, ONIC Philippines can do that, right? They can get the first blood, get some of these first turtles or turrets down, and then scale up really fast there like we've seen them do in the past.
Another question that has to be answered is, are they going to stick with the same players? Like, we haven't seen coach swap out the players in between series. It's very rare to see, but if there's one coach that we could expect it from,
It's going to be Coach
might be Bluffsy.
Well, yeah, thinking about it, probably one reason as to why this is the main roster. I'm not saying that this is a bad roster for ONIC, but again, we're finding that a perfect mix actually here
Higher
for
win
ONIC.
rate roster.
Higher win rate. They had win streaks for the other lineup. So I feel like for ONIC, they might want to go for a pos 5 or a tank that could do heroes like that could set up a play. Hard tanks.
Yeah, I mean,
Because this is light.
What?
This is versus light.
This is Light.
Yeah.
Light is known for
The
like
setups.
what we saw him do. Like he'll literally just throw his body into the fray.
And most of the time it's successful for RSG. We did see the Minotaur go in for the flashy flicker plays. Quite excited to see if he's going to pick up the Mathilda, if it's going to be open for this game, because looking back at the first series, the Mathilda was quite the powerful pick. Maybe roam or mid. Assassin Emblem Mathilda from Sanji. Did you expect that when you guys watched the first series? Mathilda mid with an Assassin Emblem.
Well, actually, in terms of the Assassin emblems, there was a time prior MPL Season 12, I was able to talk with Coach Stronger and E2Max for an event. And they said that if you just want to convert a specific mage hero to deal damage against or to have damage rather, you just have to go for the Assassin Emblem. So knowing that Sanji is a type of player that has killer instinct, why not apply that Assassin Emblem to a mage hero or any support hero that has magic damage against other heroes?
And you know, the Circling Eagle is quite an interesting topic right now. The updates on it is, I think, personal note, no offense, quite overpowered. What do you think about it?
Okay, I was going to ask you, why do you think it's overpowered?
Man, you can reposition after circling around. That's like, you're providing vision, damage, possible CC or the threat of it, what you can pull out at any given second. Like, I do feel like a proper nerf for the Circling Eagle V2 would be we called it Circling Eagle V2 at this point. Like, Circling Eagle would be maybe give it an adjusted time where you have no choice but to fly around. You can't just fly and then pull back. You have to do at least 2 circles before you're able to fly out, you know? At least that gives somewhat of a reaction time or somewhat of a read. Because right now it's completely unpredictable. You could go fly, just, you know,
hanging around.
Just do this and that.
And then suddenly fly out at any given time. That's overpowered.
And as casters ourselves, sometimes we get confused too as to where the circling eagle will stop, right?
Yeah.
So
exactly.
It's literally a bait play.
I think that's why our good friend just says caca.
Yeah.
Because that's the easiest way to cover it.
It was a premonition.
Why bother analyzing it if you can't predict it? Like that's just how good it is right now. And the Matilda obviously has been banned out since game 1. I do think that entering game 2, none of the teams would still open that, because considering our roamers here, both of them seem like good Matilda players. Like I feel like all of our roamers here should be good Matilda players.
Yeah, I think at this point, again, we see kind of these adaptations, especially when the metas, shift and go this way. So, I'm sure that they could go that route if they want to, right? Go with these sustained heroes, go that route. But like Chantel mentioned, Light, when you watch Light play, whether that's on the international stage or here in the MPL Philippines, you're just kind of expecting him to play that part where it was like almost where people would be like, man, this is crazy. When they saw Chaknu before playing like Angela, like, you want to see Light play these heroes that start fights, that initiate, that get things going. And, for me, as strong as Matilda is, strong being a very underrated word, and, it's not the Light that I know, right? But again, I'm sure that they could make it work if they go that route, but it's not. It's already banned out.
Yeah, I just gotta say too, like we have seen the Lolita already in our ranked games. It's still not available for competitive play, but next week it will be. That's gonna be an exciting time to be an RSG fan. If there's the one pick that I always remember when we talk about Light, it's gonna have to be the Lolita.
Of course.
Looking at the bans, we're gonna take up the Matilda, the Lilia as well banned out, the Joy. Very similar banning strategy coming in from both teams, except a few additions such as the Lilia.
Okay, so with the Lilia ban here for RSG, we could expect heroes that melee heroes rather, since they want to go for the dives again, possibly again with the Lilia. So it's going to be a Minotaur ban. So whenever there is a game number 1, it has been a trend that if it's effective, it will be banned on the next game. So the thing here is that you don't have Angela and even Matilda. So first game it was Fredrin first pick for RSG, but other heroes are open. But it's still going to be Fredrin. Again, it's very suitable for their play as long as they will continue the fundamentals type of play. So for ONIC, they have an option to take again Bruno for nets. It was effective, yes, for them. They could change other heroes like the XP lane as early as now, or probably a Baksha again as their second pick.
And looking at the first pick, it is a very safe pick coming in from RSG. Elad definitely loves playing around this Fredrin. Looking back at weeks 1 to 3, he was quite the aggressive Fredrin, but right now, I feel like it's tempered aggression, and it's always with a buddy, which is always fun. If you're gonna do something aggressive, might as well do it with another guy.
What? Okay.
The ending there, the ending of that sentence, not what I was expecting.
Sorry,
I was expecting a different ender, but what?
No. Like tower dives and all, If you're gonna do something stupid,
Big bro energy.
Just do it with a bro.
Well, that works. So, you know what, though? It's funny because this is almost like deja vu and alone, right? Because it's same pick so far.
Yep, basically the same for both. So probably for ONIC, this where they could change things up. So why not? They don't pick Baksha yet, but open Lancelot for Ryzen. That's an option for them for the second part of the picking. So they could go for an XP lane, probably a... Okay, so Diroth was the pick earlier for Nats. So a safe XP lane, Terizla, something like that.
Ooh, just in time. Terizla locked in for the side of ONIC. One of the most popular XP laners, if not the most popular XP laner right now. Highest picked in that role. And if you're an XP laner, you haven't tried Turista yet, please do. One of the best when you look at the roles of what an XP laner does. And looking at the draft index here, Hero DPS seems to be at the side of ONIC this time around, but a lot of support utility on the hands of RSG.
That is the reason as why it is 4.8 in terms of vision and information. Again, with the Novaria alone, that's a lot of vision already for RSG, which was very effective, by the way, in game number 1. Now for ONIC Philippines, what they could do is pick a hero that could somehow be on par in terms of vision. More the tank side for them, but it's going to be, by the way, Yu Ban for the side of ONIC XP. So they're focusing on XP lane, but knowing that Nats can do and can pick other heroes for him. Okay, is it still the same strategy wherein they're forcing? No, we don't really see Nats use the Freddy. Okay, I'm just answering myself.
It's everyone.
It's
We Bear
everyone.
Bros.
It's We Bear. We're all We Bear Bros.
Hey, I'm there.
Everyone.
It's the full stack.
I'm there.
The full stack. That's how you know. We're one big family in the broadcast.
I'm Chloe.
Everyone's a bear.
And Chantel, are
I'm
you
Chloe.
a berry?
Chloe, that's the name of a girl? Chloe?
Yep, I think it's a character from We Bear Bros.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Is it the one with the Korean mom?
I'm not sure, but she's a little girl.
Oh yeah, I think that was the one with the Korean mom. But you know, a lot of healers taken out already in the banning phase. The Yu Zhong, actually, I'd have to say, is the king of XP laner right now. There's a reason why he's getting taken out. Everybody's playing Yu Zhong. Nobody could match his damage, and what a menace in the lane.
You know what? Aside from focusing on the bans, I'm thinking for ONIC, it's a good option for them to have Faramis if they have Bruno. Since Nets can do 1v1s in terms of late game. But anyway, it's gonna be Franco ban here for ONIC. Makes me wonder. Are they gonna get? Oh wait, I was thinking of tanks a lot again for Ryzen for this game.
Oh my.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Who's that guy?
Who's that guy?
Who's that guy? I think that is. Wait a minute. That's you, Naisu.
Are you two looking good?
That's you, Naisu.
Good thing the draft thing was there.
How old were you during that time?
My goodness.
Is that like?
You know, hey, let me just say that there is a specific caster out there in the world that has started this whole thing. Mirko, I know you're watching right now. It's your fault.
Yo, it's his fault in Indonesia and everywhere, but in the Philippines, we started it.
Yeah.
We showed you to the world. We gave those words. Mirko, if you're watching this, who whispered the magic words?
Oh, who whispered it?
Who whispered
What
it?
was the
I wonder
magic
who
word?
it was.
I wonder. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's Leo. But
Maybe
I honestly feel
midnight.
like, honestly, I'd come clean.
Maybe it's
Naisu.
you.
It was
Maybe
me.
it's you.
Maybe
It's-
I
it's
know.
something that you
I
can
know
do.
it was you.
I'm sorry.
It's
it was me.
something
I know
that
it
you
was
could
you.
probably do.
And I just.
I'm okay with it.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Naisu. And you again.
I was 21 years old.
21.
Oh, it was just a year ago.
It was
Just a year ago.
Wow, I have
You're
grown
22
up.
this year.
Yeah, I have grown up like crazy in a year.
We're gonna go back to the draft in just a bit. I just gotta say, Naisu, one hell of an attractive man.
Yep.
A perfect guy in his 21-year-old life.
And
Now,
you have the same hairstyle, by the way, with Bruno during
Thank
that
you.
photo.
Thank
and by the way, the magic words that I whispered to Mirko. JC Rezabek Tuna. You guys could
You could search that.
search that right now.
Those
up in
are the
Google.
keywords. Those are the
JC
keywords.
space Rezabek Tuna. You'd see a lot of Naisu's peak physique.
And
You know
the
what?
search engine will help you.
People want to know how you got that body. I know we got to talk about the draft in a second.
All right.
People want to know how you get that body.
How?
How?
You play 8 hours of video games a day. Like, that was my routine. I did push-ups, dude. That's it.
Oh wow, yeah. I guess genetics played a big role.
And I'm not done.
What else?
And I ate Sentry tuna.
Oh, I see. I mean, I've been
Okay.
dodging it. You know, I guess cat's out of the bag. That was the secret. And
Going
now,
back to the draft.
Going back to the draft. It's finally complete. We're looking at a Lancelot for Irad and a Fredrin XP lane for Nats. So overall, the draft index is showing that Hero DPS, ONIC Philippines, is still ahead. But in terms of objective control, there's a slight lead for the side of RSG.
Yeah, actually, for RSG, what's nice for them is in terms of crowd control, although it's 4.2, they are fully aware of the potential of their lineup, so they capitalize on that, which they actually did on game number 1. But what's nice for the side of ONIC this time around is in terms of sustain. So they're focusing on sustain and at the same time DPS. So if ever they have a nice laning rather in terms of the early game, then things would be nice for them. But the Raiders, they will just continue to raid.
Oh, let's see if the raid continues for RSG. It's going to be one more win for them if they want to secure the sweep. But for ONIC, they got to secure the reverse sweep if they want to see their win streak grow even further. Let's head on to the Land of Dawn. What can we expect in the early game looking at the Kaja finally open for Yoshino to take?
You know what, in terms of what we will be expecting, particularly for ONIC, is really more on the zoning. Like, this is Valentina and Akaja. If they don't rotate as early as possible, it's as if, why did we even get these heroes, right?
No! Oh, wait. Irad, you know, almost.
That was close. That was close.
If that reset, that's like 2 seconds tops.
Dude, it is to be caught in 4K, just in case.
Just the one moment, but you know, still a very safe start. Looking at the emblems over here, a lot of movement speed coming in from the side of ONIC. A lot of them running the agility and the wilderness. By the way, best combo if you want to roam around the map quite fast.
And even a Brave Smite actually for Gem and Yoshino. So we might see a longer team fights for ONIC. Again, we've mentioned about sustain for them. So okay, we've been mentioning Lancelot, by the way, since we were too focused on Jay-Z Resurrect's body earlier. So it is Irad on the Lancelot.
And I feel like that was a steal pick or something that of a counter to the Martes. So it's not really a counter, but more so of a response. Like you could go through the Martes and the Martes could go through you.
Okay.
That's it.
That works. That's either how you do it, right? Also, I'm glad that we actually get a showcase here now of this new, well, rather new skin for the Kaja here because, like you mentioned, it's banned so much, you know?
Yeah.
It's something to be said that the reason why this Kaja is banned so much is just because of the fact that, like, Divine Judgment alone almost always guarantees, like, an automatic kill for the most part, right?
Yeah.
And especially with the lineup that they have. So we'll see if they're able to utilize that now that this first turtle comes up here.
Especially if you pair it up with a Flicker or a team that could burst him down. In this case, ONIC does have the tools to burst people down. RSG will be the ones contesting this first turtle take.
Okay, so we could see that Light isn't at level 4 yet as compared to Yoshino. So we will definitely see ONIC doing the initiatives versus RSG on this subjective.
Ooh. This is off to a great start. You know, when I was saying earlier, when I was like, there's a certain way ONIC Philippines likes to play, just like RSG. And if it's getting this lead, which they've already garnered themselves here at 3 minutes into the game, this is a great start to taking us to a game 3.
And with the Kaja as well, they might be able to pull off better plays or more proactive ones, especially whenever the Flicker is up and maybe even to conceal the moment that he gets that blessing.
All I gotta say, this is a nice skin, by the way, for the Kaja.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, with a Brave Smite for Yoshino, one reason as to why he is...
Oh, wait! Nets! Oh, Nets! Gonna be in trouble. Will go down light grab in the first blood. They're gonna be looking for Emon, though. The Flicker comes through, plus the Divine Judgment. Able to get the kill. At least they salvage that situation. Gold laner for gold laner.
Man, the Flicker with the Divine Judgment, there's absolutely no way that you could mess that up, you know?
And for Yoshino, that's a good initiative for him at the bottom lane. It is Eman that was secured the kill here for ONIC, for RSG. So it is 1-1. A very nice lead for ONIC. And what's really nice this time around is they're forcing the team fights to be at the bottom lane. So they don't want Eman to have those early lead in terms of gold coming to this game.
And now 4 minutes in, we are seeing ONIC with a 1K gold lead. They have to push this advantage even further. And now bot lane engage coming in from Super Prince.
Again, look at this pressure here, right? The Divine Judgment just came back up, so unfortunately that was off. That whole iteration was off just by a couple seconds, but still, ONIC Philippines holding on to that little lead they have that you mentioned, and all this leading into the second turtle of the game in just under 10 seconds.
Yeah, and ONIC, they do have the advantage to secure that second turtle of the game. They've already secured the first one. Might as well try to take the second one cleanly. They have the Martis already walking towards the turtle, but the Lancelot might be there to steal it away.
Okay, so in terms of positioning, Emma's gonna be part of the team fight. Light's getting ready for the initiation though.
Yeah, he's not going to go in. Irad already used the Phantom Execution. Who gets it? It's Ryzen securing the turtle there. So second one in the hands of ONIC Philippines.
Oh, ONIC really showing RSG that game one was definitely something that they did not expect. And right now they're playing more as a unit.
Yup, and they're playing more as ONIC this time around. Them doing the initiation against RSG, and at the same time, it was pretty close actually in terms of the timings, in terms of retribution, a bit early, maybe 0.5 second for Irad during that time. But again, the zoning of ONIC has been pretty effective, particularly at the bottom lane. So Quantum Charge is being used properly here for both Ryzen and even Nets. So look at Eman's position now. So if you are Eman, okay, I'll just give the first year turret and let the others defend the lanes, and then I'll wait for the perfect time for me to farm and get the gold that I need. As to why, it is a 1,000 gold lead again for Nets, same as game number 1. So it's really more of the conversion this time around to be the challenge of ONIC.
So this is the thing, right? With this lead that now ONIC Philippines has, it's gone up to 2K. They're not doing anything fancy. You know, for the most part, they're either playing around the fact that they have this Divine Judgment available to them, especially when the Flicker is available as well. If not, then let's just keep getting these objectives and farming up the way we need to. Look at Nets, especially. This is very similar to what happened even the previous game, but they weren't able to follow up with the kind of vacation mode he had. Yoshinu already going in with the conceal. Won't pick a target, though. He didn't want to take nats.
Yeah, and very safe disengage coming in from ONIC as well. They were able to put a bit of pressure on the purple buff of RSG, and this time around, Ryzen does hold the retribution, does suffer a bit of damage, but here comes Light.
Ooh. Okay, Light gonna get dragged out of there. Ryzen gets it with his own decimate. Now Aqua gonna be on the run. Has to get out of there. Yoshinu also does not have Divine Judgment, so just kind of planning himself there. Cut him off from this turtle. Third one going to go in the hands of ONIC.
Perfect prediction actually for Yoshinu. Oh wait.
Whoa, Emma! Is he going to get away? No, he can't. He will fall. Now in the mid lane, they lose the tier 1. ONIC Philippines just making play after play.
Yeah, and the thing about this is it's really hard to play Kufra against Yoshinu playing Kaja. The moment that you jump in, they get pulled out.
Yep, and for Yoshinu during that moment, it's as if I can't see Light around the area, so maybe he's there waiting for a perfect initiation or perfect setup for the Kufra. So why not wait for Light to be in front of me and do the Divine Judgment? It was effective for ONIC during that moment, and all they have to do is just to do the same thing over and over again. So one reason as to why RSG is having a hard time on setting up plays is the mobility for both, mobility for Nats Hero. Yep, so vision isn't really there for them. Just for Aqua's
Okay. Oh, this is going to be troublesome here. They're trying to fight for it. Bang! He's going to go in. Light gets the setup they're looking for. Where's the follow-up?
Oh, no!
Irad going to come in, but Light will fall. It's too much. They have to retreat. Emon trying to cover fire. Won't be able to do it as 2 fall for RSG.
Great counter set coming in from Light, but ONIC does have the damage, does have the sustain. The follow-up wasn't there for RSG, mainly because it wasn't safe in that location.
Yep, it was a very, let's say, very, what's the term again?
Risky.
Very risky position for both. Again, for ONIC, it is a Bruno for them. So as long as there is a spot wherein the world is going to be effective, it's really ONIC on the upper hand. Now for RSG, they need to have that setup play from Light. Probably a steal for Irad on this Lord. So we can see a Blade Armor already for Nats. So for Light, it's just Immortality. So no specific item yet versus the damage of Nets. So this is going to be detrimental for them. For ONIC, all they have to do is just continue what they're doing and secure those objectives and find where Light is coming from.
And first Lord of the game already spawned. ONIC does have the big advantage here to just safely secure it away from RSG. A 5k gold lead is nothing to laugh about. And RSG, I feel like they're going to respect that fact. But Erad already around that area. Vision already set up with the Astral Echo. They could go in for the pathing here, but they give it away. ONIC will be securing the first Lord of the game.
Very reminiscent of what happened in Game 1, but just on the other side, right? This was RSG in Game 1, how they played around with the lead they had, and now ONIC Philippines doing the same thing here. That's exactly what they had to do into this game to get us to that Game 3. And now that they've got the Lord, right, they most likely will work these waves into hopefully getting a base turret even, just like RSG did in the previous game, where they got one turret and they kind of worked around that. So that will most likely be the game plan here now that Lord spawns.
Okay, so speaking of gameplay for RSG, what's really nice for them is they actually they were actually able to somehow clear the main wave of the top lane. So there is a wave that would be in front. Oh wait!
Erad. Yeah, you can't escape that. That was Divine Judgment as well, as you were saying, Chantel.
Yep, that was close actually for Erad. And the main question is, out of all places, why would you go up the middle lane after you went for the clear of the minion wave at the top lane? It would have been a safer route. Wait, okay. Okay, Ryzen's tanky. Anyway, it could have been a safer route for Erad if he just went for the recall and then defended their base. So we could simply team time this time around for Yoshinu.
And it's one of those errors that leaves you asking yourself, why did he do that? Or why he do be going to the mid lane?
Why there?
Why there? Now ONIC, they're going to cash in. They're going to go in for the mid lane turret. Pop goes the blessing and pop goes Nats. The Worldy secures that kill.
Pop goes Nats indeed. Nets able to get the kill. They couldn't get the turret just yet, but with this next wave, a couple hits away, 1 or 2 hits away, that will go down. And like I was saying, this is basically what happened the previous game. Nets picking up a big item. Yoshino gonna flicker in. Won't be able to find the target he's looking for, but they get the turret here. ONIC Philippines still gonna plant themselves in the base of RSG, now working on the top side turret. Gonna take a couple shots, like gonna go in, won't be able to find the target. Emon grabs the kill. Yoshinu does fall, so RSG able to find 1, and they hold on to the top turret as well.
You know what? It was actually a risky play for RSG during that moment because the option for Eman to kill during that time was Yoshinu or either Nets. So just a split second of confusion on who to target could have been deadly for Eman during that time. It was a good target for him with Yoshino, by the way. So anyway, for ONIC, it is 8-4K, but we could see right now that for RSG that they're forcing a team fight against ONIC. Now that they have, I mean, we mentioned immortality already for Light. As long as they force another team fight versus ONIC, but after that, they need to disengage as early as possible.
I just gotta say, Erad had ultra fast hands in that entire exchange. Even burnt the flicker from Yoshino without the Divine Judgment. That's how you know that this kid has fast hands.
At the middle lane, right?
And now that the Lord will be started by ONIC Philippines, this will be the first Luminous Lord of the game. ONIC will be safely securing this. I'm already calling it. Lancelot's all the way down bottom lane.
Yeah, just get what you can. You know, at this point, I think that's the game plan here for RSG. They're going to go ahead and get that tier 1 in the bottom lane. Work with that, trying to get any space they can, but that's even harder than the situation because if you're getting these turrets, you're still ultimately, you got to defend, right? You got to defend this Lord push. You have to hold on, and the biggest thing about holding on is counterplaying Yoshinu on this Kaja with the Divine Judgment. The flicker is going to be available for this whole exchange as it follows up into the base.
And speaking of counter initiation, actually for RSG, what's tricky for Light is that it's very predictable if they're just defending from their base as to where he will be coming from for initiation. But there is the damage already for the side of RSG with Aqua's Navaria though.
Yeah. Good poke here. Super Prince playing in the front there. Goes in, gonna go look for more. Here at the backside, bit of execution, not gonna find the target. Nets in the Wind of Nature, still gonna be going. Rises up, Nats fall, double kill for Nets. Takes out Emon. And now it's 4 versus 3 here, looking to end the game. Couple hits away. ONIC Philippines will do it, and they take us to Game 3.
And after a lot of exchanges, ONIC with a somewhat dominating win And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. What a game coming in from ONIC, and something that we actually expected from them in game 1. But right now we are seeing them come online, and they could potentially deliver the medicine that they swallowed in week 1 and give it back to RSG if they complete the reverse sweep, but that hasn't happened yet. And we are going to see what happens in game 3. But overall, that was such an epic win coming in from ONIC Philippines, and epic prizes are waiting for you. Get the chance to win a gaming monitor, gaming chair, or headset. Just scan the QR code below your screens and answer the survey brought to you by FWD, our expert wingman. Visit fwd.com.ph for more details. Going back in this series, what can we expect from wait, you know what? Let's save that for later. For game number 2, what happened there? Well, what did ONIC do right?
As I said, leading into the series, and I'm sure Chantel will have more to say about this, but they started strong in the early game. They built up their momentum, and they snowballed really hard. We saw the same thing from RSG in game 1.
Game 1, yeah. It's as if they counter-changed. It's as if RSG played like ONIC from game number 1, this game number 2, and ONIC played as RSG this game number 2.
It's Freaky Friday, and it is a Friday today. So a lot of exchanges coming in from ONIC and RSG, going back into draft index, and also our team head-to-head. We did discover that they share a lot of similarities in terms of play style, and maybe that's why we've seen game 1 and game 2 turn out that way. Maybe in game 3, sides would matter. Who played blue side for both games?
RSG, right?
RSG for both, because for ONIC, I kind of feel like they are really prioritizing Nets Bruno. I was about to say Bruno's Nets.
Bruno's Nets. It's almost there.
It's almost there.
Yeah.
He's the first guy to bring out the Bruno, honestly.
Season 10, right?
Season 10. And that was a time where Bruno was, I think, the third choice.
He's doing a concert in a different country.
Concert in a different country. Bruno Mars.
Yeah.
Nice. Took me like 2 seconds to figure out.
It's okay.
Which one?
Give that 10.
If there's one hero that sings, who is it? Is there like a singer character in MLBB?
Oh man, well, the only one I would think about would be Lilia. Has like a
microphone.
515 skin, maybe.
Yeah, and I think Wanwan is also a singer. Does talk about like 11515.
Oh yeah.
But not the traditional one. If there is a musician in MLBB lore, historically speaking, it's only Granger, but he's not a good one. No, I'm not even kidding. That's the lore. His music is so bad that it actually hurts people.
Yeah,
dude.
it hurts. That's why it's called Death Sonata, right?
Death Sonata Rhapsody.
Oh yeah,
dude.
okay.
Read
Now
your
I
lore.
get it. I will read the
lore.
lores next time.
Yeah, man, quite interesting to see. And honestly, speaking of lore, the Eurodisho update definitely delivered a lot of updates for Bruno, Lolita, and the rest. But let's receive an update about game number 2 with our analyst, Chantel. Your time to shine.
A very, very fast adjustment, I could say, for ONIC Philippines on that game number 2. Again, rotation was on point, even execution was on point, and it was a nice choice for them to actually get the Kaja versus a Kufra of Lights RSG, or for RSG's Lights. So we've mentioned the Kaja pick, but let's not forget the smart MVP of the game, which is Nets. So it was a priority pick for ONIC Philippines, even on game number 1. Mainly because Nets is just a really good hero, regardless if the other lane is on the lead, is on the upper hand. So for Nets, 413 KDA on this Bruno. Mid to early game, he went in for the build that focuses on initial basic attack defense, or physical attack defense. Went in for the Haas clause, and then went for the critical damage. So with this type of heroes, or with this type of itemization for Nets, he's just fully aware the potential of his hero, and at the same time what is needed to actually let others play their game and have him defend his own self, or defend himself. So there was a first blood against Nets at that time. So it was a first blood for RSG, but ONIC was able to cope up against that lead for the first blood that RSG did because of the aggression that they did against ONIC, or against RSG. So 7-minute game time was a very nice 2.8k gold lead for ONIC during that moment. The Divine Judgment of Yoshini was just really on point. The Brave Spite was very effective on this Kaja hero, and at the same time, Super Friends was just there, poking damage against the players of ONIC, and at the same time, even the IMU is for the added crowd control of ONIC Philippines. 10-minute game time was already 6.3k gold lead for ONIC. The difference in terms of the hero skill set for this Lancelot and even Martis was very evident during that game. And before I've mentioned this, there was the kill against Irad at the middle lane. Again, we've questioned the decision for that because it was after clearing the minion wave at the top lane. So again, for RSC, it was just a decision making for them on the latter part of the game. And it came 30-minute, almost 40-minute game time. It was 10k gold lead for ONIC, and it was really difficult for them to find at nets. There was a initiation for the side, or there was an effort for RSG side to find nets in the middle of the team fight, but it was really hard because you have Gem in front with the Brave Smite, even the movement speed. For actually majority of the players of ONIC went for the movement speed, so it's just continuous rotation. Again, we've mentioned during the game, it's as if ONIC has been playing what RSG did on game number 1, and RSG played as how ONIC played during game number 1. So purple buff, 6 versus 8, even the gold 47 versus 36k. As to why, in terms of the itemization for both heroes, it was nets on the lead with 1 item as compared to Eman's heroes. So in terms of the junglers this time around, again, when we see a Lancelot, there's a question if you are to go for a Tankcelot or a tanky type of Lancelot, and at the same time, if you are to do a damage type of Lancelot. So for this, after War Ox, Irad went in for the sustain heroes because the damage is just too high for ONIC side, particularly Nets and the other players, or even Super Friends actually, went in for the Clock of Destiny, and the Lightning Truncheon went straight for the Winter Truncheon. So hero damage 130k for ONIC, very effective again with rotation. So damage taken versus RSG, or RSG is on that factor. Damage to turret, it was just ONIC doing objective after another objective, securing kills after another kill, and even rotation monster gold stolen. Wow, 326 versus 1,214. It means that the rotation of ONIC was just really effective from the very beginning of the game, and they just continued to deal damage against RSG. I mean, this time around, we said that it has been as if RSG is playing their game, ONIC playing the game. This time, for Ginori, they have to meet halfway. They have to play their own game. Right, Umi and Naisu?
You know, if they meet halfway, that's gonna mean that they
39-minute game.
It's a 39-minute game time, and
this is halfway.
This is halfway. And honestly, after casting the 38-minute game, I would love to see a 20-minute game.
A 20-minute game.
A 20-minute game. Well, let's put it at 25 tops. How about that, ML? You know, when we look at the Evolve Lord anyway, it usually wants to end the game, but for some reason, if you watch Filipino games, we deny the Lord from ending the games, you know? That's how good we are.
There's just some, I would say this, just like we saw earlier today, there's some something to be said about how these Philippine teams just come up with these amazing defense plans.
Yeah.
Like, you know, earlier, I'm sure you guys witnessed it if you were watching the series earlier. That was a world championship defense. That's what
it was.
You know, but then when you hear them talk about it, they're like, "Oh, it's just common sense."
It's not. Honestly, Benny, it's not.
It's not.
Well, and honestly, when we look back at the interview, Benny Cutie and Carl was like, we were the only guys who were talking during that defense.
Everybody's all just quiet.
It's all just common sense. Like, that was such a well-orchestrated defense. No way that was just, you know what, maybe it is common sense for them, but not for us. You know, let's go to the MPL Arena to check up on the fans. We're sure Insider has a lot of fun stuff coming up to you. Insider, your time to shine.
Okay, sorry guys, medyo na busy kami dito. Kasi hindi ko alam kung paano gagawin yun eh. Kaya nagpaturo na lang ako sa ngayon na ay correspondent ng ONIC Philippines. Walang iba kundi si Seira. Seira, bago ako magsimula, gawin mo na. Kasi andito ka na rin eh. Andito ka na rin eh.
Tinuruan kita,
umpisahan mo na. Oo, umpisahan mo na. Kasi may panlaban ako dito. May panlaban ako dito kung sakali. Kung sakali lang. O sige. Simulan mo na.
Dapat ikaw yung kakanta.
Oh, sige.
Oh, kanta ka.
Chana naman,
Iba naman yan eh.
Hindi yun nga yun. Yun ba yun? Ba, yung chana namin, neno.
Oh, sige, go. 1, 2, 3.
Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, panis. Yun na yun! Yun na yun! O, labanan mo! Labanan mo! Hindi pwede! Hindi pwede! O, 5, 6, 7, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, yun na yun! Yun na yun! O, ipakita mo na rin. Pakita mo na. Yawi, may naghahanap pala sa'yo. May naghahanap nga pala sa'yo, Yawi. Siya daw. Siya daw, Yawi. Okay. Okay. So, Yawi, pahinga muna dyan. Okay. Ang malaga, nakuha niyo yung manal nyo kanina. Pero it's not about Echo this time. Kasi ONIC Philippines ngayon, kanina, egol sila nung Game 1. I wonder why. Anong oras ka ba dumating?
Ba't kaya sila natalo?
Anong oras ka dumating?
Late kasi ako ng Game 1.
Okay. Guys, Game 1, wala pa si Sarah dito.
Oo, wala kasing buff eh.
Game 2, dumating siya, 1-1 na.
Tama.
So ngayon na nandito ka, anong nararamdaman mo sa matchup na to? Anong nararamdaman?
ONIC to, syempre. Reverse sweep to, guys.
Okay.
Pinasarap lang eh, para maganda yung storya.
Oh, pampaganda ng docu.
Pampaganda ng docu.
Okay, nagigets ko naman. Nagigets ko. Sarah, kamusta pagiging correspondent? I know na sobrang busy mo. Ang dami mo nga ginagawa ng mga projects, ganyan. Pero, syempre, nandito ka. So, how does it feel na sinusuportahan mo rin ang ONIC Philippines? And I think you're also part of your own team, di ba? Meron kayong team mismo.
Yes.
Diba?
Ayun, so far naman masaya kasi sobrang welcoming ng ONIC family. Ng ONIC family sa akin. And ayun, sobrang supportive nila, especially sa team namin, which is yung ONIC Index.
Yeah, you love it. In case you guys missed it, merong team sila Sarah. It's called ONIC Index. Some of them are also, nandito sila minsan, di ba? And I think they were already interviewed from like previous times. So I'm sure na like nakikita nyo na sila. Pero bago natin ibalik to, because I feel like both ONIC Philippines and RSG are ready. Sarah, hinihintay mo na to. Hinihintay mo na to. Pinag-practicean mo to kanina. Okay? So, sige.
Yeah.
Feel ko kailangan mo na silang tanungin kung anong oras na eh.
Okay, guys! What time is it?
Yun na yun. Kahit wala akong orasan, you know it's ONIC time. ONIC PH and RSG 1-1. Balik na natin sa mga casters.
Thanks, Hans and Sarah. The only hand signal that I could do is this.
Wait, what's that?
I'm not sure, but...
Okay.
I don't know what hand
I
signal
think
that
Wolf
is.
has a specific hand signal.
Do you have
don't
a
know.
hand signal?
I don't know. I mean...
You know, I made one for OSX. You should have
How
one.
about me? Spell mine.
Your name's
Never
too
mind.
long, Chantel. Like, that's like 7 letters. Wait, let me just...
What if I asked you for
That's
one
hard.
for me?
Naisu? Dude,
It's too long.
It's too long.
It is not Naisu.
Yeah,
Naisu.
The best one is the most simplest one.
Nice approved.
Imagine if one day,
One
like
day.
What?
all the MPL regions.
Wait,
that
I'm gonna
have
close my eyes and
casters-
dream about
Okay,
the
me
words.
too, me
Okay,
too.
go for it.
Close your eyes and imagine.
It's as if it's an ASMR video
Yeah.
for... Okay, never mind.
Chantel, close your eyes.
Sorry.
Close your mouth. No, joking. I'm joking.
Wait, this... Okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
All right, close your eyes and imagine in a world where all these MPL regions, they have casters, right? And we have our own emojis in game. What would your emoji be?
My emoji would be... I'm not quite sure, honestly. You
Me
know,
too.
I feel like I've said some controversial stuff in the past. I'd put that in the game. You know what? I'd put that in the game. You live with your scars live with you. You know, if you have 7 wounds, add 1 more. This is going nowhere. Hopefully this... how about you
works.
guys? Like,
You first.
Mine would probably be Big Damn.
Big down, you
Big
know?
down.
Big D.
Oh,
No, it's
yeah,
a big
it's a big
damage.
down. It's a big
It's a big
D.
damage.
Damage.
No, the big damage. How about you, Chantel?
I'm not sure yet. Or maybe...
What about, like you're saying in Tagalog?
Oh, by the way, at Tagalog broadcast, I'm called Ate, so it's an elder sister.
Yeah, you're like the One-san in Japanese. You just went from
One-san!
Japan. Yeah. And
Anyway.
you're like the Nuna from Korea.
Nuna.
And you're like the... Sorry, I only know East Asian languages.
That works.
If that works.
You know, but
That
I
works,
just
you know?
wanted you guys to think about the possibility in the future. Who knows?
Who
Season
knows?
20? Who knows?
You know what? What if we don't get emojis? What if we get custom announcers? You know, you just Savage or whatever. That came out badly.
That works.
Like it's part of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, the chat, whatever.
Chat
that's
wheel,
called. The
chat
chat
wheel.
wheel. I'm not
Nice
sure if
to-
it's okay to mention that, but yeah, it's a chat wheel.
Yeah, you know what? If we have like a chat wheel or like a quick chat rather for MLBB, I gotta say that Naisu bedroom voice. Can you just give us a trial right now? Bedroom voice, attack the Lord.
Sample, please.
Just say attack the Lord.
Sorry, in the
bedroom
middle of
voice.
two.
Yeah, you know, just in case Moonton wants to take the idea. We're trying to sell it here, you know.
Attack the Lord.
Well,
I felt goosebumps.
one last time for brevity, please.
No, that's already a free sample.
Bedroom voice gourd version, like a gourd
Oh
version.
no, there's no good for bedroom voice.
You know, the gourd version is
He's just yelling all the time.
Whatever, dude. Oh my god, I almost ruined our desk. I pushed it with one hand. Is that the strength that I have right now?
That's
But you
the
know,
strength.
I cannot get distracted any further because the bands are already locked in. It's Angela and Edith for the side of RSG and ONIC. They're going to take out the Minotaur and the Joy once more.
Okay, so for RSG, the question here is, are they the ones to ban out Kanita? Because if not, definitely ONIC will ban out that hero. So Kaja won't be part of this game. So this saw the threat of Kaja on Yoshino's hand. So with the okay, so Kanita's open. Aqua is a good user of Kanita because, you know, rough waves and he's an Aqua.
No.
What's that? Is it a 10 over 10?
No.
Give me a 10.
It broke the scale. No. And now Fredrin is the first pick once again. The good old reliable Fredrin.
The friend.
And it's still RSG on the blue, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good point.
It's like three times already.
And still again, maybe a Valentina again.
They just want to match their jerseys, right? That's what they're going for.
Is
That's
this
stick on the blue side.
Oh, yeah. Maybe it's their ball. Anyway, jokes aside, for ONIC it was... I was waiting for your reaction, guys.
I was just
Anyway.
second guessing
Sorry, I
myself.
was drinking water.
Okay. But you were to laugh. I understand.
I couldn't laugh while drinking water. It would ruin the mic.
I was still thinking about the Aqua joke, so.
Okay. You weren't ready for it. I know. Anyway, for ONIC. Oh, so they changed things up. So earlier it was Bruno and Valentina for this 2 picks. So RSG, the question here is, are they to prioritize Valentina or Karita? Because either way, ONIC can pick either of those 2 heroes, not unless they will take Valentina, but Valentina both Valentina and Karita, which could be a good option for them.
Yeah, they already have a tank. Like, they could go in for the double magic damage, go in for the early burst. Having that Petrify and that Terrify combo in the early game is devastating for any lane. So it's going to be really interesting to see whether this Bruno could survive that. The question remains, will RSG actually take an early game composition this time around?
Okay.
Valentina.
Now the response. So this time they get the Valentina.
Oh. Finally, the dragon.
Release the dragon.
Release the dragon. Okay, so with this... what did you say? Sorry.
No, I always thought he had more to do.
I thought I was going to say something more, but I'm reserving it for when we actually talk about the XP lane matchup.
Oh.
Jungle matchup, though. Backhold, Baksha, Fredrin slap each other until somebody inevitably dies.
Wow, that is... Okay, that was... at first I thought that was our desk. I was going to be like, whoa, they're giving us the camera angle here. But as we look at the draft index, how's this playing out here, Chantel?
Okay, so interestingly enough, for the side of ONIC, from game 1 and game 2, late game was on their side because of the Bruno effect. But now because of the changes of the heroes, late game is at 1.8. So they need to focus on burst if they're not focusing on the late game heroes. So since but there's no Valentina yet. It was a Teresa XP lane, so makes sense for ONIC. But in terms of push, damage per second as well, it's really on ONIC's side. But team fight prowess, basically the same. Or actually, it is RSG on the upper hand.
And you know, when we're looking at this index, it's quite noticeable that on the side of RSG, they definitely have more team fighting in early to mid, and that's because of the Yuzong and the Fredrin. This is already a lot of damage and tankiness and burst. Like, that's how good the Yuzong is right now. Even if you're up against a Terizla. Yes, the Terizla is the most big XP laners right now in the current meta, but the Yuzong's the strongest. Especially with the buff on his first skill, the Dragon Tail.
Yeah.
It allows him to just farm up the shot energy again and again, and eventually even out-sustain you in lane. Especially if you're running the proper emblem system that allows you to generate more HP for yourself. It's either the Brave Smite or the Quantum Charge. Regardless, it's really strong. And we're about to enter the second picking phase. They're still looking for their possible roamer and mid laner here.
I was thinking about Minotaur, but in terms of pokes, basically the Desperate Stomp and even the Jeet Kune Do of Cho is basically the same. So in terms of pokes and isolation, it will definitely boost ONIC lineup, the Cho pick. So for RSG, it's actually good for them to pick the Minotaur for their lineup. And the gold lane, the safest route is Beatrix. They've been using Irithel for game 1 and game 2. So and even, I don't know, Claude's a good idea, but with the recent changes, yeah. I was about to say Claude, but I don't know anymore.
The Claude is really hard to farm up now. Who's this? Symbol ng nasawi sa laban. Who's that? Where is that guy?
Broken-hearted.
Where's that guy?
People that are broken-hearted.
Where's that guy? Is that guy? Where? That guy? Hey!
He's also the person that did
What does that
the
mean in
Weaver
English?
build.
Huh? What does that mean in English?
Symbol of those broken-hearted.
I guess the symbol of a broken heart people. I'm not quite sure, honestly. That doesn't have a direct translation. You know, it's just the X from the OSX, my guy. And now the Irithel picked up once again for the side of RSG. Eman is loving the playstyle for this Irithel, and it's quite safe too. Honestly, one of the safest marksmen right now.
Yeah, he's gonna lock that in again. Also, the fact that you have Kufra, like, there's so much setup potential here, especially depending on what Aqua decides to take. Now, if it happens to be the Way of the Dragon, it could work. If it happens to be the penalty zone, that can work. Like, you already have so many options available to you for CC, and the answer from ONIC Philippines to kind of deal with some of this is extend some of those team fights, right? Pick up the Faramis as they do, and they're going to see if they can actually utilize that Nether Realm better.
Okay, so this is going to be one bloody game for both because you have very high team fight scores for both. In terms of late game, it's leaning towards RSG side, but for both late game early to mid, it's really on RSG side.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be crucial in terms of the jungling pattern. So that's gonna be the change that ONIC needs to win this series, to have Ryzen speed up the farming, take all those jungle neutrals versus Iran.
And man, it's already going to game number 3. RSG versus ONIC. Both teams already showed what they could do, and now they're finally going at it for the final game of series number 2. Let's see if they're gonna see another slow-paced game like the last time they met. Hopefully not. But this time around, we did see them go for very fast or very aggressive early games for games 1 and 2. So it's gonna be a battle of who gets the momentum first as we enter the Land of Dawn. A lot of work for the roamers here. Looking at the roamers, we have a Kufra versus a Cho, a classic matchup in the roam.
Speaking of a classic, I'm really excited to see how they will counter out each other because the Jeet Kune Do could actually cancel or actually force an error rather against a Kufra. So looking at the XP laners, it's also interesting because Nats is really known for this usual here, right? He's a different type of, not a beast, a different type of dragon.
Yeah.
I would say, if he's
like
using
it.
that hero.
I like that you pointed that out because, oh, hold on. Already the aggression coming through on the top side. They're going to be in trouble. Aqua trying to help them.
No way.
Super Fritz will fall.
I
It's
told
a 1-for-1.
Look at the sustain, my guy. It was an early 2v2. They got bursted first, but he just went Sha energy. And my guy.
Yep, just when we said that he's a different type of dragon. I mean, what I'm saying is that aside from the other players that uses Yu Zhong, the instincts of Nats is really top tier. when he uses this hero. So looking at the things right now, it's just aggression and aggression and aggression for both. Okay. So Shun was gonna be the kit here for Yoshino to somehow bait Light on committing errors.
Now bottom lane, RSG has to keep an eye on Emma. The last time that they gave Emma a minimal space, it wasn't really good for them. So ONIC right now will be trying to match that the moment that they see more action down bot. The 12 seconds, Light going in for nets, Purify 10 seconds. First turtle of the game. Nice. What do you think? Who has the edge at this point?
Well, the edge, I mean, for the most part, it's pretty much even, you know? And now that you have kind of seen how aggressive both the teams want to be, that's kind of what we expected and what we're thinking for game number 3. Now this first turtle of the game is up here. Irad's going to go ahead and start up. Nap's going to go ahead and into the Dragon form, trying to push them back the best he can. Penalty zone comes through. It's Ryzen securing the turtle. And now the Netherrealm there too. Irad falls alongside Naz. And ONIC Philippines comes out swinging in that first turtle fight.
First, it was an on-point, let's say, prediction for ONIC as to where RSG will be coming from before the team. And at the same time, Nat's Black Dragon form isn't really on point during that moment because it went 2 seconds, 3 seconds prior landing. Wait.
They might actually want to keep fighting this.
Okay.
ONIC Philippines stay a little bit longer. Ryzen will go down. Aqua grabs the kill. Light. Oh man, I think that was the revenge strike that got him down.
That was a revenge strike, and the thing about the revenge strike is usually it gets people off guard, but down mid.
Okay.
The Aqua should be fine. Confident enough. Yeah,
of course.
Confident enough to recall.
Yeah, but again, Super Friends, we've mentioned the potential. Okay.
You okay? You weren't.
Okay. Can I finish my sentence now?
Go for it.
Okay.
Go for it.
Anyway, what was
I was
I
shook too.
thinking again? Anyway, out of middle lane, so this is a nice matchup between Aqua and Super Friends because usually Faramis versus Valentina, it's always the Valentina that has the upper hand in terms of pressuring the other one. So it is a different story here. Again, for Super Friends, so it's just the Shadow Stampede over Shadow Stampede against Aqua. So for RSG, they just really have to look forward on Super Friends' position and at the same time Yoshino's position.
And the positioning coming in from ONIC will be crucial for the second Lord, or rather, the second turtle of the game. But Light looking for nets.
Purify again. As long as he's got it, he's fine.
He's fine.
Nothing but nets.
Nothing but nets. The only people that get scared whenever that happens are people who doesn't have the same mentality as nets, you know? Same animal, different beast, whatever Kobe Bryant says, you know?
Not even flinch for the guy. Okay, I have Purify. But anyway, for RSG, as part of their strategy, they're forcing out nets to not have the Purify prior a team fight.
Okay, they might just go ahead and secure themselves with the turtle here. Gem gonna be in trouble. There's another realm though. Navs now uses Dragon form, looking for the knockup, trying to find one with the Dragon. They're gonna be in trouble though as Light falls. They have their own Nether Realm as well, trying to salvage the situation. Super Friends goes in with the Nether Realm and the Stampede, able to drag them back, but no follow-up. That was a great potential setup for them.
Yup, against Super Friends on those on points usage of skills, went in for the Netherrealm. And by the way, Aqua did the same but was actually stopped by ONIC Philippines. So ONIC is now at 2.1k gold.
Yeah,
Again,
that was such a long team fight with only one conversion, one actual conversion. And that just goes to show the team fight prowess that these people have. RSG right now still trailing by 2,000. They're trying to look for their next big play, but the only thing that's working out for them is that Aqua is actually having a great game. A 2-0 mid laner right now. Meanwhile, for ONIC, they are still rocking. I think Super Prince is equally having a great game, but you could feel like Gem is having the best of times here.
Yeah.
3-0-2 on this Tourism.
Perfect KDA actually for Gem. Again, regardless if... wait. There's another play.
Already going to go in with the Dragon. Irad going to be in trouble. Couple hits away. Scoots out of there. Trying to bob and weave. Can't get out though. Mega kill for Gem. Having a massive game on this Tourism. And they're feeling it here for ONIC Philippines.
The synergy is just there for ONIC. They see that the way of the Dragon for Yoshino, then the pull for Super Prince just to give the potential here for Nets, just to be around the area. Anyways, it's 6-2, 2.68 gold lead for ONIC, and what they're doing is just giving away or giving enough space for Nets for this game.
ONIC, right now, they are doing the right place at the right time, and it does take quite the skill to know that if you're up against a lot of playmakers in RSG. And we were talking about playmakers, every one of them actually do things like this, but Knots does go down. 0-3 on this Yu Zong. The early game pressure destroyed his capabilities as the Dragon.
Just, you know, in lane after lane, ONIC Philippines finding moments. Emon, you get dragged with a stampede, but we'll have to be forced to go back, heal up here. They're going to lose resources now in their side of the base, or this side of the map for RSG.
I really like how Super Prince actually plays the Promise because it's more of an aggressive type of Promise with the Shadow Stampede. And look at the items, so we have Dominance Ice already for Gem and even for Yoshino. By the way, Yoshino's doing a great job in terms of rotating. And remember, there's someone that doesn't have a teammate beside him who wants, or he goes for that way of the Dragon. As to why Nets is now at 5.2k gold. So probably one of the very, very aggressive ONIC plays that we are seeing.
Gem taking a bit of damage there, but lost sustain coming in from this Terizla. Now Yoshino threatening to make a play here. Might have suffered just a bit.
Oh, that was
very aggressive. Doing what they have to do, though. You know, for the most part, ONIC Philippines knows that they have this advantage, they have this lead. They might as well play around with it. And Chantel put it very well there. Yoshino finding a lot of his own angles, right? Whether he's utilizing the flicker with the way of the Dragon or not, he's a lot of those setups. And then, same thing, Super Prince has been very aggressive with the Stampede initiations, whether that's with flicker or not. And that's what's working so well for ONIC Philippines here.
And I gotta say, Gem, 100% kill participation with Yoshino. They've been fighting non-stop just to give Nets a comfortable space to farm up. And now that we're looking at a Lord at 20 seconds about to spawn, that's the first Lord of the game. I do feel like ONIC holds the advantage in terms of damage just because of the gold lead and the way that they're playing.
Okay, so speaking of the way they're playing, for the side of ONIC, they're just more on the safe side, more like of an insurance plan, since even for Ryzen, he already has the Guardian Helmet, even for this first Lord of the game. So again, Yoshino used, by the way of the Dragon. So it would take a lot of time for the cooldown, but probably this is going to be a long Lord dance for both.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the Lord dance, but Light already jumps in.
Oh, Jam goes in with the penalty zone, able to get out their own Nether Realm. Still going to be pressing the situation. Immortality going to be popped. Light going to be in trouble. Nets grabs the kill. Now Naz trying to stay in the front for them. They know they're down a Light. It's crucial that they don't overcommit towards this. But ONIC Philippines might just know we've got this Lord.
And they're going to secure it. First Lord of the game going to the hands of ONIC as RC tries for a cross-map play by immediately rotating topside. It's going to be negated the moment that the Faramis and the Cho do find that minion wave. It's not even going to reach the turret, and so far ONIC has been very stellar in finding fights when it matters.
Yep, and actually they're very, very confident in terms of team fight, even at that last team fight prior this Lord taking. So also why Nets is just standing there dealing damage or doing massive damage against RSG. So it's 4.8k gold for ONIC Philippines. Now, RSG is a bit struggling in terms of the team fight or the initiation because Yoshino is just all over the place. I mean, vision-wise, it's just Yoshino bringing information to the rest of his teammates, just standing there, and that's just destroying the turret at the middle lane.
Yeah, and that's the turret already going down for the hands of Nets. And looking at the items here, the Irithel is actually quite already, I think, 4 or 5 items in already. Does have the damage in case they need it, but compared to the Bruno, already with the Malefic Roar, it's a big difference in terms of damage.
And speaking of damage, the particular player that should find rather that damage dealer, which is Nets, should be Nats.
Nets and Navs here still focusing on these turrets. ONIC Philippines taking the discipline round. They're happy with the tier 2 falling. So even with that first lure, they're able to get more space to work around the map here. Light trying to set up in position as well. Got to keep an eye on him. ONIC Philippines now knows they're going to go for that purple buff. Light gets the information, and they're going to have to give that one up as well.
I gotta say, Yoshinu has been spamming those recalls and RSG emotes. He's trying to get under the skin of RSG. But if I know Light, he's the last guy to be affected by those types of TPs. Like, it's quite calm.
Very calm and collected.
But
he has a menacing stare.
He has a menacing stare. He knows how to have fun, and he's a regular season MVP. You know, it's really hard to get under the skin of those types of people. Well, not unless you're OEB, of course. OEB is a hothead.
And even Kelra.
And, you know, Kelra's matured a bit. I gotta say.
Oh, yeah.
Guy's matured now. You know, and speaking of matured players, I do have to say ONIC has matured quite well throughout the regular season. We're seeing them succeed, and right now they're succeeding with a 6K gold lead. If they win this game, they're going to extend their win streak to 5.
That's exactly what I was thinking as you were building into that, you know? And if they cap this one out, momentum is going to be riding in their favor, especially, again, their second seed right now, right, for the most part. And they're really trying to keep that, I guess, lead in terms of points for the second half of the regular season here.
And to add on to that, let's not forget that this is a different type of lineup from the last players, or for the last main 5 that played, where ONIC won 2. So if you are up against ONIC, if they win this match, anyone that sits or plays for the team is somehow unpredictable, because we don't know anymore who's gonna be who and what's gonna be what for ONIC.
Yeah.
What is what and who is who?
It's a mystery.
It's a mystery. They're like a mystery box.
That's just how ONIC is right now. They're dominant. They're unpredictable. One of the apex predators of the league. And ONIC now securing the first Luminous Lord 13 minutes in with a 6K gold lead. They could potentially clear out the inhibitor turrets, or best case scenario, they could secure the game. But RSG, they do have the wave clear, so it's going to be really hard for ONIC to just push through.
Speaking of wave clear, actually someone could be in front of this Lord. But this is what Iran's doing. But there might be a jump on ONIC side.
They're going to push this one in. Keep an eye on Gem, too. It's either going to be Gem or Yoshinu that goes for the initiation. Lord is taken care of, though, just fine. RSG holds on to the base turret in the middle lane as well. Yoshinu planting himself there on their side of the wall. He's going to poke down quite a bit. That's one thing they have to do, is respect the damage from RSG. They can't put the pressure just yet.
No more Mega Minions, and that means ONIC. They might either just press this issue further or move out. Either way, it's risky, but looks like they're going to go back instead. ONIC Philippines, they weren't able to secure any inhibitor turrets, and I feel like that's the issue when you don't have much range. You don't have much endgame.
Yep, and speaking of range, even their tanker actually, even if Yoshin is doing a great job, it is very, very difficult to go up against a Kufra whenever the Kufra is just around their base. So it's one problem for ONIC if they want to finish this game. So as long as RSG is able to defend this 3 inhibitor turrets, it would be very nice for them, because the damage of Emma will spike by then, and probably we will come to a point wherein the initial items won't really matter, like around 60k total gold for both. But yeah, we're just waiting for the perfect setup play from a Light. But with the movement of Yoshin, it's as if he's predicting, or he knows where the other players are.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it's almost complete items for the Irithel at this point, only waiting for the Wind Nature. Meanwhile, for the side of Bruno, already completed items, unless, of course, he's gonna sell his boots over here and turn it into some steel leg plates. That's gonna be a decision he has to make later on. But right now, locked item for the side of the Bruno, which means ONIC has peak damage 15 minutes in.
Yep, speaking of peak damage, even for Super Prince, he already has the Holy Crystal. So again, we said that this is an aggressive Faramis type of play for Super Prince. So the Shadow Stampede is being used as an initiation. Even the Ghost Bursters, like, it really pops against, it bursts against RSG.
Yeah.
It's in the name.
It's in the name.
And, you know, with that, the crazy thing about all this is that we're the 16-minute mark. There's quite a substantial lead for ONIC Philippines, but like they cannot even get into the base just yet, right? So what we resolve to is pretty much these Lord fights. And really, it just seems like RSG is more comfortable defending in their base than really letting it slip through their hands in a Lord dance, a Lord fight, right? So looks like they're going to go ahead and just give this one up in the hands of ONIC Philippines once again and get ready for the defense here.
Yeah, and the defense is actually quite good coming in from RSG. They do have a lot of wave clear. And again, going back to the point, ONIC doesn't have a lot of end game. They don't have much range. Even their mage has to go around mid-range to deal damage.
And at the same time, if we look at the, you've said that it's really about the range for ONIC. Now, if we look at the hero composition of RSG, they have the range. They even have a hero that could spot the back lane of ONIC. So Aqua is at 2-0-0. Even Eman hasn't had a taste of a kill or even an assist. So he has the farm, he has the items, as mentioned by Umi. Probably this is it.
Yoshinu gonna go in, couldn't find what he was looking for. Jam jumps in though with the penalty zone, looking for more. Yoshinu gonna go in with the way of the dragon. Immortality gonna be popped. Nether Realm comes through as well, looking for the damage.
Here comes Nats.
Going towards the backside, but they lose Irad. They're getting collapsed on. Flicker with Super Prince comes in with a stampede. They're looking for more. Nats gets a kill before he's away. He heals up with the Shy energy. They're still in the game here, but Nets is unleashing. Jam goes in again to clean it up, and it's nothing but Nets as they reverse sweep RSG.
A taste of their own medicine. The first time these two met, RSG handed ONIC a reverse sweep. But the second time around, ONIC says we're better. Reverse sweep back at ya. That winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance, and ONIC continues the win streak.
I mean, I am close to being speechless after the play from ONIC, from being very, very reactive in game number 1 to having the other team, to having RSG react into their own playstyle. And it's just they found their group, they found their synergy, and maybe it really is ONIC's time now.
Maybe it is ONIC time. We are seeing them already shaking hands with RSG. RSG, despite struggling on the middle parts of the season, they were able to secure 1 point, which proves to be crucial as we go closer and closer to the playoffs. But that is 2 points secured for ONIC Philippines, and it's still clap our hands here for RSG. The Raiders definitely showed their support, and we do know they could be better and better as we go on to the next few days. But right now, it's ONIC Philippines securing their 5th win in a row. What an achievement. I do feel like this is a big improvement compared to the earlier seasons of ONIC after Kyrie and Baloyski left.
Yeah, this is great, you know, for a lot of the ONIC fans around the world, because we just know how strong this organization is, you know, and this is kind of great to see from them because they went through their growing pains, like we talked about before leading into the series. And, you know, part of it was really figuring out not only what works in terms of like what iteration of the roster they're going to play with, but I feel like now they're in a position where that so much doesn't change their game plan. Like, for the most part, whether they're switching people in or out, they still make it work. And I feel like that's, again, why they are where they are in the standings. This gets them in a much more comfortable position, at least in this part of the, you know, regular season, right? Second half here. They've got to maintain that. They've got to keep it up here. But so far, amazing performance here. Reverse sweep against RSG, who has relatively been doing quite a bit of improvements as well up to this point.
You know what? This is a big breakthrough performance for me, for Yoshimi specifically, on how he uses Cho. I mean, he's up against a very, very veteran Light, right? That uses the Kufra, which is actually a signature here as well for Light. But he limited the potential of Light during that game using Cho. As to Light, he also uses a Cho. So in terms of rotation, he could have predicted as to where Yoshino will be moving. But because of Yoshinu's instinct during that game, it's just RSG's rotation was limited.
Gotta say, as one, I'm not a roamer, but Yoshinu with the other roamers, he's a counter puncher. Like he could do plays by himself, but he's better off negating the plays coming in from other people or just counter setting. And I feel like ONIC does have that somewhat of an identity now. Sometimes you would see RSG go in for a big team fight and suddenly Yoshino or Gem gonna respond right back and even have a better setup. And I do, if other teams are watching the English broadcast, I have to say that you have to think twice if you want to go all in for ONIC. You have to know where Gem and Yoshino are at all times because they always know how to strike back.
Gem had amazing game.
Yep.
I mean, for the most part, like throughout the series, Gem was doing great things, but this game 3 specifically really stood out because, and you guys have already pretty much painted that picture where, you know, Yoshino, a lot of times putting the pressure just to the fact that, hey, I've got to weigh the dragon. Even if I don't, I can still mess you up pretty well, right? And then when you're so worried about Yoshino, that's where Gem shined, right? He was that hidden gem, like we talked about back in the Keys to Victory, you know? He was able to utilize the flicker and penalty zone well, and it was great.
Just when we... okay.
No, you first.
Just when we thought that there's a counter punch from RSG, there's a counter penalty zone for Gem.
It's like that one anime moment where you're just punching it out, and then the obvious winner, which should be the protagonist, or sometimes the who knows?
Who
It's
knows?
who knows
Depending
at
on the
this
anime.
time. Depending on the anime, you know, it has that extra punch. It slices you in half for some reason, you know. Totally not a spoiler for one popular anime that has a skin right now. So
that's great.
That's great. You know that?
I'm caught up.
You're caught up. You're caught up. I don't even watch it. I just know it because I saw it on Facebook. What else you could do on Facebook? Go to MPL Philippines or MDL Philippines because you can learn a lot from these players. In fact, a lot of the star players we're looking at ONIC right now are actually from MDL, so make sure to watch out there. But right now, we're going to go to the main stage to watch ONIC Philippines with Mara Aquino. Mara, your time to shine.
Thank you, casters. Everybody give it up to ONIC Philippines. Etong katabi ko si Nets, pinanganak para mag-Bruno. Ang lupit-lupit. Uy, ang dami kong narinig na maganda tungkol sa management nyo. And you guys are on a 5-game win streak. Feeling ko it has to do with such a great treatment ng management and coaches. Ikwento mo naman yung mga ginagawa nila for you because I hear ang dami yung perks, ha?
Opo, madami po talaga kasi sobrang po ni Madam. Sobrang bait niya po. Tsaka siya po yung best manager sa buong MPL ngayon.
Uy. Kwento mo yung mga alam ko, after the game, every win, unlike the other teams na uuwi ka agad, meron kayong mga rituals eh.
Opo, rekta po agad kami sa Sangyup sa Vikings.
Alam na nila kung saan pupunta.
Opo, kain agad yun.
Ano pa yung mga comfort nyo? Alam ko, before the game, alam ko may special perks din kayo.
Opo, meron kami pinag-i-stayan sa may index po, malapit po dito.
Sabihin ko saan?
Opo. Tsaka meron po kami mga drip, yung sa sa skin.
Binibigyan kayo ng skin. Pero malaking bagay kasi I hear na meron kayong place na super close lang. And it's near, para hindi kayo ma-stress. Huwag mo sabihin kung saan.
Sa Makati lang po yun.
Ayun, para hindi kayo ma-stress na maganda daw yung venue nyo doon so you're more prepared and comfortable before the game, tama?
Opo.
Ano yung mga nandun?
Nandun po lahat lahat ng makikita mo sa sa hotel. Pagkain lahat. Tsaka may mga makeup din dun.
So, nakakatulong yan sa mindset nyo, kaya pumped up kayo before the game.
Opo.
And kudos to the 4 coaches the while you guys take care of the team. At dahil dyan, 5-game win streak kayo. 5-match win streak. Ito naman actually, Coach Bluffsy, itong question is para sa'yo. Kanina, minimension ng mga casters yung pag-angat ng this ONIC 10-man roster, itong lineup na to. Sa tingin niyo ba, nahigitan niyo na or malapit niyo nang higitan yung ONIC Philippines Season 8?
Papunta na po. Kasi kami, alam namin sa sarili namin na kaya namin na sumabay. And at the same time, confident po kami dun sa nangyayari na kahit 10-man roster kami, lahat ng mga players gumagana.
And you're doing so well. Talagang nag-shine kayo. And there's only 3 teams. Actually, after today, 2 team na lang ang hindi nyo pa natatalo. Sino sa tingin nyo doon? One is Echo and the other one is
Bren po.
Bren, sino sa tingin niyo doon yung talagang may hirapan kayo doon sa dalawa?
Opo, sarili lang namin daw. Kasi kumbaga, laging lang, yung disiplina namin sa sarili namin. Kasi nung first leg, yung malaking factor talaga yung ginampanan ng disiplina. Lalo na sa loob ng laro po.
So, between the two teams, you're not saying any team is the most... which one's the more difficult for you?
Parehas po malakas parehas world champion kasi So, kumbaga, yun, tignan na lang natin.
May mga coaches ka din doon na nagko-coach ng sagot Okay lang. Okay lang yan. You answer very safe. Si Boss A magtatago na sa likod. Ano naman para kay Jam? Jam, front-runner ka para sa Rookie of the Season. You're doing so well. Ikaw yung mga nasa unahan ngayon. Kung meron ka sa tingin mo na isang manlalaro na magiging kalaban mo na magsa-stop talagang kayo yung direct competition, sino yon?
Para sa akin po kasi ngayon, hindi ko po muna iniisip yung ganun Basta manalo po yung team, tapos ibigay ko yung best ko, yun lang naisip ko ngayon.
Oh, that's very nice. Thinking of the name dun sa jersey, not just the personal name. And now it's time to announce the match MVP. Who do you think it is? Let me hear some names. Let's take a look at the big screen for the match MVP. Nets! What can you say? What can you say sa lahat ng mga naniniwala sa inyo? And kasi pataas ng pataas ang roadmap nyo. What do you have to say to all the viewers and supporters?
Salamat lang po sa pagsusuporta niyo sa amin. Mas lalo pa namin gagalingan. Hintayin niyo kami sa M5.
Oh! And we'll see that. We're willing... Ay, naku, ang ganda sana no? ONIC versus ONIC, if ever. Okay, tingnan natin once again, everybody. ONIC Philippines!
Shout kay Madam.
Madam, good job. And now you may take your bow and take your walk of victory. Ngayon ko lang na-notice, pare-parehas pala ang kulay ng inyong mga sapatos. Talagang uniform. Everybody, let's hear it. What time is it? And it's definitely ONIC's time right now. Kitang-kita na nag-work ang ginagawa ng management sa kanila. They're spoiling the players, and the players are giving it their all with their 5-match win streak. Himayin natin ang ating laban. Babalikin na natin ang ating casters. Pasok!
Thanks, Marion. We agree. A good management will give players the tools that they need to succeed. And we're seeing it with ONIC right now. But the most controversial message out there is see you in M5. That's what Nets said in the fourth week of regular season.
M5.
See you in M5.
Am I doing? Oh, okay.
M5.
M5.
Oh.
M5.
M5.
One more time.
M5.
M5.
And for him to say that, it means that he's really confident with his team right now that they could make it to M5.
And I love it for him.
Gosh, imagine that. Not remember that. I'm not from the future. Imagine that. ONIC versus ONIC in the grand final.
We might see that, honestly. Like, I feel like we're no stranger to the strength of ONIC Indonesia. But here's another one. Let's go to our analyst for the K2V. Chantel, your time to shine.
Actually, it's just an A because the K2B was earlier, right? But anyway, for that game, again, a very dominating game for ONIC Philippines against RSG Philippines. It has been the story of our game, the confidence of Nets. Even Gem, which, by the way, is our smart MVP of the game, 408 KDA on that Teresa. And there are times wherein we are focusing too much on Yoshino's play. But then there is Gem, who, by the way, is an XP laner that doesn't have any deaths and has 92% team fight participation during that game. So a very, very reliable guy in terms of the XP laners mid to late game. He just went for the elegant gem just to be able to have that sustain whenever he will level up. So that is an additional regeneration for him, 20% if I'm not mistaken, for the Elegant Gem. Anyway, this is where we saw the potential of, or the sustain that Nats has, the Sha Essence that we've been mentioning. It was a total secure kill for ONIC, but because of the sustain of Yuzhong, it took them a lot of time. But this is the first third of the game, around 2 minutes. We're in. ONIC was just there, very on point, by the way, NetherRealm for Super Prince, and I gotta say, Super Prince is literally a threat. The rest of ONIC Philippines is literally a threat against other teams in the league because it's as if they're playing not too flashy, so you don't really know who to focus on. Everyone's focused on Nets because of the confidence of the guy and the performance says that he's been doing for their previous weeks on MPL Season 12. But the other players are literally contributing on how confident he is because, for example, Super Prince, he just delays the NetherRealm, forces Aqua to use the NetherRealm. This is a perfect example for that. NetherRealm for Aqua. Right after the NetherRealm of the IMU from Aqua has been procced, Super Prince used his NetherRealm. Just a millisecond of delay in terms of using the skill played a huge part for ONIC, as to why Nets was just confident 2-0-2, a 17-minute game time. And kudos to RSG because they were able to actually extend the game around 80 minutes because of this defense for them. Nets was just there. Actually, we didn't reach 80 minutes, almost 80 minutes, but it was a triple kill for Nets until the very last moment. And all I gotta say for ONIC, they're functioning individually as per their roles. So if a gem uses the Terizla, it is expected for the guy to set up or initiate for his team, for ONIC Philippines. Now the rest of the players is doing the same for Super Friends. So this is probably ONIC's time because whoever is placed whoever is placed on the main 5 performs well for the team. So in terms of the itemization, okay, for the emblem, so Brave Smite and for Gem, one reason as to why he's always part of the team fight is the movement speed as well for the emblem choice and even the Festival of Blood. So with for those 2 emblems chosen by Gem, it is sufficient as long as the laning was on point for an XP lane. And I want to talk about everyone for ONIC because again they have been stellar on their performances individually for their roles. But in terms of itemization, we have Athena Shield and even a Dominance Ice for Yoshino. So one reason for Athena Shield is whenever Aqua goes for the taunt skill versus him, there is going to be a sustain, so there's going to be a proc on the item. So even for Ryzen, Blade Armor, Immortality just in case, and even for Super Friends went in for the safety or the insurance plan of Winter Truncheon. They were on the lead, but they respect their enemy, RSG, that they might have a comeback potential. So hero damage, almost close, 172. It was at the latter part of the game that the ONIC did a great job on having a gap in terms of the hero damage and even the damage time, almost the same for both. And Monster Gold stolen, 1,913 for ONIC. That is because of the fast rotation that Backshot could do versus a Fredrin. So with the rolling plays from Ryzen, it's really difficult for the side of RSG to find the perfect spot to counter the engagement, even the initiation of ONIC Philippines. So again, if we go back to our Kiss the Victory by Infinix, for ONIC, let your hidden gem shine, which is our MVP of the previous game. So again, we saw that Gem is really a hidden gem, or not hidden anymore because we saw his full potential on the previous game. And I'm fully sure that both of our co-casters here saw that the gem isn't hidden anymore.
Yeah,
if you get me.
For sure. How can you not notice Gem after that wonderful performance on Terizla? And gotta say, it's hard to ignore when Terizla flickers in your face.
Yep, as I like to call it, it's an athletic flicker, man. That's what we saw Gem doing all pretty much game 3. Solidifies them in the series there. Great showing from ONIC Philippines. Can't wait to see, what more is in store for them, and hopefully too, the Raiders can adjust and come out stronger for their games ahead of them.
Hopefully we do see the Raiders adjust because time is ticking on them. It's already week number 4, and as usual, we're gonna have 3 series for you every Friday, and actually every day we're gonna have 3 series for you guys. We're gonna see just in a while. It's APBR versus TNC, who recently had a switch up on the XP lane. What do you think about that?
Switch up on the XP lane. It's gonna be interesting because XP lane is the most important role for me this season.
Yeah, I mean, has to go in, taking a break for a while. It's I think it's gonna be AJ from their MPL squad about to play for this second half of the regular season. Definitely something to watch out for in APBR from a cold streak. You know, a lot of stuff to digest as we prepare ourselves for the last match. This has been the second series, and we have been your casters for it. My name is Umi. With me is Naisu and Chantel. MPL Philippines Season 12 will be back after a short break.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita.
Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed. The widest coverage. Experience.
Effective pa nga ba ang Pinoy meta? Ang mga Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling dodominahin ang mga ranked games at pro scene sa loob at labas ng bansa? Ngayong araw, alamin natin kung paano ginagawa ng MPL-PH teams ang isa sa mga pinaka nakakagulat na strategy sa loob ng Land of Dawn. 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito.
Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
To get back in and to get back out. Welcome, Mabuhay, at your service. My name is Leo, here with Naisu and Chantel. It's us, We Bear Bros, bringing you tonight's last matchup, opening up round 2 for Season 12. It's APBR versus TNC. Ladies and gentlemen, how are we?
We are great. We are surprised at what's happened today. But I'm telling you, it's been a great day already, and we're ready to round it out.
Yup, and speaking of a great day, it's a great day to see what are the changes for both teams that we will be seeing for the last match today.
Before we head on to the match, we would like to thank our official telco partner, Smart. Smart Giga Arena is open to all Smart and TNT subscribers, where they can join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments like MLBB and many more.
To get started, they just have to create an account. That's all you have to do on gigaarena.smart using their Smart or TNT mobile numbers. It's that easy.
And also, huge shout outs to our partner in esports, Maya. Play like a legend with Maya and MPL Philippines. Score your own limited edition MLBB card, exclusively available on Maya.
That's right. Now, let's talk about it. These two teams, they have to get back in and get back out. Get back in the game, get back in their winning ways, and get out of this rut. Because, again, even if APBR is sitting at, comfortable number 4, that's a ways off from relegation, it's still difficult because they lost all of their matches last week. And not to mention TNC, their mission to rise from the dead not going so well.
Yeah, it's been tough is an understatement for TNC specifically. But yeah, both these teams, like they've gone through their own bumps in the road in their own ways, right? And I think, again, as we talked about in the pre-show before we went into the first series, the main thing we were talking about too is TNC, some of the changes that they've made, and as we see them.
I didn't see what happened.
Flap TZ just popped right out of everybody.
But, again, is this change that we're expecting enough to have them rise, from the dead in a way? Well, that's the biggest question for me.
Yeah, actually for TNC, what I'm looking forward is, they have the potential to actually win the game. But the statement of they can win a game isn't really there.
Yeah, and it looks like even APBR are making some adjustments to get back in to that form, to get back in shape, because look at this. Oh man, I've been a fan of this young man since his debut in Season 10. Look at this, Pando making his debut.
Pando, also known as before Pandora.
That's right.
And, he's just decided to drop the rock. Nope. Just decided to drop the RA, but one thing that I love about this, and I think why, you're such a fan of him, is the dynamic he brings in the XP lane. And Chantel mentioned this earlier in the previous series, and I agree with it. XP lane right now in the current meta is so important. It's so pivotal in a lot of these matches, a lot of these games.
Yep, and in the XP lane for TNC, AJ's coming in. They pulled him right out of MDL.
You know what, for AJ, what's really exciting for this guy is what can he bring to TNC to help the whole team rise from the dead. AJ has been playing well from MDL, TNC Z4, and with him as the XP lane, which is, by the way, for me, the most crucial role with this current meta, I kind of feel like his play is really fit for TNC, more of the aggressive type. or probably on the sustain type. But we'll never know. Looking at the head-to-head statistics, by the way, for both. So in terms of KDA, it is APBR. So probably because they have longer games as compared to TNC, wherein TNC lost to their games majority 2-0. So game win rate is very, very far. 53% for APBR. But the thing here is, for TNC, we can see them actually be on the lead in a game. So what they really need to step up for this game is how they will end a game. So looking at the kill participation, it's really evident that for both, they are heavily relying on team fights, but TNC has to step up in terms of objective taking, like Turtle and even Lord Control. 17.65 if this is an exam, they don't even pass.
It's abysmal. They
Yeah.
barely got the name right.
Yep, even their own name.
Yeah, even their own name might have a few errors.
I've graded a couple papers in my time, Chantel, and
It
if I saw
happens.
17%,
Oh, it happens. I'm sorry.
I'm not even looking at it. But I still gotta compute it and put it there on the paper.
All right, nothing to speak of how TNC have been struggling, and I'm sure they're putting in the hard work. But I caught a conversation with a good friend of mine, their coach now, Coach Scholar. It's been a while since we've actually got into working together. That was, what, the better part of 2 years ago? He was but a budding rookie, and he said, Leo, I gotta be honest with you, there's a lot of things going on internally. And with AJ coming in, we hope that he's the breath of fresh air that can shake things up. So again, it was clear, right? They did say prior to week 4 that they promised, we're gonna change things. And I wonder how immediate that is on the land of God. Because it's one thing to change a player, and it's one thing to change things in the boot camp. But what if it doesn't translate as quickly, and they need those points now?
Yeah, we, they, them, whatever team you're rooting for, we're already in week 4, ladies and gentlemen, and day 1's almost wrapped up here. We've only, round 2. We don't have much time left. So, TNC, they got to get it together.
Yep, speaking of time, it's time for Chantel to share the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix.
And speaking of time, it's also time for our teams to gather those points. As why our keys to victory for both APBR and TNC Pro Team is very important. So this is our keys to victory brought to you by Infinix. So for APBR, Pandok, keep your box closed. As a reference to the Greek mythology, when the Pandora's box was opened, it caused curses to mankind. So Pandora's box or Pando's box might be a double-edged sword for APBR, so it's something that they should limit somehow. Maybe the adrenaline should be controlled for Pando, particularly on this game. Now for TNC, AJ needs to release that strength. Ilabas ang lakas. So for AJ, we don't really know what the potential of this guy, but the confidence and the trust that given by TNC, maybe he is the one that gives that rise from the dead vibes for TNC. And again, for both, prove thy worth. It has been a struggling week for both APBR and TNC. It is about time to release their strength and prove as to why they should be called as one of the best teams here in our league. So probably it's really more on team coordination, decision making, and veteran moves that is going to be crucial. That is our keys to victory. Who's going to win game 1? We are to find out. What do you think, guys?
This is keys, like car keys. I know you fancy people now have like key fobs and you just press the start, but no.
I was gonna say I touch it.
Exactly, because never mind. I still have a car key. Anyways, prove your worth. I really like that one. Prove your worth is because right now, members of the Hive, members of the Phoenix Army are at an all-time low. Like, their morale. So they need to, again, show their fans that, hey, we're still worth supporting. We got you. We're going to make it somehow. We're all going to make it.
That's what they have to do. And another part of that, too, is, you brought this up, just exactly some of the changes that needed to happen there. Internally, they're going through things and everything else. Is it enough for, like, time-wise to get to where they need to be? That's the biggest question. As we look at the player head-to-head here, though, comparing Kyle Teasy and King Kong, I mean, how's it looking here, Chantel?
Yeah, you know what? For King Kong, actually, it's very interesting that we see high team fight participation at 71%, considering that sometimes the playstyle of King Kong, whenever needed, he goes for the split push. So it means for TNC, they are heavily relying on King Kong's rotation. But for Kyle DC, the KDA is there, even the objective taking is there. So we can't really differentiate two players because there are times wherein Kyle DC just goes in for the team fight, just the police finishing or securing the kills for AP Bren. As for King Kong, he needs to somehow assess the things. Am I to do a split push today, or am I gonna go for the kills?
All right, I have a theory, and I can't say I've watched enough footage of TNC to say that this is conclusive, but something tells me maybe this shakeup in the XP lane for TNC is going to solve that problem for King Kong.
Yes.
It's because the connection between the XP laner and the jungler is so instrumental, so significant. Again, our good friend here, Joseph, has been saying for the better part of 2 years now, the XP lane, that's the X factor in the metagame, right? If you have a good XP laner, your turtle takes are better. If you have an XP laner, your long lane engage during Lord Dance is so much better, and you can find better flanks with an XP laner. So maybe now, King Kong can shine again. King Kong can do well.
And I think part of that, like leading into that here, Leo, is basically the fact that you also have to consider Pando, right? One of the keys to victory, keep that box closed. Like, don't let it get out of hand, right? How do you do that in a lane that is so instrumental, as you put it, in this meta? And that's what people really want to see. If that XP lane matchup will change the dynamic of this game for TNC against a team like AP Bren, who has, multiple accolades at this point. Yes, they've been struggling, but still, can you contain that? I think this is off to a great start for TNC. Hopefully to have that kind of, rise up once again is what they need to do.
The speculation ends here because the game has begun. It's time for Game 1's draft, and it's AP Bren on the play. TNC answering back. No XP laners banned out just yet, so Pandora's box wide open. So still as good as a curse, as a blessing. We'll see what happens. Lancelot, Angela, Valentina banned out by AP Bren. TNC taking out Matilda and Baksha.
You know what? I gotta feel like for AP, for both or for the whole round 2 of MPL Season 12, we won't be seeing Angelas and Matildas anymore. So it has been a trend that they are to be banned. So knowing this, probably for AP Bren, they could actually pick Fredrin if open, or maybe Kaj as well for Ogwen. Or actually, it could be used as well for few. AP Bren, they do stuff that's unpredictable. And here's a hero trivia, by the way. Thank you for flying Matilda Airlines. From 0 contention rate to 97%.
Yeah.
Just right after the patch.
Yes, 97 is now an aggregate average.
Oh, wow.
After week 3 is 100% and now still going. That's an actual stat now, 97%. Kadira banned out here. Opening pick for AP Bren. All right, I was going to say, how do you feel about this, Joseph? It's a joy.
Yeah, at first I was going
to...
I like it.
Sorry.
I like it. I've been
you
rating.
Like it? Okay.
I've been rating them all night, Chantel. I'll give you a 9 out of 10.
Okay.
I was about to say 4 out of 5, but okay.
Oh, well,
okay. I thought you were going to say 4 over 10.
Yeah, that's so too.
So
we've been doing the 10 scale.
We're good.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But continue.
Yep, we got the joy locked in here, and still we've seen this in a couple different roles, if you will, but if it goes in the jungle, that can work really well. Against that, TNC, though, picking up the Terizla here. We'll see what their second pick in the first phase is going to be. Terizla already, we know, is still a game changer in the XP lane there.
Oh.
Lilia pops up here.
These are very different priorities.
Yep.
At this point, you still have the likes of Novaria open.
Yes.
For the first time in a while, Eve is open. Eve is still in our top 5 bans, by the way.
And knowing that AP Bren actually chose Joy as their first pick, Kaj is even open.
The Kaj, yeah!
So I kind of
Crazy.
feel like they're prioritizing Franco for Bentings, the more harder version of a single target tank. Maybe Cho as well.
Hey, Fred's still open too.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on?
Well, Womi, let me go ahead and quote him earlier from the previous series. He said it's Freaky Friday.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, no, I don't know why I just spoke some Tagalog, man. It's Freaky Friday. This is. I don't know. I didn't question him when he said it. I was just
Sometimes
like, sometimes
you just accept it. You just let it happen.
It's just one of those days of the week.
All right. Well, we were looking for the Edith. Here she is, and the Bruno still at large. The Kaj at large. The Nova. Oh man.
It's as if Kings is just giving the considered meta heroes.
Yeah.
With the Edith and Bruno, most of the time, if Joy has been picked, it's either you get the Kaja or these 2 heroes, which we saw, by the way, was very efficient for ONIC Philippines with the Bruno pick. if I'm not mistaken. So for TNC, they could actually pick already a hero for their jungler. Although I kind of feel like for TNC, since King Kong is also known for assassin heroes, they might want to save those utility jungles.
Hey, wasn't it last week that King Kong played a Ling?
Yeah.
And it was not as successful.
Swing.
But,
Whoa! Fanny! At the third pick.
This is almost like where we were going, right?
And Kaja's open. Franco's open.
They have to ban those two.
Yep.
Very specifically. And that's what's leaving the isolation stat way off the charts right now. Looking at the draft index, how you feeling, Chantel?
Well, actually, if, early to mid game, it is literally on TNC side because of the Fanny, the killing potential. But at the same time, it could be negated by APBR if they pick heroes that could zone out Fanny. You know, Fanny is not really that effective without the purple buff. But Lila's on point with the clearing of minion wave. It's considered to be a hero that could counter the meta with the sustain, the burst. With the sustain, the burst is a good counter for it.
Well, yeah, technically she is both burst and DOT.
Yep. But probably for TNC, if they have the Fanny, they need a marksman that is somehow independent. Because it will be difficult if the pressure is for the Fanny.
Iridel is open too.
Iridel's open, but I'm almost wondering if she's going to be banned out here. Right, we see APBR go for the Beatrix ban. They might use one more towards that gold lane option. And again, forcing Innocent on something that necessarily maybe isn't favorable against the Bruno. Because so far from what we've seen from Bruno for the most part is he just farms up, he knocks turrets down, and by the time it gets to the point where you want to contest, it's a little bit too late, right? Yep. Because of just the way that he works, and that's why he's so strong right now in the current meta. So still, we'll see what TNC wants to do, especially if they, let's say the Irithyll is open. Irithyl's actually been doing relatively, I would say, like so-so for the most part, right? It didn't work that well in the previous series. Like we saw, I think M unlocked it in 3 times. All 3 games. So we'll see. Once again, if APBR still wants to kind of narrow down the options here for the gold lane.
We've mentioned the gold lane. Actually, I was thinking of Brody for TNC, apart from other heroes, but actually carries a good option as well for TNC. But the laning might be a little difficult because
that's right.
There's no. Yes, Bruno's nerfed, but the damage per second you could bring early game is difficult to negate.
Yeah,
so
the bullying potential is it's too real.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Naocho has been banned. It's as if APBR is just giving out the Franco for Ben things with this banning. So they could actually get a gold lane. Oh, no. Plus 5.
A roamer.
A roamer for them, just to surprise one innocent hero. It's gonna be Brody. Okay.
Okay, so they're saving Ben things for last.
It's the surprise pick for them.
All right.
Okay, so looking at APBR, so what's lacking for this is actually the clearing of minion wave. So they need a they need a support hero that is good against a Lilia. I forgot if Novaria has been banned already, but it's good for the vision. But it's gonna be Paquito.
Right. That's the XP laner,
That's
so we
the
now
XP
know
lane.
where Ogwin's going. He's playing the Edith. What's good for mid? Joseph, what are you feeling?
Against the Lilia, I don't know. You want to have some decent clear for the most part, right? But also you got to be able to manage pressure that you want to most likely put on the Fanny, especially across from you. Eve, like you mentioned, was still open. We haven't seen her picked up that often. It's going to be the Faramis. So they pick up a Faramis. Now, is this, the best option? I think it's relatively safe, and that's something that's always can be said about Faramis alone with the Netherrealm, and a little bit of poke as well.
Relatively speaking, Netherrealm is a nice idea definitely for Faramis, but at the same time, it could be considered as a double-edged sword for APBR because there are instances wherein whenever the Fanny dives in, the Netherrealm is forced to be used, even if it's just a bait.
Even if the Netherrealm goes off first, the Fanny just takes care of it, especially if she's going at high enough speed. Yeah. Right? So now Benting has to pick up a good hero that works well against this front-to-front lineup from APBR. And there it is, of course. You just face it head on, man. You pick up the bull. You get the horns.
You get the horns.
Yep,
So,
this is a
Ben
nice pick.
thinks- Yeah.
Yep, this is a nice pick actually for Ben Things because from 1.6 for crowd control, there is an increase for the crowd control of a TNC, and at the same time, they also have the sustain because of the motivation roar from this Minotaur. Now, looking at AP Brand's early to mid, they really have to capitalize on that, knowing that they have Paquito. So knowing that Paquito is a Pando specialty, we might see him be a regular on Fanny's or King Kong's area.
Oh, he's just gonna cross the river, try to hunt down King Kong. Well, folks, you have spoken, and here's what y'all think is gonna happen. 65% that AP Brent's gonna win, while TNC holding on to that 35.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, you know, TNC, there's still obviously hope there, even out from the audience. They really want to see if they have what it takes. If this change, some of these changes that have been happening, is enough to bring them a series win against AP Brent here. And we'll see if they can make it work. Again, their lineup is rather interesting. If they can pull it off, especially like you mentioned, you know, have a better performance on this Fanny than what we saw from the previous week performance from King Kong on the Ling, it'd be a great start.
Here we go. The road to redemption starts here in round 2 of season 12. It's a counter start for both of our junglers. King Kong on his orange first and Kyle in purple.
You know what, looking at the junglers for both, it's as if you have a hero that is hard to catch. One is aerial, one is for land. So it's going to be critical for both tankers or both roamers, AP Brand and TNC. And what I really like is the respect on the crowd control on Pando's hero and even Ogun's hero, that Goyo was forced to use that Purify just in case because he's the one to deal damage against the players of AP Brand early game. So that is in pure rage plus a little tenacity just to give a lot of sustain for this hero.
Yep, here we go. Little Wanderer battle. TNC scores that one, and there's a forward, onward with Ben Things. Ogun very low. King Kong coming in. Kyle Teasy obliges. Ooh, good exchange in mid.
Okay, so early aggression there, you know, already coming through. It was good for AP Bren that no one went down to that first blood. Again, King Kong looking for some momentum. If he gets it going, that's going to be great for him. But also, taking a look at this, the super duper Marco. Super Marco leads in the league in kills per game statistic with 4.24. Emon and Kelra follow with 3.88. That's interesting.
Yep, large margin. And here he's, again, he's just laning against Innocent. Like,
yeah.
At best, he can try to give him a little damage, and now in mid.
Phew, okay. Little defensive flicker there. Ogun here. Help back him up, but really can't do much just yet. Kyle Teasy waiting in the bush there. Might look for an entry point. Goes in. Ben thinks will be just fine for now. All this, again, a lot of back and forth before the first turtle commit here.
And you know what? I really like for the concussive blast here for Bentings. We saw the damage that it could bring against the players of AP Brand, and I kind of feel like this Edith and even Minotaur is somehow related because they look the same. Anyway, jokes aside, for this one, Ogun is still at level 3, and there's no sign for the players actually to be on this turtle as early as now because probably King Kong will prioritize the purple buff.
Yeah, no rush. I mean, King Kong can get the most things on the map faster than Kyle Teasy. That's why AP Bren are committing hard this time around. 4 members right out of the turtle pit, and Pando, go ahead, visit King Kong.
Yeah, Pando gonna keep him there, but might bit off a little bit more than he can chew. Whoa, turtle gonna be secured. Pando somehow survives. Wow.
This is what we're saying, right? For Pando, he's going to be just a regular on the purple side. Wait.
Oh, okay. First blood being drawn here. Going in the hands of Goyo. And I don't think anything else is going to result in that, Chantel, as you were saying.
At least there's a trade here for TNC. As long as there are trades for them, and then it's working for a TNC. And I really like what Pando has been doing against King Kong. Again, if a Fanny is being destructed on the purple buff, then the whole rotation is being countered. Oh, look at that.
Wow, Pando.
Again, not just on the purple buff, but all possible lanes or areas that King Kong will be going.
Yep, he is whatever character Adrian Brody was playing in Peter Jackson's King Kong. Anyways, in mid.
Goyo gonna go ahead and use the black shoes, but will not be able to escape this. Gonna get whittled down. The flicker comes through. Owen there to get the kill. Nice maneuver there. The onward and the flicker combination.
Okay, I was kind of thinking as to why Ben Things actually didn't use the motivation roar during that time, probably on a cooldown during the moment. But yup, looking at the situation at the gold lane, actually, Supermark is on the lead at 200 as compared to Innocent. When we say 200 gold lead, just cents rather. So, yup, wait.
Oh, no. Oh, King Kong gonna be looking for his own kill. Oakwood gonna get knocked up. There's another realm though, right on time. But Innocent able to grab the kill, getting them on the board once again. Good exchange there, TNC.
Yup, for TNC, all they need is to somehow get those kills as early as now, just to lessen the lead in terms of the gold. So we could see right now for Kyle TZ. Another item.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Oh!
Right on spot.
Maximum range on that.
Man, that's why Brody's so deadly.
And
Get a couple marks off.
And after that, there is the Malefic Roar.
Yeah.
Here we go. Ben Things gonna get pulled in. Flicker's out of range.
Good defensive maneuver. All this again leading into the next turtle of the game here. TNC making plays where they can. Great that Innocent has a couple kills as well. Able to keep farming up here. Now the fight for the turtle is going to ensue. Both teams battled out.
Soft reset here. Coming in, penalty zone.
AJ going to jump in here. Doesn't have the follow-up just yet. Kyle Teasy able to secure the turtle. Now AJ on the run. Kyle Teasy jumping in along with Pando. The 1-2 punch. Goyo Black Shoes into the team, and he goes down as well. AP Brent turning it around.
Vincent Onigo, welcome back to the MPL. What a re-debut for Pando. They're not done. King Kong!
Oh my goodness.
He's all right.
Okay, all I can say is the mastery of Fuse usage on that Shadow Stampede, because it's not as if he waited for another click or another tap on that skill. He knew rather that if he clicked on it, he's gonna pull King Kong. So for that one, AP Bren, this is a different AP brand that we saw from the previous games, and TNC a bit struggling on how to do that rotation or execution during objective taking.
Chantel, you're talking about a struggle. All of a sudden, there's a 3K gold lead on AP Brand right now, 6 minutes in. Ben Things can't even check a bush as easy as he should, and that's their side of the jungle.
Huh. Okay, looking at things right now, for TNC, we're waiting for that burst damage or the synchronization of skills with Dominoan's Fury and even Goyo's Shadow Energies. And Pando found a sparring partner at the bottom lane.
I don't know why every time we get a glimpse of King Kong, he's like half health.
Moving away.
That's like getting like a 5-minute clip of not even 5 minutes, like 5-second clip of Insidious 2, man. It's just like, whoa, no context.
Did I just hear a
jump scares?
Okay. Anyway, speaking of jump scares, one thing that could scare AP Brand is the jump from Ben Things, probably.
Yep. Okay. They're going to go in for one nice Minoan Fury from Ben Things. Looking for the follow-up, and this is going to be in trouble. He's focused on Kyle, Teasy, and Pando. Find him. Innocent finally taken down here. And TNC knows it. They don't have the fighting power. Ben Things going to be in trouble now, too. Gets tossed up, thrown around, and taken down. King Kong now joined the fight, looking for him. Finds Kyle Teasy. At least he finds something out of it.
All right. A little questionable movement from Ben Things, walking into that wall. But that clap back from King Kong, I mean, commendable. Chantel, what's going on?
Actually, for TNC.
Oh!
Wait, whoa!
Another big setup from RJ. AJ goes in, finds Super Marco. King Kong gonna go back.
Okay, is he gonna be successful though?
Goyo and AJ on the hunt here. Few trying to get out of danger. Won't be able to get away just yet. Buys time. Goes back. That was looking dicey for Few, but TNC coming in swinging.
All right, TNC, talk now, Chantel.
Okay, regardless of what happened during that moment, it was TNC definitely on setting up the tempo. Now they have the turtle. So very, very nice that they were able to delay 2 players on recalling prior to this turtle objective. So from 2.5k gold lead, it's now 500. And a possibility for TNC to destroy down turrets at the bottom lane. So what's effective right now for TNC is their follow-up after King Kong's entry. So majority of the skills of AP Brain has been used, so it's perfect time for them to go for the counter initiative.
Safe to say, TNC have closed the gap, man.
Yep.
After that odd engage underneath that second turtle, they're suddenly back in the game. More than just back in the game, I'd say they're crossing the river at a healthy pace, and they're very aggressive.
I think that's exactly what they have to do at this point, you know? One thing that I'll always say about teams going against AP Bren is really solidifying yourselves into the first Lord, right? Give yourself that positioning at least to be evens with AP Bren, and that's exactly what TNC has done so far. If they can maintain that for another minute or so before that fight breaks out, that is where it's going to be crucial on how they execute this lineup they have.
And now a true test for the once more re-debuting Pando. He's been great, super aggressive in the first 7-8 minutes. Now we got to see, as a Paquito, is he a good counterpuncher? Is he good at reclaiming a mid-game that has been slightly lost? It was in their grasp, but now TNC, they're calling the shots.
You know what? To answer that question, for Pandora in terms of the effectivity, if we're talking about hero-wise, it might be somehow difficult for him because you have Lily on the black shoes. Even if there's a crowd control, you could just go for the Purify. If for the Brody, whoa, what was that?
Oh, King Kong. That's looking dicey. Kyle TZ almost got taken out there in a split second.
Yeah, no, if Kyle TZ just sneezed the wrong way, he would have died.
Again, take note that this is a King Kong, or this is a Fanny hero that was actually neglected of a proper rotation or early to mid-game. Oh, look at that.
Ogwin, gonna be in trouble here. It takes way too much. Gonna fall right as that Lord comes up here. Now, TNC, knowing they've got the numbers advantage, can they secure themselves this first Lord?
Here we go, AJ starting to dance. The fight continues though in the mid. Oh, I think AP Brent knows this is not a fight that they want, especially with King Kong swinging around like this.
Okay, knowing, and even for King Kong, knowing that he has Lethal Ignition as the emblem, so that is 7% of enemy's max hero. So the main reason as to why, even Kyle TZ, after just the one swing of the cables, it was really high. But wait, here comes the Lord objective though.
Oh, they're going to go for it. They get pushed back here. Kyle TZ goes on the backside. Finds Goyo, who secures the Lord. Oh, it's King Kong. But his team now on the retreat. TNC takes the Lord.
How did King Kong do that? In the middle of all of it, not a single CC, a slow, a knockup, nothing. AP Bren couldn't stop him from his retribution.
Okay, you know what? For AP Bren, they were focused, or specifically Pandora was focused on zoning out the players on the right. Wait.
They're still going, Chantel.
Okay.
No.
They're
As you were
not done
saying.
yet. Anyway, going back to, they're really not done yet.
AJ! Okay, AJ is going to get tossed up. As you were saying.
As I was saying. Where was I again?
To be fair, this kind of game, these two teams tonight, they're saying no analysis.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Don't analyze.
We want to fight. Analysis for after the game.
Well, to be honest, I almost forgot what I was saying. But yeah, for King Kong, it's just that he knows that there's... Okay.
Oh,
continue.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, for King Kong, he knows that there is no crowd control that will actually find him whenever he comes in. So Pandora was zoning out two players from the right side. Now not on the entry point of King Kong, as well, it was effective retribution for him. Now for TNC, they just have to capitalize the next minion wave that they have probably destroyed the mid-lane turret.
Yeah, even if they technically lost the team fight, they won the war. The map is red, it belongs to them, clear as day. They're making moves, they're up by about 1,000 gold. What's the item game looking like? Why you go, ooh?
Okay, so this is a very high damage type of Fanny with the Hunter Strike and even the Blade of Heptasy. Okay, speaking of... okay.
Might be in trouble. Kyle TZ jumping to the backside, though. Gets the black shoes out already. Innocent flickers over. Able to blow off the torn apart memory, but not enough marks just yet. They still have to come through. AJ could be in trouble. Tanky enough, though. TNC, multiple members survive to fight through the day. No one falls.
All right. Chantal, you were saying King Kong's Fanny, just pure damage.
Yep, with the Hunter Strike and even a Blade of Heptasy is one reason as to why there was a time wherein he just swept in against Kyle TZ and the HP war was just brushed off. Now for AP Bren, it's really nice that the discipline on the usage of this Netherrealm is really on point. It could have been a play for them. Sometimes we see the Netherrealm as an initiator, right?
And it's going to be important because it looks like TNC are playing the re-engage game, and there's Ogwin coming and gets caught out!
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Look at the damage.
It's clean as day. TNC knows what they're doing.
That was well executed. You know how long Bentings was in that bush, too?
The whole time Chantel was explaining King Kong's build.
He's just there.
Yeah.
He was just
one
there.
patient man.
That's what he's known for.
I want a Ben Tips video on that.
Yep. Wait here.
Yeah.
Well, a part of the tips and tricks is just to be patient, and it will be beneficial to you. Anyway, for King Kong, we saw that after the kill engagement for them, there was the Blade of Despair, so added damage as well. So I just have to reiterate the usage, or the choice, emblem choice, it was a Lethal Ignition plus armor penetration and even Blade of Despair. Imagine the damage that could be dealt against AP Bren if made by King Kong. So probably we'll see that force usage of the Netherrealm.
All right, here we go. We're about to dance one more time, folks. 14 minutes in. It's Ogwin. Now, he's a little more precautious. He's a little more, where's Ben things this time around? Because, again, what was that? Second or third time this game that he got caught out easy, like that.
Ben Things in the same bush, doing the same thing.
This is the Ben Things bush right here.
Okay.
This is literally Ben Tips right here. This is probably going to be a new clip. Wait in this bush, just patiently.
Should we count how many minutes he's gonna stay there?
All right, I counted it was like 14-10.
Oh wow!
So 14-10. Let's see how long he stays.
Not even moving. Okay,
oh, okay.
There he goes.
He heard us.
All right. Well, Pando also on the purple buff, trying to make it harder here for the purple buff, forcing it out. Will fall though. Got the retribution out from King Kong. That might have been the plan, but still TNC confident enough to go ahead and take this one possibly from AP Bren. King Kong still on the bottom side though.
I don't know what the comms were, what the call was, because wait. Oh no,
okay, that was close.
Very low. All right. Pando went in, there was very little follow through. Was he looking for just a one-man pickoff, like straight up?
Yeah, but he didn't know that. Oh, wait.
AJ!
Okay.
Oh. Okay, still, they're getting a lot of these resources out here. King Kong now going to make his way. Lord will reset for now. Kyle TZ there as well in the mid lane. Has to back off too.
Okay, so for both teams, specifically for AP Bren, they're forcing for this Lord to be reset just to wait for this purple buff to be inactivated for King Kong. Now, Pando is available as well. Wait.
I am not sure if they're going to be able to. Lord going to be less than a fourth of health here. It is going to be secured by King Kong. AP Bren a little bit too late. Now they're going to look for a punish. Goyo will fall. Kyle TZ still unleashing. Already the penalty zone comes through along with the Netherrealm. It's a double for Pando. And they force TNC back here.
The art of the turn. AP Bren willingly gave over the Lord in hopes of getting more than just a single kill. They got two, but I'm sure they wanted more, and now King Kong clapping back in mid. Now the question, Chantel, was that worth it? Was that a good deal for AP Bren?
Well, definitely for AP Bren because they had the opportunity to take. Oh, okay. King Kong was able to secure that one. Fast hands, ultra fast hands for the guy. Anyway, to go back on our thought, it was pretty nice for AP Bren. The better option for them to force a team fight after the objective or Lord taking of a TNC because of that, TNC isn't able to maximize this Lord.
Is it just me, Chantel? Naisu, you can tell me. Are they going at a much faster pace than any of our games so far today?
Feels like it,
They're picking fights, they're looking for things, even when neither team is ready, and that might be where TNC's comfortable. Because look, they're back in the driver's seat, they're back to calling the shots.
Yeah, and even King Kong, we've mentioned before that he does the split push if needed. But this time around, the split push is being used just to pressure or bring more pressure to AP Bren. As to why, for AP Bren, they are a bit confused as to are we to defend our XP lane or outer lanes, or are we to initiate for a team fight? So it's something that is a struggle for them, but I think they could force for another team fight.
Well, it's up to TNC, man. This is a small gap. Again, I don't think they've ever broke 1,000. They've never gone as far than that.
I mean, at the same time, it's great what TNC has been able to accomplish in this game one, right? Against a team like AP Bren, and with them being in the driver's seat, TNC should be able to just lead themselves into a favorable Lord matchup. Innocent, though, going to take a couple damage. Benthing's going to flicker in. Here comes the rest of the team. Torn apart memory going to come through. AJ again with the penalty zone. Looking for the follow-up for the rest of the team. A couple shots away, but AP Bren's quite tanky. Here comes King Kong, though. Able to grab a kill, taking out Super Marco.
That's unfortunate that King Kong found Marco before Pando found King Kong.
Yep, Super Marco was left out in the open. It's something that AP Bren should look forward, knowing that King Kong is just all over the place. At 3-0-2, and even... Okay. Wow. Easy with that secure. They're fully aware of the potential that they have in terms of damage, though.
Oh, Goyo going to be in trouble too. King Kong once again trying to make it his way to the team fight here. Going to push Kyle Teasy back. King Kong and the rest of the team Innocent grabbing a killing spree on Pando. Could be in trouble. Going to get dragged with the Stampede. But look at the plays. Look at the moves. Gets a double.
Okay.
Still alive with a sliver of health. And he's going to live. Ogwin in trouble as well. TNC is hungry.
This is just pure control for TNC during that moment. And even the usage of AJ here, no backing out whenever there is an opportunity for them to take a kill against the other.
AP Bren are playing the TNC's tempo and they can't make it work. This lineup is not meant to fight the way TNC is fighting right now. It's scrappy, it's fast, and it comes from so many different angles. What was that? 2 or 3 team fights now that Pando tries to body hunt and TNC denies it.
Yeah, you know what? Even that move, we'll see that on the replay. It was a very long team fight. It all started with that initiation from the penalty zone. And then there was a kill from King Kong. Look at this. Innocent was a target. That was a nice shadow stomp in, but went in for the second skill. So that's a double kill for Innocent. So the confidence is just there, and the mastery for the hero really on point.
Oh, and how they put it all together. TNC now 4K gold ahead. Luminous, no! That's an Evolved Lord!
Oh,
Evolved Lord down bottom, they can end!
TNC making the play here, making the moves. Easy trying to keep them at bay, work on this Lord. Also on the top side, King Kong taking the brunt of the damage, has to back off. Now AJ jumps in again with the penalty zone, going to take some damage himself, takes a couple shots. Super Marco will get the kill. TNC down 1, weren't able to get an inhibitor-based turret just yet.
To be fair, we haven't really talked about AJ as much. He's been hitting very, very impactful penalty zones. He's been able to, at some point maybe pull off 2 penalty zones in an extended team fight. But I don't think we're giving him enough credit. I don't think TNC would be here sitting at 10-14, 21 minutes in, ahead of AP Bren if he wasn't the game changer. I think TNC, AJ, this is what they needed.
Yep, AJ brought the A game for TNC for this game. And I mean, talking about
4 out of 5.
The help that he's given.
I'm going to stick to my 5 points.
all right.
The help that he's given Ben Thinks, because it is a lot.
Oh, Pando going to be in trouble here. Kyle Teasy there to help him out. Innocent, can he survive this? Still able to stay alive. Innocent will finally fall. Kyle Teasy and Pando quite low here. Kyle Teasy falls. The 1-for-1 trade. They might look for more. They put the pressure on the purple buff here. King Kong trying to grab this if he can. Goes in. Looks like he did get it. Now going to be in trouble here. Ogwin will fall. Netherrealm already going to be used. Super Marco shooting off from the backside. Looking for Goyo or Ben Things. It's him and Few. They respect it and they got to back off.
Okay, so what happened there was, for TNC, it was a nice somehow delay on the possible kill from AP Bren. But for AP Bren, they know that they need as much as possible bring down a hero prior to team fight. And before they did that initiation, they made sure that majority of their minion waves are actually flowing. But it's a nice counter clear for TNC because the middle lane is to be destroyed.
Yep, you can see there Few. This was mentioned in one of the contents created by MPL, created by the league, greatest in the lane. And the likes of Rebo and Etumax pointed out that maybe Few could get overloaded in ultra late game situations like this, wherein his decision making might not be the best anymore. And that might be one of those examples of that overloaded, because he could have cleared, but he was like, all right, maybe I should take care of the purple first.
Yep, maybe I should go here first. Is there a player from TNC at this area? So yep, even for TNC, we can see that there are instances wherein Goyo refuses to use the shadow energy as much. So it's really more the discipline to make sure that the skills are available prior a team fight. Okay.
All right, it's time for the 1, 2, 3, fourth Lord of the game. I have to count, man.
Fourth Lord.
We're way past the 20-minute mark now.
Oh, really?
And it's a dance. That's right. Yeah, no. And neither base has inhibitors taken down. So at least AP Bren's holding on to that. Lord here put down a fourth of its health, or rather 3/4 of its health, and AJ's the only one here first.
Okay, so a complete buff for King Kong, by the way. But there's a little wonder for Kyle Teasy. So it could be an edge for them. Okay, so Okay, for TNC, the priority is always clear the minion wave.
You play.
Who's the target?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, they already get a flicker out of Innocent. That's huge. Goyo gonna black shoes into the team here. AJ already expending his due. King Kong looking for Kyle TZ. A couple hits away. Can he grab the kill? He does. He's unstoppable. And now still going to be looking for more. Netherrealm comes through. Ogun going to flicker in. Toss him over the shoulder. Looking for the kills at Super Marco. Now bend things. Immortality going to be popped here. Couple hits away will fall. And now it's a trade. The 1 for 2. King Kong still up. Looking for more. He has to back away. The balls are too much.
Balls and balls. There were 3 that tracked King Kong. I could have sworn he was going to get away. But now AP Brent clearly ahead. 3 for 1. Marco working on the Lord. Pando boxing that turret up top. AP Brent the first time in what? 8-9 minutes that they're ahead?
Yup. That is one sweet burning ball by Super Marco during that time. I mean, they know that King Kong is really on the damage side, so why not bring all the damage that we could give whenever we see King Kong? It's something, or that is a crucial part in having a Fanny to go more on the damage bar. But wait.
Okay. Ogun gonna jump in. Few now here to help him out. AJ has to use the penalty zone. The turret's finally gonna fall here. Super Marco still unleashing. Netherrealm down too. They're just going for the base. AP Bren will end it, taking game 1 from TNC.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And you could have sworn AP Brent cashed out. That's it. We're done. We're done. We don't want to go past the 30-minute mark. We'll coin flip our way to victory and go from there.
You know what? The story of Week 4, Day 1 has been about comebacks. All along it was TNC dictating the game, and then in an instant, one wrong decision, AP Brent won.
My goodness. Leo put it really well. You know, TNC was in control of the majority, if not the entirety of that game. And then just what happened, right? With that last team fight, and that's the thing about AP Brent. Like, they've been in that situation enough where they know when they have that upper hand, they're just going to go and end it.
And this is a successful game debut by Pando.
Yep.
You gotta wonder what's going on in the mind of the young AJ. So with that said, I'd like to think TNC should steal the resolve, right? Because again, it's great that AP Brent won, even if TNC was in control, but at some point, do you think frustration was already set in? Because that was your game!
Yep. I mean, this didn't happen to TNC like a first time. There are instances wherein they are literally on the lead. It's just, they need to end the game. So, I mean, frustration could take a toll into them, but it could be a realization that, okay, we're almost close. Just a little more effort.
That was just game 1, though.
Yep.
I hate to sour the feeling of the series, but that was just game 1. But, man, you can't help but feel like foiled again.
Yeah. Drats, or whatever they used to say. Drats.
Dag nabbit.
I don't know why when you said that, I instantly thought of like an old childhood cartoon.
Yeah.
You know, if
like,
it wasn't for you pesky kids, Scooby-Doo villain. There it is.
It was me all along.
Okay.
It was me all along. The
That's
late
AP
game.
Brent.
Yes, the late game.
That's AP Brent.
All right, Chantel, it's your turn. Tell us exactly what happened.
Again, just like what we mentioned during the keys to victory, the problem here for TNC is how to end the game. Now for AP Bren, with the experience that they have on international tournaments, decision-making was really on point. Speaking of decision-making, from the start of the game, the guy that has made King Kong's life difficult is also our MVP of the game. Pando with the Paquito. It's as if the Pandora's box was open for TNC during that time. There was a moment wherein King Kong was just flying, cabling out bottom lane because the damage is just there for him. With the mobility, Festival of Blood, Quantum Charge, and the itemization, even the Oracle is here. He just wants to deal damage against some of the heroes and add up in terms of crowd control. So AP Brand was just was on the lead around 600 or even 2.5k actually at around 7 minutes. So we'll see that on the highlights. Wherein TNC was a bit struggling on how they will really play. But during this moment, there was a nice kill from TNC that forced Few to use that Nether Realm. So Innocent was targeted as well, but look at the counter engage that the TNC will do during this moment. Oh, by the way, 7-minute game time. This was a bit of a confusion, by the way, from Benting's decision to actually go there. But when we saw this highlight, it was just to save both AJ and Goyo at the mid lane. So no more added casualty for a TNC. Came 7 minutes 40. This is where TNC got the lead against AB Bren. And then 10-minute game time, it was just Kyle Easy dealing damage against a TNC. And even the burning balls of Super Marco was being felt by the whole Phoenix army. So even at this moment, they knew that the damage dealer right now for TNC was Goyo. So why not force a kill against Goyo? Or maybe this one, the entry from King Kong. This was a nice play, by the way, from TNC. 80-minute game, they were just still on the lead. On point decision making for Innocent. Even View was just flabbergasted during that time because there was sufficient damage and sustain for Innocent to survive that aggression from them. Came 24-minute game time. It is where AP Bren just had that, veteran move and experience. Actually went for Innocent. Actually, it was a TNC still on the lead during this moment. But little by little, AP Bren knew the potential of their lineup. Since we have added sustain with Few's hero, it's not really a sustain, but it makes them the longevity of the heroes for the team fight that helped them. And at the very moment, AP Bren, they just knew that the Super Marco already has a damage. We go for a tower lock regardless of what happens. We just focus on the pace. So for this one, it was a 25-minute game time. Look at the gold, 70k versus 75k. A huge or a fast gold swing for AP Bren. They just needed one team fight that will have 4 or 3 casualties from TNC, because once you single out both Innocent, King Kong, or Goy, any of those heroes, there's no damager from TNC. So we could say that the lineup of TNC is damage dependent, although they have the sustain. But yeah, probably one option could have been is to change the itemization. So we've mentioned itemization. If you look at King Kong's item, so the only item for defense is Athena Shield. As to why at that last moment, prior the securing of Lord for AP Bren, King Kong just flew right there and disappeared in the map. So AP Bren, again, the decision making was really on point. Holy Crystal of View. After those Ghost Bursters, the rest of the TNC players are just, okay, me ouchie, that hurts. So even Goyo was forced to use the Black Shoes prior a team fight. So that's a minus the potential burst damage from TNC. Purple buff was also there. Turtles, by the way, was on AP Bren's side. As to why, if we look at the overall statistics for both, hero damage 386k for AP Bren, pretty close in terms of damage. But once their gold stolen, it was actually AP Bren. That is again because of the initial rotation of Pando on the purple buff. But again, it's just how you will end the game that matters. And for AP Bren, we just needed the team fight to win. And for TNC, that's something that they should work around for game number 2. But AP Bren just surprises again with the decision making that they have and forcing the players of TNC to back away after a team fight. And if we go back to our keys to victory, Pando, keep your box closed. So he saw that there were instances where it's a bit too much for me to go deeper on the vicinity of TNC. So, okay, I'll limit my aggression this time around. So it's better for them to have the controlled aggression for Pandora. It's a really, really nice Primetime Friday. Right, guys? What are you doing? What's that?
Pando.
Okay.
It's Pando's pose. Did you say Primetime Friday?
It's a Primetime Friday.
Primetime Friday.
Yeah, no, again, he
Prime
stuck
time.
true to it. He kept the box closed, and he played a very meta explainer in Paquito. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you to watch out for the weekly giveaway that will be posted on MPL Philippines Facebook page for a chance to win your own Smart Bro devices. Mechanics to join the giveaway will be posted right after this weekend's broadcast. So get in on it. Win yourself a Smart Bro device. I don't know. Is it just me or the team's pros just get so much better? I just revert to it.
Like you want to do it in your caster pose.
Sanford.
If you will have a caster pose, what would it be?
Is this some remnants of Uwami's brain
Yeah.
cells just
Yes.
around here?
Yeah.
That's the kind of conversation you would have.
You made us do that earlier.
I don't know, man. Hey, you put me on the spot. What would you do?
That's it. What else am I gonna do?
I guess this is.
I'm just gonna stand tall.
Yeah, Chantel has that cool one. Like
See, Chantel has a cool one because she's now part of the Weeb Airbus.
What are you doing here?
That's right.
Something
Yeah.
like that.
With caption, what are you doing here?
Yeah. Anyway.
This is me about to bring out my phone, play some ML.
Oh, I thought you were going to do this.
That works too.
Sorry?
That works too.
That works.
Or we can just be like Pando.
What? Yeah, just Pando.
I was wondering too, like, because, you know, we got Sanford now going like this. We got Pando going like this. Like, what's with these guys? Like,
something
Maybe it's an evolution from a Chaknus pose.
That's right.
And then you mix it with XP lane and they do this.
Yeah, no. Again, season after season, we just get better. That's the key here. We just keep getting better.
It's all about evolution.
Yep. And in just a bit, we'll talk about how TNC can get better. Because I think game one, we already saw some of the changes. I have to admit, they've been playing at a different pace. They've been presenting fights wherein you should not have, and they won them. There's a lot. Now looking back at the highlights, while Chantel was breaking it down.
That's how you do it.
That's right. Did not plan for that to come out. I just did. Anyways, Intrusive Thoughts 1. There's a lot that we can break down from TNC's gameplay right after we announce and pick out our smart game face of the day winner. We're looking out for ya. MPL Arena, do it. Be the next smart game face of the day winner. Just flash the hashtag PowerSmart on your devices with a green background, and you can win a redeemable in-game code. Where they at? Where they at? Who they gonna be? Who
Show
they gonna
us
be?
your game face.
Oh, she did both poses.
That's
She did
an
both.
evolution as well.
She did so many.
Oh, she's doing another one.
Oh, it's the boom, 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 boom.
Is that?
It's a TikTok trend.
Okay.
So which one? You know the rules.
Which is the game face?
If she does something, we have to do it too.
Okay.
Oh, it's that one. Joseph, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
I don't have the hair to do it though.
Neither do I, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That's true. All right, I'm ready. She sticks out her tongue, right?
Which way? Do you stick it out this way or the other way? Where's the hand? Chantel, show us.
Here.
Opposite of the hand?
I was considering your hairline, but I forgot. I'm sorry. Oh, here, because you do at your service at this.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the game face. All
There
right.
we go.
We do it every day. You know how it goes. Now let's talk about TNC.
Cool.
And for game one, the answer was maybe halfway because we're asking y'all, can AJ rise at TNC from the dead? Can he make like a necromancer? You know what that means, right?
I do. I like it.
Can he make like a necromancer coming out from the MDL and dig TNC right out of the rut that they currently are in? Are they dead last right now?
On the standings, yes, I think so.
Close to it, man. 5 and 4 points.
Yeah, I think so. Again, AJ, if you just look at that game, and you even mentioned this in the game, like he was doing it. You know, we weren't talking too much exactly about him, but he was doing it on that Turizla.
Yep, here is a player that has gone through the amateur scene, the MDL, and now playing in MPL. Echos, TNC Z4, and now TNC Pro Team. These heroes that he's played, these were taken from Season 2 of MPL-PH.
Oh, wow.
Chantel, I think his stats speak for himself. Does it translate well to the Land of Dawn?
Yup. Actually, for that last game, all I can say is AJ has been a huge factor on that initial lead from TNC on that game one. So, looking at the 30%, I think it was the 30.94, I forgot, but 30.94 damage share is efficient for an XP lane.
Yep. Sad to say his Riz is not sitting at a 50-50 because he
His
just
Riz?
lost. His Rizla, yeah. His
Oh.
Turizla.
Okay. Yeah. I forgot. That's what we call Turizla these days.
All right, so are we going to repeat history? Is it going to be deja vu between the Bees and the Phoenix Army? Because this is what happened the first time they met, and for TNC it was still Jesus playing.
You know what? With that last game, I wish I could say that if King Kong should have used a different hero, it would have been a different story. Because King Kong's usage of Fanny earlier was pretty on point. Maybe just more on the decision making. But definitely in terms of the turtle kills and even lord kills, we could say that it is a different TNC that we're seeing because it was, it was TNC on the lead. It just so happened that in terms of decision making on objective taking, that is where they are somehow disoriented.
It's kind of crazy to think about it. Again, you know, their previous matchup back in week 1 here, where it was a sweep, it was a very dominating performance from AP Brand. Just looking at this, you know, stat breakdown, I would say that it's actually a great thing to see what TNC brought to the table in Game 1. Right now, if they can carry that through for Game 2, again, they controlled the majority of that game. It was just unfortunate for TNC that AP Brand knew how to punish that lineup, especially later in the portion of the game, and they collapsed on them really well, right? And they ended it just like that. They didn't even need to really focus on the Lord there. So for TNC, with the changes that they made, with AJ even, they're playing way better now. But my biggest gripe about it all is it's almost too late. Like, it's almost getting to the point where if they don't win this series and start winning up their other matches in this week alone, it's getting very dire for TNC.
It's got to happen now. They're running out of time. They're running out of ground to dig themselves out from the dead. Real quick, something to note here. Looking at the previous matches stats, the history, yes, you switch out Jesus for AJ. You switch out Pando for Flap TZ. Working great for AP Brand, by the way. But something else. This might be where things change for TNC. Game 2 of that matchup previously in round 1 of Season 12. Bentings picked up the Florin a little too early. Like right before the patch, right? The patch happened week 3. And he was already picking Florin. Maybe if he stuck to something like a Minotaur, a Franco, a Cho. The things that we're used to seeing. Bentings on like a Kufra.
The usual Bentings hero.
Maybe we'll make it to Game 3.
Yeah, probably. I mean, if you are struggling a bit on some changes, why not go back to the basics? It's something that has been working efficiently on other industries as well. As long as the basics is there, all you have to do is to trust those guts or trust the guts. Execute it well.
Play what you know.
Play what you know.
You know, and then if that happens to be Bentings picking these heroes like the Minotaurs, like those setters that we know them to be, then so be it. That is actually exactly what they have to do. And this is, again, something that we talked about in the previous series between even me and Chantel. We were saying, you know, there's these very prominent roam players that are known for a certain play style. And I know even last season, if you guys were watching with us back in Season 11, we even broke down the roam styles, you know, like different styles of roam players. Well, Bentings is one of them that has to be able to kind of solidify whatever lineup TNC is thrown on the table in the Land of Dawn. Bentings is usually a cornerstone of that.
Yeah, Bentings falls in the same category as players like Light.
Yep.
Bentings and Light, very similar.
Well, very similar, right? So, yeah, I kind of feel like for Bentings, or even for that game number 1, what made it easier for TNC, or what made them play a lot better from previous games, is that there is one more person that could actually help him just to have that sustain, do the initiation, which is AJ.
I thought you were going to say because he's playing a Minotaur.
And because he played as Minotaur. Because before, since they need to, I mean, they are heavily relying rather on a Bentings plays, they needed to go for Florine on other heroes as well that has sustain, because they need that shot calling from Bentings. And if he goes straight and do those setup plays, he'll be out of the team fight.
It's disconnected.
It's disconnected. So they need another one that would step up and be the frontliner of
So you think it's AJ?
I think it's AJ.
He did well on the Riz earlier.
I think now, for me personally, I would like to see AJ play something else. If it's maybe he gets the Trizla, maybe he doesn't, right? But I still think he is basically an integral part of that. What Chantel is saying, you know, really having to be not only that front line of that initiator to allow Bentings to make the shot calling that he needs to do, but it just rounds things out better, right? And so far, again, while we wait for this draft, we actually saw quite a bit of that from AJ from the previous game. So hopefully he can reiterate that or emulate that in some way for Game 2.
Yep, and again, I hope after this break, after what, the 10-minute break that we had while Chantel was analyzing the game 1 that we just had. It was enough time for TNC to reset. And now looking at the players, looking at their coaches, it's back on the horse, man. The race continues. TNC down a game, AP Bren at match point. Could this be AP Bren's way back into their winning ways, or can TNC reignite the flame? Because boy, oh boy, do they need it. The Phoenix Army are just holding on for dear life. TNC on the play. AP Bren answering back. This is a good way for them to maybe get their hands on Matilda, because it's not banned just yet.
Oh, yeah. So maybe that is one reason as to why TNC is on the blue side, because earlier it was, right? If I'm not mistaken, it was AP Bren. So we have Lancelot and Angela ban for AP Bren. Probably we might see a Fanny ban for AP Bren if they saw King Kong's potential on that previous game. So you have sustain or utility junglers. Fredrine could be one. Matilda is a viable option.
Yeah.
Could be a Kadita for TNC. Although based on statistics, in terms of playstyle, Goyo is more useful or more used into using heroes like the other game, Lilia, more on AoE. Okay, no Matilda this game.
Not happening. Edith is open though.
Edith is open. Even the Fredrin, if they want to go and secure that one, but knowing TNC, probably they again will leave King Kong's hero on the second phase of the pickings. Kaja's open. But for the previous game, Kaja was banned second phase.
Pack's open.
Pax is open. Paquito's open.
There's so many good choices actually. The first, like, if you're blue side first pick, there's so much that you can kind of build around.
Whoa.
So wow, this is, again, I'm not expecting, when I was saying that, I wasn't expecting an Irithil.
This doesn't happen.
Yeah,
This doesn't happen.
It's Freaky Friday.
Oh.
This is too
Or
early.
Primetime Friday, as Chantel put it.
This is way too early for TNC because Paquito's open. You know Paquito could instantly kill an Irithel. So why not pick this one? But it's gonna be an Edith, probably Novaria as well for AP Bren.
All of them are
Actually,
open.
Even Kadita is open, which is, by the way, when used by a few, or even
Akaja.
Open can use this one. Even Kaja's open. A lot of heroes are still open.
Pandora's box.
Pandora's box is open. Valentila's open.
All right, we usually see the Irithel when there's an Angela on board, right? Or maybe even a Rafaela, so that there's a reason for her to dive in. So, oh man, there's a Paquito. Oh no, that's it. I think this confirms what's happening with AP Bren, right? That's a roaming Ogren, of course, a roaming Edith, and an XP lane Paquito. They're so honest.
And there is a lot of pokes or crowd control actually for AP Bren's hero. I'm not surprised if when we see the draft index, the crowd control of AP Bren is really high. But for TNC, okay, knowing that there is Paquito and even Edith, they could actually go for another XP lane so that the AJ's heroes won't be banned because they already banned out Terizla. So it's gonna be, Faramis could be, oh, Martis.
Oh yeah, Martis.
Wait,
you would pick Martis first? What is that? Are you preemptively thinking it's because red?
Okay, so
and they go the usual.
Okay, things are getting hard.
They're picking the counters first, man. That's what it feels like.
They're thinking ahead of the possible draft.
They're from the future.
So either they're one step ahead or they're just not.
Or they're just totally somewhere else entirely.
They're in TNC land.
Hey, between Coach Yasuo and Coach Scholar, I trust the man. Because if you don't, who will?
Yep.
Right, and you have to trust that this lineup will work.
Valentina.
That was open too.
Okay, so here's the thing. TNC chose Martis and Yuzhong over Valentina, Paquito, and Edith. So here's the thing. You could actually choose, if you are Valentina, you can choose your IMU either on that Decimate and even that Black Dragon form, which is a very, very nice option for the Valentina.
Already, right?
Already, just those two heroes. Anyway, look at the draft index. Okay, for we've mentioned earlier in terms of isolation, ISO, it's really on the side of AP Bren, even the early to mid. How much more if the Valentina laning is on point as well. So for TNC, they need the burst. They really need the burst. If they have Martis and you also have Irithel, you need to win the early game.
Yep. They need magic burst too, because they already have the physical burst. There's a Yu Zhong in there too that also deals physical burst. So I wonder where APBR will start choking them out. What's Coach Ducky? What's Coach Fran thinking?
Vision and information. Novar is still open, right?
That's right, she's still out there.
Okay, so...
Is that burst enough?
Although that's a scaling hero.
It's gonna be too slow.
I can't remember if I have seen Goyo do a Novaria play. But with the Novaria, it's as if another good option for Valentina with another good and decent ultimate. Okay, so Choban for TNC. I mean for APBR against TNC.
They're removing TNC's isolation.
Wait.
They'd rather deal with a Kaj. Kaj is open. Kaj is still out there.
Doc Fuel.
All right, Doc.
Wave
Fuel.
here, please.
Wait, why is it called Doc Fuel? Is he also a Doc? I only know of one Doc here. And that's Doc Rebo.
Doc Rebo.
Maybe because he's been in the league for so long, he's already
He's
a
already a
PhD.
doc.
He got an MD.
He got an MD.
Mobile Legends Doctor. Yes.
What's the HOL?
Hall of Legends, man. Coach Ducky, one of the names that's ringing loud when it comes to who might be inducted this season's playoffs. But back into the draft we go. They preliminarily pick up the Martis and then they ban out the Grok well, they do ban out the Grok, but they ban out the Fredrin anyway. So what does leave APBR?
So with APBR, even the Lancelot's not open, right?
Nope.
So okay, so they are forcing to. Also, there's an Akai.
Yeah, there's that. But it might be a. There you go.
There it
Right.
is.
Confirmed. There it
The natural solution if there's no more utility jungler.
Just go Akai.
The only Akai left. They're the only jungler left, right? Akai in this metagame is cold pizza. It's still good, but it's just what's left in the fridge. You know what I mean? It's just like, just heat it up, man. It's still pretty good.
Might as well take it, right?
Some people prefer cold too. Just
And
saying.
because of that Akai pick, the crowd control for APBR just increased.
Goes through the roof.
Yup. And okay, so for TNC, anyway, Lele is still an option for Goyo. Could be a Faramis as well.
Whoa.
Whoa.
What's that?
That's a familiar
Josh
face.
Yeah, Josh Cake's making his debut here today in the MPL, yeah.
Yep, and okay, that's
There he
him.
is, that's him.
With the pink hair.
That's a young gentleman right there. All right, you guys are familiar with Rigida, you know who she is, but yeah, welcome. Welcome to the MPL.
With the
Josh
pink
Cake.
hair. Oh!
There he is.
The peg is a... Never mind, I forgot.
There he is.
Moving on. Let's talk about the cool friend, the Faramis, going in deep. So that's a dive on dive, front to front. Not an appeal from TNC, in my opinion.
So it was a Claude pick too for the gold lane.
APBR's playing just re-engage. This is a re-engage lineup if I've ever seen one.
Yup, and you know what? Knowing that other marksmen are actually open, they went in for the Claude, so they just want a marksman hero that is good on forcing the other team to like literally disperse when there's a team fight, knowing that mostly the heroes of TNC are more on the melee, as to why team fight is very high, but not really that far in terms of the team fight and prowess of APBR. Now looking at late game, we have a Claude and Irithel. So in terms of scaling, it might be hard for APBR on the Claude, but clearing up minion wave definitely on APBR's side.
Yep, but let's see, it all comes down to execution. The numbers really don't mean much if you don't capitalize, if you don't play to that lineup strength. So one more time, here's a look. Is there anything out of the ordinary here? Happy to see the old classic emblem, the normal emblem on...
Definitely for our players, they want to go for fast games, specifically for TNC, and they really need that. This is a Marquis. They need to win those early skirmishes.
Yep. Looking at this, it's a purple start for Kyle TZ. King Kong going for his orange first. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see if there's enough burst in TNC's arsenal early on for them to just snowball out of control.
Okay, so in terms of emblem, by the way, there is a pure rage. Wait.
This is going to be trouble, Goyo.
Oh no!
Taking quite a bit of damage, already going down. First blood going to the hands of Oakwood. So already APBR finding an early kill, and you know, I'm kind of scratching my head, right? Because Goyo didn't even, I don't even think he thought he was in danger, right? He didn't even use the flicker.
He just accepted the situation. Oh, here's a jump in by Bentings.
Okay, Few.
Okay.
Gonna wait it out.
They're forcing a trade. to even out the game.
Oh!
Okay, there's the flicker.
Looking for the dash.
Goyo. Okay. Oh, he's gonna flicker in himself.
What?
Few's still alive. Ben Thing's going into the turret. Takes a couple shots. Oh my goodness. Few. How does he get a kill out of that? And now in mid lane, Goyo's in trouble. It's a disaster before 2 minutes into the game.
It's all falling apart, man. It's as if Goyo stood there in awe, like, Ben Things, how could you not have? And then it bit them in the behind. Chantel, talk us through again. You're talking about the emblems, the early items that both teams are bringing in.
Yeah, actually, I forgot because of the surprising play.
Right.
The surprising outplay that Few did during a moment. But yeah, with Impure Rage, that is okay. So one reason as to why Few.
Whoa.
Wait. Okay.
Yep. You know, I feel it, Chantel. I'm in the same thought process as you right now. Right now, it's APBR before the even 3-minute mark, just giving it to TNC. I mean, they're still going to be going, still working on the turtle here, pushing them back, holding the line. Kyle TZ able to get the turtle.
It's not a fight you want, man. You're down on XP, down on gold, 2K and 2. Dear Lord, 2K in 2 minutes?
Yup.
And then they got ults too?
It's like a minute lead every. I mean, a 1,000 lead for every minute. Okay, so for this one, again, to emphasize on how Few was able to survive that aggression from TNC, that is because of the Impure Rage. So let's not forget that for the Impure Rage, every time you don't use mana, there's a restriction of HP.
Okay, still, they don't want to hear that breakdown of Impure Rage. King Kong will go in and get the Decimate, gets a kill. But yeah, it's a good point, Chantel. You know, the way that Impure Rage works out here is going to have somewhat of an impact throughout this early game, as it has.
Is this not how game one went? Like every time Chantel tries to break down something and analyze something at a higher level, TNC and APBR is like, no, we just want to fight, man. We just want to get scrappy. And AJ and Pando now.
They're still going to be going. Pando could be in trouble now. Look at this already. Ben Thing's going to flicker red too. That was a lot. They want to get back into this game. They have to find and utilize what they can. And TNC finds another pickoff, now focusing on the top lane. Ogwin there. It's 4 versus 1 right now on this top side.
Oh, wow.
They're just going to press it.
It's a trade, because down bottom, APBR is doing the same thing.
Okay, so because of the trade, we can see that actually the lead is just basically the same for APBR. What they need to do is they're forced to destroy this one at the bottom lane. But we have 3 players moving just to defend that lane. I don't think they were able to defend, although there's no damage yet for. I almost forgot a Claude has been nerfed for this patch. But efficiency speaking, for TNC, it was a nice trade for them just to little down the gold lead earlier at 2K. So it's now 900.
This is a weird situation to be in if you're Few. You IMU'd Decimation. It's not the best pickup, right? I guess you'd rather have the Black Dragon form or the jump in. Speaking of!
Ben Thing's going to find another target here. Heavy spin going to come through from Kyle. TZ still going to be working on the turtle. It's going to be secured by King Kong. Now the fight's going to ensue. APBR wants to back off. TNC making some great movements and crawling back into the early game. That was quite devastating. Few now quite low, will survive still on the bottom lane. The gold laner's going at it.
Really solid laning for Few actually. This is the second time we saw them, or we saw him defend with the low HP. But for TNC, what's really nice for them to recuperate on the loss that the mistake that they did earlier is that it is continuous rotation for them.
Okay, still looking like they want to fight here. Ogwin gonna take the retribution as well. Now Pando there. APBR does not want to commit to it. They are respecting what TNC has done the past couple minutes here.
Damn the gold lead. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're TNC. We're going to fight.
At around 2 minutes, it was 2K. So, okay.
Oh, ankle's broken.
That was pretty close.
Every time. It's like, let me try.
Should I do the analysis?
Chantel, you know what? Just join us in the play-by-play.
That's what TNC wants.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, what I really like. Okay, I got disoriented because of the team fights whenever I want to try to explain something. But anyway, for TNC, because of the aggression and continuous rotation that they're doing, for APBR, it's as if they're also restricted to do their own plays. That was close.
This is, I don't know, I'm just
This
picturing
getting
the
out
meme.
of hand.
Like Chantel, top box. top meme box, right? Bottom box is literally anybody from APBR but Ogwin literally onwarding in, just cutting shit off.
Every time. Every time.
Not
And
today,
it's both of
Chantel.
them. It's both of them. They're obliging it now. Benting's jumping into the bush. Oh, Ogwin. I think it's the AP Brent's benefit to not pick fights. Not with TNC, not like this.
Yeah, not only that, it's also part of the fact that, you know, Super Marco, as great as he is and has performed on this quad, and Chantel mentioned, you know, some of the changes that have happened, it's going to take some time for him to build up here. Ben Thing's going to get whittled down a little bit. Kyle Teasy going to go ahead and use the heavy spin. Ben Thing's still going to be alive, and now the Nether Realm's going to come out as well. Half health for the Turtle. AJ going to jump into the backside. There's the flicker coming through. They get the knockup. King Kong gets the Turtle again. Blazing Duet follows through. Nobody falling just yet. King Kong now going to be in trouble. Bobs and weaves out of there, but not able to get a kill before he falls. But he got the Turtle, right, yes.
That was a long, drawn-out fight, and I could have sworn there was a reality where even maybe King Kong survived.
Yup, I mean, for you, salute to the guy, very patient prior using the IMU Netherrealm. It is because of that that they were able to actually win that team fight. So as long as, never mind the objective, as long as we win the team fight, that is the story now, or I think the call for APBR.
And that's the first time in this, mid-game approaching Game 2 that you actually got an ult he wants. He was holding on the decimation earlier, and it was close to useless.
It's like all he had, so he was like, I might as well use it. But
Right.
then, you know, and Chantel mentioned that in the draft too, like, there's quite a few options. Well, I would say at least, you know, 3 options you could go with for the IMU, but that's kind of up to the work for even TNC to kind of take those options away.
That's right, but you only really want 2. You only want either the Black Dragon form or the Netherrealm. At best, the Netherrealm.
Yeah.
Right? Because everything else puts you in trouble. Everything else, you decimation, you heavy crossbow, that's bad juju.
The only way I could see decimation working in the hands of few is literally if Super Marco is able to whittle people down so low. And then you utilize the decimation. You know, that might work. Other than that, yeah, you really have 2 good options for you for I would say most of the situations.
Yup, probably at the latter part of the game, it could be a Tyrant's Rage from Ben Thinks. You know, for APBR, I really like what they're doing. They're just keep on pressuring TNC, now at 1.5k goal lead. They are almost not revealing their position.
Oh!
So, okay, that is the vision that TNC needs.
That's right, that's a King Kong.
Cheeky check.
Check?
Little cheeky check.
Cheeky check. The KKCK. No, I don't know why. That's not how. That's not the acronym.
That's not the acronym.
Never mind. Lord Dance, how about it? Few spots out. Goyo's Netherrealm. So APBR, they got step 1 in this big team fight setup. Also, step 2, Lord Dance, you got to take care of the long lane. So Pando's on it. And they sent AJ over to check. I wonder if anyone's going to commit hard.
Okay. For APBR, probably they won't force for a team fight. They need to wait for Ben Thinks to reveal its position first prior engaging. Okay, it's hard for King Kong to actually have a Lord Dancer to try to pull this.
Gonna go for this one. Ben Thing's not going to be able to get the charge he was looking for. King Kong! How does he go in and just take the Lord? And that is all they needed to do. TNC backs on full force.
Oh no, wait.
It's still going to be used. Ben Thing's going to charge up. They're going to look for Super Marco. Not going to be able to get Ogwin goes in under the turret. Ben Things. Now where's the follow-up that they need? Pando waiting patiently. Netherrealm's going to be expended as well. Pando goes in with a 1-2 punch. Few falls though. And it's TNC that comes through alongside it with the Lord in the top lane.
There's a lot to break down here. Oh, Benting's almost found one. There's a lot to break down here. The steal from King Kong. He's a smooth criminal. Annie, are you okay? And that turn, the angle that TNC found.
Yup. Actually, for the side of TNC, what's really nice is that for Ben Things, one reason as to why he revealed his position is that for APBR to focus whether he will set up a play for that Lord. Hence, the opening for King Kong to do a retribution, to do a steal against APBR. Now, for APBR, for Kyle this time around, the biggest challenge for him is how will you force the players of TNC to use that Netherrealm once there is a team fight? Because they just keep on holding on it.
Oh, man. And big brain play by Ben Things, right? But on the other hand, that cheeky check, it was foreshadowing, bro. Like, all right, check this out. Can I do this? I can.
You know the way the Martins moves? He moves through the wall. Like, look at this.
What's up? I'm so
Who's that
glad.
Pokemon hero again? I forgot.
I'm so glad that Mr. Mime.
Mr. Mime!
There you go.
You
I'm so
read
glad.
through my mind.
Ash's dad. Never mind. Forget I said that. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm so glad the camera's not working because that's literally what the Martins
And then he did it again, but this time he had a retribution.
It mattered. This time it mattered.
It's a mixture of the dance moves that they don't know.
We're gonna have to show the dance moves later, along with the singing later when the game is back on.
You dance. I don't dance, man.
No,
I'm like midnight. I don't dance.
Anyway.
A minute until the Lord spawns once more. It's going to be Luminous and TNC here. Trying to take control of the other side of the bus where AP Bren gets the other. Kyle TZ checks in, takes a chunk out of his health.
There's no way to cheeky check as a...
Yeah, there's no way. AP Bren can't.
You
AP
just
Bren
walk
can't.
in.
That's right. Like, all right, it's a bad bush. Never mind. King Kong, though. King Kong,
King
man.
Kong, though, has this Guardian helmet. And efficiency-wise, in terms of taking the objectives, pretty solid for TNC. One reason as to why the lead is just at 472. So it's still an even ball game.
It just mirrors, was he trying to do that? He was just trying to do it again.
Yeah. Okay. So every poke is gonna be crucial for the next steps. That's a poke. Thanks, King Kong, for the example.
Well, this is all they have to do, right? Just kind of keep it at a stalemate. TNC and AP Bren, it's relatively even. You know, even Steven across the board here. TNC has a lot more room to work with. Oh, Ben Thing's going to jump in now. Oakwood has to flicker out. AJ to follow up. Looking for the follow themselves. Pando trying to make his way to the fight here for this one. Going to look for the cutoff. NetherRealm going to come through. They don't want to commit. No one falling just yet, but resources expended from TNC.
Okay, a lot has happened during that moment, but there's no casualty. What's the biggest factor here is that Benting's flicker has been procced already, and even Pandora has the space to go for a split push.
Yep, and looking at Oakwood, he spent his as well, but AJ did not. AJ did not use his Petrify. So there's a big combo that TNC's holding on to. And the Lord dance continues. Huge presence by AP Bren here. While King Kong baits him out. King Kong looking for one. Benting stretching out.
He's going to go in. Not going to be able to find Owen. Kyle TZ there to help him out as well. Mid-turret, tier 1's got to go down here. Look at Super Marco. Going to be in trouble. That was the Petrify used as well from AJ. Still, no one going down just yet. Lord still going to be held here by King Kong.
I bet Super Marco's so happy that he used Purify.
Oh,
like, if you were not rocking Purify, bro, this would have been over much faster.
It could have been a kill for TNC. So again, for this one, 40 minutes into our game, we have ultimates already. Okay, AJ used that Black Dragon form.
They're going to press it here.
They're
Put the
gonna force
pressure
it.
on. Look at the backside. Pando going. Not going to be able to find the connection he's looking for. Innocent drives him back. Kyle TZ with a heavy spin. Comes down. King Kong is doing it again. Gets the Lord here. And now they're going to get collapsed on. Trying to stay alive. AJ will fall. But TNC grabbing the Lord.
All right, one for Illuminous. I don't think it's worth it, man. AP Press is going to make quick work of this Lord, and then they'll recalibrate and find one. This turn!
No go. Few going to be in trouble. Innocent on the hunt here. King Kong not going to be able to get it just yet. Gets terrified. Could not find the Decimate on top of the first one. Now they're going to be in trouble. Lord going to charge in the mid lane. AP Brent does not care. They still want to deal with TNC, but they have to deal with the Lord.
I eat my words just as quickly because AP Brent decided to not back off. They stayed a little longer, and TNC said, you know what, let's turn. Let's do it again.
Okay, it's nice to know you. Let's do it again. Again for TNC.
Again and again.
Again and again, 1.5k goal lead. And even for TNC, they're just forcing a deep fight after another.
Oh, phew!
He's not innocent anymore.
He's not innocent anymore with that amount of damage.
That man is a sinner.
I saw what you did there.
Straight up murdered that Valentina in mid. He got murked.
Scooby-Doo.
Yep.
Anyway, 5-6, 1.4k goal lead for TNC. This is a nice item for Super Marco. He saw that he's doing some free hits against TNC, but there's no damage. So armor penetration is nice. But for the rest of TNC, all they need to do is to finish this game probably take another Lord and force that heavy spin as early as possible from Kyle TC.
Okay, I'm gonna say it before it ever even happens, man.
Say it.
This is
What
a
is?
fork in the road. TNC have found themselves in this situation time in and time out throughout round one. Hell, throughout game one in the series.
Yep.
Game is ours. We can win. We're in control. We just gotta finish.
Yep.
That's the name of the game. Being able to finish this one through. Bet things again. Ogwin Immortality going to be popped. Pando in the backside trying to buy some time. Few in trouble too. They're still going to be going for it.
Oh, no,
still looking for a kill. AJ saved by the Nether Realm. Ben things going to charge up again. Finding his own mark. Another Nether Realm comes through. Super Marco has to retreat. The team going to keep going. Pressed in the situation. Nobody falls just yet, but it's Innocent that goes down. King Kong, though, finds a double, looking for more. Super Marco trying to come back to the fight. They want to back off here. Quite messy, but it's a 2 for 2.
All right, slight advantage to AP Brent for that trade because for a roamer and an XP laner, they got a gold laner and an XP laner.
And right now for TNC, the struggle for them is whenever there is initiation for Ben things, it is really on point. But the problem is that since they have Paramis as their support hero, there's not really enough damage. We saw that earlier. And even Owen was a nice decision for him to have that immortality be procced around the bush. So for TNC, they need to find the perfect target if they want to initiate. If they target someone, they need to be sure that they secure a kill. So Ben Things has his eye on you because, I mean, there's a vision for both.
No.
Okay. AJ already using the dragon form here. Super Marco staying in the back side. Pando managing that top side. They know the dragon form is going to be down for now. But still, it's going to be a dragged out Lord dance.
Yep, taking it slow as Pando works the long lane, the furthest away from the Lord. And in mid, it's Super Marco and you clearing out that wave. That's permanent damage that they have to deal with that inhibitor having been taken down by TNC. And both teams understand that this is, again, one way or another. Wait, no, because you'll play by Ogwin.
Okay.
Oh. They want to go for King Kong. There's the onward. They flip him over. King Kong going to be in trouble. Safe with another realm for now. Still looking for the kill. Heavy spin can come through too. Goyo goes in with a Winter Trunch. It will fall though. Super Marco picking up the kill. A decisive play from AP Bren. TNC looking to answer.
Oh, Few just barely got home. Super Marco in trouble. Pops is blazing duet.
Pops the Wind of Nature as well. Resources for both teams are down. And the Lord dance once again ensues.
It's an engage upon engage. These team fights, man, they're not just single battles. They're wars in a long, drawn-out conflict.
Oh, Ben Things again! Finding Few!
Ben Things is on fire. I mean, even on the last two team fights rather. So for AP Brand, they don't have Few. For TNC, they have Goyo, but no Netherrealm.
Oh, dude, Few.
Okay, Shadow Stampede, they need the Shadow Stampede to anyone from the players of AP Brand. But I gotta commend the map awareness here of TNC. Even at the Netherrealm earlier from Goyo.
Look at Super Marco. He's going to go on the top side. Oakland going to be quite low. He's going to get chased down by AJ.
Oh!
TNC knows they have to deal with top side pressure. AJ and King Kong here looking for the Desmond. Oakland going to be quite low. Still going for it. Knocks him up. Will fall. It's a mega kill. But AP Bren accomplished what they wanted to. They got the top inhibitor down.
Oh, this is one thing that TNC has to watch out for. If this happens again later on, if they continue to fight, and if they don't commit hard and lean on this Lord, Super Marco can do that again and win via backdoor. But right now...
Okay.
Lord, less than half health here. Kyle TZ also still up on the play. Super Marco here to back him up. Ben Things goes in. There's the blazing duet. They get that out. Still going to be working for the space here. Ben Things trying to lay down the front. Innocent takes quite a bit of damage. Few has the Netherrealm. Pando on the top side. Putting the pressure there. What is TNC going to do? They have to answer. Lord's still going to be up here. They're pushing him back. Innocent still full health. They send him back. It's Kyle TZ that gets the Lord. AJ Immortality going to be popped here. King Kong on the chase. Can't find Few just yet. Here comes Pando hunting for Innocent. Super Marco!
There's immortality though!
Immortality gonna come through. Couple shots away. Pando comes through. Still dealing with it now. Ben Things, couple hits away. AP Brand still in the hunt. The punches don't land. And now King Kong on the run.
They need to defend.
On NetherRealm, forcing these fights to extend way beyond Naisu's lungs can breathe. Woo! All right, let's gather our thoughts and watch the map. It's turned so red because CNC overcommitted and AP Bren lured them into this net. And look at this, there's an Evolved Lord marching through top. Mid has been pushed in by Pando and Few and Ogwin. Bottom as well. It's AP Bren's turn now to own the map.
No one is willing to back away, but we really have to commend the diversion that AP Brenda did during that moment. And it is a battle this time around of the setup place.
Ben Things again, gonna find the mark on Pando. Still trying to buy some time. Lord has to be worked out. King Kong will fall. Ogwin grabs a kill. All by himself. Lord's still gonna be up. Mid turret gonna be worked down. Ben Things gonna be in trouble. Falls under the turret. It's looking grim here. TNC. Multiple members are now up. They finally deal with the Lord. Middle turret, bottom turret, a couple hits away. Does AP Bren press the situation?
Oh no, it's a 5v3. Ogwin just said it's Ogre because he picked up a Stallium side. He means business, man. He wants to make these hits harder. And now they're inside the base. Black Dragon form.
AJ trying to buy some time. Couple hits away. Ogwin gonna flicker in. They're in trouble. Pando goes in as well. Crystal gonna be worked in. Heavy spin finds a lockdown. Innocent. Immortality gonna be popped. Pando trying to clean up the kill as he does. And that's gonna be it as AP Bren comes back through and sweeps the series.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. What a clencher. What a defense. What a comeback. AP Bren once more. Shades of game one. They just roll it back.
I mean, again, we've mentioned for both teams, what's gonna be crucial in terms of late game is the decision making. At the last team fight, or probably the second to the last team fight, the decision making of TNC was just all over the place. They wanted to go for a kill versus Pandora, and then Pandora was just there doing the split push. Goya wasn't there when he was needed for the NetherRealm. I mean, it's just the AP Bren that is calm and collected during that last moments of that game.
Great, again, yes, that was some extended team fights. And that's usually what happens. Kind of forgot how that was, you know, when we had Faramis on the play alongside a Valentina and everything else. Again, a great showing, I feel like, from TNC for the most part, you know? Hanging in there against a team like AP Bren with the changes that they had, but still, you know, it begs the question, is this change what they need? Is this change enough for what they need in time-wise?
I'd like to say yes, but not yet.
Not yet.
Again, our heart goes out to the Phoenix Army, the TNC Pro team, because tonight they got so close. Every single game, you could see it's a sweep, but if you watch the game, you know for sure that there were moments of brilliance from everyone. From the Phoenix Army, from XP lane, AJ debuting in the MPL, all the way down to Innocent in the gold lane. And I don't know, do you guys agree? I think Chantel mentioned already that there may have been some indecision, some missed calls into that later part of game two. But, yo, we already said, Ben Things was something else. Ben Things was on a whole nother level tonight.
I mean, for Ben Things, it's as if, it's okay, I have immortality, trust me. And all those team fights that TNC actually won, it's because of TNC setup plays. Even on those crunch moments, it was Ben Things. So I have higher respect for Ben Things because of this performance.
Well, that's what I was saying. You know, Ben Things really is the cornerstone for a lot of these lineups that we see from TNC, and that is proof in the pudding, as I like to say it. You know, it's there in the result. In terms of the game breakdown of team fights and everything else, it's just unfortunate because you even mentioned this earlier, Leo, like, yes, they're in the lead. This happened in game one, but how do they finish? And I feel like this is where a lot of teams kind of come up and they hit this roadblock. Like, they've got these early leads established. They've got the early games locked down. Again, objectively, King Kong was doing a great job, right, against Kyle Teasy. And unfortunately, still, with all of that falling into place, they could not finish the game out.
And again, it doesn't sound like it's fair that we question TNC's mid to late game transition, right? Or their decision making, their shot calling in the late game where it matters. But also you have to consider it takes two to tango, right? It could also just be that when it comes down to those kind of moments, teams like APBR, teams like RSG are just so much better at clutching those moments. So maybe that's where TNC can now, in addition to working with AJ, improve on.
Yep, and not perfect example for APBR in terms of that better moves or in terms of decision making is the sandwich play, if I remember it correctly.
Yeah.
Wherein KalDZ went from behind and did the heavy spin. So for TNC, with this performance, still high hopes that they could rise from the dead.
Hopefully they can, because again, time is of the essence, if you will.
Yep, we just finished up with day 1 of week 4. Let's go over to Manakino. She's on stage with APBR.
Thank you, casters. Everybody give it up for APBR. Welcome back, Pando. Wait, ano nangyari kay Ra? Bakit naging Pando?
Para pag sinerge yung Pandora, lalabas agad ako. Pag
Pandora, ikaw na nalilito eh.
Pag Pandora kasi, pag sinerge mo, iba yung lumalabas, hindi ako. Kaya nagpando na lang ako.
Kaya Pando. Okay. Ikaw din nalito sa sarili mong pangalan. Welcome back. Alam mo, ang ganda na pinakita niya. Really great game to a point na ikaw lagi nagpa-pressure ng split push, which made it really hard for TNC. Kaninong call yan? Was it yours or?
Team decision din yun, pero pag sinabi ko kasi na mag-split ako, nakikinig sila sa akin. Kaya maganda yung naging flow ng minions namin at yung sa clash namin.
And how does it feel like to be back? Especially after dun sa nangyari sa week 3, ikaw pala yung susi eh.
Wala, sobrang saya ko lang kasi tagal ko din gusto talaga maglaro. Tsaka gusto din makabawi sa TNC kasi nung isang game ako last season, natalo pa kami dahil ako naglaro.
Ngayon bawi.
Bawi, nakabawi
Bawing-bawi dahil na-cut nyo ang inyong lose streak. Congratulations. Great job. Actually, ito, if you maybe you can answer this one. You guys started the season really great. And ang taas talaga ng expectations sa inyo. Kahit nung first day nyo nga, kahit jet lag kayo, you guys did phenomenal. And then week 3 happened. Natalo kayo sa lahat ng inyong series. Anong nangyari sa week na yon? At anong ginawa nyo during the 4-day break? Paano kayo nakabangon?
Nung pagdating ng week 3, parang nagkaroon ng patch na malaki. Tapos, hindi namin siya masyado nagamit. Tapos, binibigay lang din namin sa kalaban namin yung mga magagandang support. Tulad nung Angela, yun, na-abuse ng kalaban. Tapos, ayun, nahirapan na kami. Nung naamba kami ng Omega, parang nag-overthink na kami sa kung anong dapat namin gamitin, kung bigla na lang kami gagamit ng support, gano'n. Tapos, hindi na namin naayos masyado yung drafts namin nung pagdating na ng second pati third game namin.
So it was the patch and then also you were overthinking. Now, what made it successful today? Anong ginawa nyo as a team to make sure na hindi kayo nakain in your mind with that loss?
Nag-focus kami sa iba't ibang hero nung past few days na training namin. Di yung kadalasan kasi sa scrim namin, kung ano lang yung ginagamit namin, parang minamaster namin eh. Tapos, noong mga past few days na focus kami sa mga meta heroes na ayun yung gagamitin namin, tapos kung ano yung kayang labanan o hindi.
As a team, what did you guys do? Yung iba nag-workout kasi. What did you guys do para mag-bond more to make sure na walang drift?
Sa ngayon, nag-RG lang kami kasi nag-reset yung season eh. Parang sabay-sabay kami nagpapamitik. So, ayun pa lang yung pinaka-bonding na.
Nag-workout pa rin ba kayo?
Apo, nag-workout pa rin.
Nag-workout pa rin. Patingin nga. Patingin ng muscles. Patingin. Ay, nag-haircut din.
Short na yung haircut niyan.
Curious ako. What made you change your hair? Kasi sabi nila pag bagong hair daw, minsan di ba may breakup or anong meron? Bakit may bagong hair?
Trinay ko lang po kung bagay. Tapos parang hindi.
Bagay ba guys? Bagay? Bagay na bagay. Nasaan? Nasaan yung CR? Nasaan yung CR?
Wala, nakalimutan ko na nasaan yung CR eh. Kasi kalbo na ako eh.
Well, congratulations. Ang galing, ang ganda ng iyong hair. Now, we're gonna announce the match MVP. Let me hear some names. Loud Louder, louder! Let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Kumakanta pa sila. Tignan natin to. Pando! Congratulations!
Thank you
Uy!
much.
Oh, di ba? Debut game, ikaw pa ang match MVP. Big deal. How does it feel?
Sobrang saya ko lang kasi kahit hindi na pa naglalaro, mataas pa rin nila, tiwala nila sa akin. Ayun. At least na-deliver ko yung laro ko.
Anong gusto mo sabihin sa mga supporters mo? Sinisigaw yung pangalan mo. Parinig ulit! Parinig ulit! Cheerleader ka. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa mga supporters?
Nagpapasalamat sa kanila kasi kahit nasa backstage na ako mostly season 11 tapos ngayon season 12, lagi pa rin nila ako sinisigaw. Hindi nila ako nakakalimutan.
Job well done. Once again, congratulations to AP Brand. You may now take your bow. And finally, you may take your walk of victory. AP Brand is back sa kanilang winning ways. At sigurado makakatulong ang punto sa nakuha nila ngayong araw na to para pag-usapan ang nangyaring laban. Babalik na tayo sa ating casters. Pasok!
Right here from the young Vincent Pando Unigo as he makes his re-debut in MPL Philippines Season 12, not only earning an MVP in Game 1, but also as Series MVP.
You know what, for Pando, what's really nice is he's always excited to play for
That's right.
AP Brand whenever
Yeah.
I see him. And the support is always there.
Like Teddy said that too. You know, again in English, translating it. Pando last season and this season hasn't played too much, but he always hears the crowd cheering for him, and he loves it. He loves the support.
Great kid. Chantel, it's your turn. Talk to us what happened here in game number 2.
Again, in terms of late game, we could see the veteran plays for AP Brand that stood up during that game against a team that is literally on the lead on game number 2. So for TNC, it was a nice effort for them, but the player that did a lot of effort during that game is our MVP, smart MVP. We have a few on that. Valentina, again, those NetherRealms was on point. Sometimes he makes sure that whenever there is a NetherRealm from the other side, there is a counter, or he delays it as much as possible. So with the Imperial Rage and even the Wilderness, it's there, even a Divine Clave. So 637 KD, 8 gold per minute of 524. So for AP Brand, it was a juggle between the gold lead. Again, the initiation was there for them. Even Pando did a great job as our match MVP came. 7-minute game time. We could see that TNC was actually winning the team fight. During this moment, there's no damage hit from Super Marco, as to why we will see him build a Malefic Roar after another team fight. But for TNC, all I gotta say, it was a game top tier performance for Bentings and even King Kong all throughout the game. Just a little not sufficient, or in terms of the latter part, in terms of damage and finishing a team fight. But AP Brand, again, this is the what we say a play, the sandwich play that it did. So Caldisi was there from the back, did a heavy spin, and even at the 7-minute game time, they forced a kill against the TNC. So this was a 3v3, if I'm not mistaken. We're in TNC and AP Brand is just not willing to back away, and this is the battle of the NetherRealms between Few and even for Goyo. So after that NetherRealm from Goyo, Few goes in for the NetherRealm as well, and sometimes you could see him actually use the IMU on that Black Dragon Force. So, actually, this was the sandwich play that I was mentioning. So, King Kong was forced to back away, but there is a sustain from Bentings and Innocent. So, this is the 21-minute Lord, wherein there is a kill from, or there was a force usage of the Immortality because of King Kong's skill, and then Pandora was here for the backup for AP Brand, and the team fight was just literally all over the place. During this time, Pando was the one that did a split push from the top. So TNC was struggling whether they will defend or will they go for the Lord Secure. So AP Brand with 4.6k gold, it was difficult already for TNC to defend their base. Even a Winter Dungeon for insurance plan for AP Brand even at last moments. Again, for TNC, the problem for them is how they will end the game. But for APBR, what's really nice for the team is the usage of their hero, or how they really use the synchronization of their skills. So for APBR, whenever there is a nice heavy spin for Kyle Easy, Super Marco comes in with a Blazing Duet on the squad. So the itemization as well is also there. Even for a few, a mixture of both. Either do we want a prolonged team fight, or do we want an added damage or another hero that could zone out the other players of TNC. So for Ogwen, there is a change, by the way, for Ogwen's play at the latter part. So that is the adjustment of AP Bren during the late game, because we actually see Ogwen dealing damage against TNC. So what they needed is the pokes. So Edith is a very high damage per second type of hero. Came the late game, and even the blade armor as well. So if you are Innocent versus Ogwen and you do free hits, or free hits against each other, Ogwen has the sustain as compared to Innocent. There is a blade armor, so the damage would just reflect. So orange buff, it was the TNC at first. So latter part of the game, as to why 11-11 for AP Brand. So even the third 9 versus 7, pretty close fight for our game, and 22 minutes and 56 seconds. Hero damage, very, very close. Damage taken for TNC higher as compared to AP Brand, because AP Brand at the latter part, they have burst damage already, and Guardian, and even Ace of the game is Innocent and King Kong. But for the wingman, our MVP of the series is Pando. Again, really on point in terms of bringing those punches whenever there is a player from TNC that has low life. So there was a time wherein the knockout strike actually hit 2 players from TNC, and it was there. It was the option for AP Brand to actually secure the kill against TNC. I mean, for AP Brand, the calmness and the decision making in terms of the late game has been on point all throughout the game. Hence the 2-0, right? Naisu and Leo.
You have to check who I was.
Yeah.
I thought you were a bear.
I'm a bear.
Starting to doubt you.
Are you disowning me from the family?
You've been talking to France a little too much, man. You've been doing them TikToks too much. But yes, thank you so much for breaking down what happened in game number 2. And yes, this does bode well for the future of AP Bren once more, despite what Kapitan Few actually revealed during that post-match interview about how, they were so willing to give these very powerful heroes in the new meta. Maybe this new late-game decision-making prowess that they've shown here against TNC might come into play more. So this is to the Hive and to the Bees, climbing back up the leaderboards.
I still think too, and Chantel mentioned this, there's got to be some refinement from AP Brent too. Yes, they won this series, it was a sweep, but if their hopes are champions of the season, they've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah. Things have changed so much. Any last thoughts?
Well, actually, it's the same from both of you. Some polishing for all the teams actually that played today. I mean, a lot of discoveries again from all teams.
All right, well, that said, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor. It's been an amazing first day in the second round of the season. And I'm happy with the matches. Some heartbreaking moments for sure, given the turnarounds and again how TNC just can't catch a break. But that aside, it was a good day overall. So thank you so much for joining us. On behalf of Naisu and Chantel, my name is Leo. Let's throw it over to Mara Aquino on stage.
We entered the second leg with 3 thrilling matches. Nasa kalagitnaan pa lang tayo, pero dama na lahat ang mas pinaslakas ng mga tagpo. Sa rematch ng ating World Champions, di nagpadala sa sindak ng Young Agents ang mga veteranong Orcas. Matapos nila itong mas-sweep at mapalawig pa ang kanilang mga win streak to 8 matches. Right after that, the Hidden Gem shines brighter as ONIC Philippines manages to escape with a 2-1 victory against the Raiders. And for the final series, Pando punches his way to victory as the Hive manages to secure a much important 2-0 victory against the Phoenix Army. Talaga namang malapit na tayo sa exciting part. Bawat laban, dama mong may gigil. Bawat clash, alam mong may diin. Yan ang inyong aasahan dahil ticket sa M5 World Championship na ang pinaglalabanan. And soon, we will find out who will represent the Philippines para ipakita na mas pinaslakas. Muli ay Mara Aquino ng papaalala. Ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB player sa buong mundo ay mas Pinas Lakas. Keep it good vibes everybody and see you tomorrow.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines, and Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito.
Na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board. Isa na namang linggong puno ng world-class na bakbakan ang ating natunghayan sa MPL Philippines Season 12 regular season. Before we start the second round of the competition, balikan natin ang mga naganap last week. Day 1 pa lang ay napuno na agad ng streamers and influencers ang MPL Arena. Nakipagkulitan sa atin ang mga OG MLBB streamers na sila Chooks at Doggy. Binisita rin tayo ng ating resident MLBB professor